Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Snow was falling heavily in the forest, blanketing everything in white. A group of 5-year-old children were tussling together in the snow. One of them was clearly taking on 3 at once. Standing nearby was a little girl with short, dark blue hair. She clutched the hem of her clothes anxiously, watching the fight. Damn it, circle around him. Don't let him get away. This nosy punk. If you're so tough, stop running around and I'll knock you flying. Ow. He kicked me. Come on, everybody, all at once. Boom. That hurts. Wah. Mommy. Before long, the 3 boys who had ganged up on him were crying loudly. Holding their bruises, they stumbled away, sobbing. Who as expected of the Naruto world? Even little brats here have freakishly strong bodies. The remaining child brushed off the clumps of snow from his clothes, rubbed his aching fists, and muttered under his breath. His name was Natsuki, a transmigrator from Earth. He had found himself in this merciless world of shinobi, where people refine chakra, practice ninjutsu, and obtain incredible power. Even kids had remarkable physical abilities. Yes, he was the same age as those 3, and he won despite being outnumbered. But it wasn't an easy victory. Losing face as a transmigrator like this anymore was unacceptable. It seemed he really needed to activate his cheat. After all, in this dangerous ninja world, especially in Hidden Leaf Village, he could lose his life at any moment in the crossfire of some battle. Indeed, after transmigrating, Natsuki had awakened his golden finger. But this cheat power was not exactly something one can openly brag about. He'd been secretly trying to activate it by himself this whole time. If anyone found out, it'd be social suicide. However, the progress bar had been stuck at 99% for years. The final step required revealing it in front of another person. Thank you. Are you okay? The little girl nearby finally mustered her courage, cheeks flushed red. A small tuft of snow landed on her short dark blue hair, adding a bit of adorable clumsiness to her look. Being very familiar with the Naruto storyline, Natsuki of course knew who she was, Hinata Hyuga, heiress of the Hyuga clan's main family. I'm fine. But you shouldn't be running around by yourself like this. There are bad people everywhere these days. Natsuki waved dismissively and turned to leave. Why your eye patch fell off? A soft, hesitant voice came from behind. Natsuki stopped in his tracks, taking a deep breath. You saw it? Huh? Did you see my eyes? Why yes I did. A chilling aura descended. Hinata thought she could see an endless dark energy swirling around the small figure in front of her. Trembling, she quickly tried to explain, they really pretty. 1 gold, 1 blue. Not ugly like mine. The boys who were here just now laughed at me. Hey. So, in the end, a mere mortal still managed to sense the power hidden in my left eye? Abruptly turning around, Natsuki covered his left eye and cut off Hinata's increasingly dejected words. As the first person to witness my eye of death, you shall become the very first mage of the demon god seal under me, the master of dimensions. My true name is Yui Natsuki. Welcome to the Dimensional Ends Congregation. This is the emblem of our Dimensional Ends Congregation. Recite my true name, and you shall gain unexpected rewards. Even those eyes of yours, brimming with such potential, may evolve. As he spoke, Natsuki snatched back the eye patch from Hinata's hands and pressed into them a delicate emblem. The emblem bore a 6-pointed star inscribed on a background of some abyssal pattern. Seeing Hinata's confused expression, Natsuki, having swiftly recovered his left eye, spoke with utter seriousness. What? You don't like my organization? Hinata shook her head hurriedly. She had never known how to refuse anyone. And no, I don't dislike it. Excellent. From now on, you are a member of the Ends Congregation. I, the Great One, grant you the title Eye of the Daylight. As for the rest, we'll talk next time. Farewell. With that, Natsuki took off at top speed, like a veteran in a 100-meter dash, vanishing from Hinata's sight. It was too embarrassing. So painfully grinny. It was his first time speaking such embarrassing, chuny lines in front of someone, though at least it was just a little girl who wouldn't understand much of it. After running a good distance, Natsuki found a tree stump and started punching it hard to vent his embarrassment. He just wanted to peel off his skin and crawl under the snow. Still, why did he feel an odd rush of exhilaration, like breaking free of convention and giving into carefree abandon? Ding! Demon King's Eye system fully activated. Before you turn 15, each Chunibyo statement you utter has a 30% chance to grant power to yourself or others. Ding! Upon first activation, your left eye obtains the mystic eyes of death perception. Natsuki froze, then removed the patch from his left eye, revealing a bizarre blue, patterned pupil. The world through that eye looked completely different. It was filled with countless threads, intricately weaving through all things. Natsuki had a hunch that if he simply tore those threads, all of creation would vanish at its very root. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure surged and Natsuki quickly replaced the patch over his eye. Meanwhile, clutching the delicate emblem in her hands, Hinata returned to her clan under the watchful escort of family guards who had finally located her. The more she looked at the emblem, the more beautiful she found it. The young girl was also intrigued by Natsuki's cool proclamation and decided she'd carefully consider it that night. Because Natsuki had drawn all the aggression and resolved the fight early, creating a butterfly effect, a certain child of destiny arrived too late. He only now wandered into the little forest. Chapter 2. This is the emblem of our Dimensional Ends congregation. Recite my true name, and you shall gain unexpected rewards. Even those eyes of yours, brimming with such potential, may evolve. Night had fallen. Naturally, Hinata, having been scolded by her elders again, was confined to her room. She sat there quietly in her bedroom. Yet her thoughts drifted back to the strange older boy she had met that afternoon. Could my eyes become pretty, too? Almost without thinking, she retrieved that delicate emblem. On its abyssal backdrop was a shining six-pointed star, casting a mysterious glow on this dark night. It's so beautiful. Then. Natsuki. No, that's not right. That's not his true name. His true name is Yui. Yui Natsuki. Cupping the emblem carefully in her small hands, Hinata spoke in a hushed yet determined voice. It was late, and everyone else was likely asleep. She couldn't risk waking anyone. That was just how gentle Hinata always was. Besides, this was her secret. No reaction? Hinata frowned slightly. She then recalled in detail how serious Natsuki had looked when giving her the emblem. Natsuki wouldn't lie, would he? Even though it was their first meeting, he had helped chase away those bullies for a complete stranger like her. Natsuki must be a truly kind person. Ho! Hinata mimicked the way Natsuki had taken a deep breath, then surreptitiously glanced around. No one was there. Sure enough, as soon as she realized she was alone, her tense shoulders relaxed. In the next moment, she opened her pink lips. I, Hinata Hyuga, the first mage, bearing the name of the Eye of Daylight, extend my greetings to the Great Master of Dimensions, the Sealer of Demon Gods, Yui Natsuki. Please grant me even more beautiful eyes. At that instant, Hinata's expression was full of reverence, and her voice grew stronger. Suddenly, the six-pointed star on the emblem erupted with dazzling light, filling the entire room in an instant. A clear blue sheen swiftly overtook Hinata's normally translucent irises, bright and lustrous, shining even more brilliantly than the stars above. A vast power surged from her eyes, and her small body slowly rose, as though freed from the pull of gravity. The Yui clan was also a famed and noble clan in the Hidden Leaf village, though it had gradually declined over the years. Once, the most notable figures of the clan were Yui Shinku and his daughter Yui Kurenai. Unfortunately, Yui Shinku perished heroically 5 years ago during the Nine Tails rampage. He died alongside Yui Natsuki's parents. So, as kin within the same clan, Yui Natsuki had been taken in by Yui Kurenai when he was little. Two orphans leaning on each other for support. Yeah, right. Natsuki. Fresh from his public Chunibyo show, which had fully activated his system, Natsuki was feeling both excited at having finally gained his cheat power and slightly awkward. The moment he opened the door to his home, a furious shout greeted him. Where have you been messing around? Do you know what day it is? Today is your birthday, and it's also the day I got promoted to Chunin. We were supposed to celebrate together. Why'd you vanish on me? Hick. Before she could finish, the girl named Yui Kurenai let out a huge, alcohol-soaked burp. Natsuki, who had been feeling a bit guilty, softened his eyes, or rather, his single visible eye, then swept it sharply around the room. Sure enough, there were several empty liquor bottles beside the young woman. Yui Kurenai loved drinking, especially strong liquor. She was gentle and refined in public, but at home, her true colors showed. Most critically, she was a terrible drunk. Once tipsy, she caused any number of ridiculous scenes, even throwing bizarre air punches. From the time Natsuki turned 5 and could manage things on his own, he had begun hiding Kurenai's secret stashes of alcohol, doing whatever he could to stop her from downing a bottle every day. No matter where she hid her precious liquor, Natsuki would find it. His interference led to plenty interludes. Eventually, Kurenai compromised. Now she'd only drink on holidays, and only a little, under his scrutiny. Anyone unaware might assume Natsuki was the older one, given how he supervised her. What are you looking at? These bottles were all drained by that brat Anko, not me. Damn it, she didn't even clean them up after she was done. I only had 1. Hick. 2? 3 bottles. Seeing Natsuki's expression, Kurenai, face flushed red, hastily tried to explain. Suddenly anxious, and intoxicated, she extended one finger, intending to claim she'd only had a single cup. In her adult vision, however, that one finger turned into 2. Then 3. She ended up blurting she'd had 3 bottles. Alright, you drink so much that for the next 6 holidays, you're banned from touching alcohol. Natsuki nodded grimly, his face dark. 6. How many is that? 1, 2, 3. Kurenai, still dizzy, tried counting on one hand but quickly got stuck. 6 sounded way too high. Immediately, she flared up, no way. That's too long. Who's the big sister here, me or you? Can't believe I changed your diapers and wiped your butt, only to have you boss me around now. Huh? Changed diapers and wiped my butt? Please. As a transmigrator, did I really need that? Heck, by 4-month-old, I could change my own diapers. I was walking at 1, running by 2, flying by 3, beating up little monsters at 4, and by 5, I was already taking care of Yui Kurenai. I'm a genius, right? Otherwise, how else could I have survived the Nine Tails rampage a few years back, when Kurenai herself was still just a kid? This rate of growth had shocked even her. Even in a Naruto world where children mature early, you rarely saw a toddler running and jumping at 2. At least she took comfort in one thing, Natsuki was still a kid who secretly did chani things, thinking she didn't notice. It amused her for quite a while, reassuring her that, yeah, he was just a little brat. Right as Natsuki was about to argue and make Kurenai see reason, oh, by the way, here's your birthday cake. Happy birthday, little brother. In a total about-face, Kurenai went from slamming the table in anger to producing a delicate cake box from behind her. Such a wild leap in mood. That Anko tried to sneak a bite earlier, but I caught her and tossed her out. This cake is for my little brother. Natsuki gave a soft sigh. It was obvious Kurenai had forced herself to stay awake despite being drunk, just so she could wait for him. On the surface, he remained calm, but inwardly he felt warmth flooding his heart. After all, Kurenai was effectively the only family he had in this world. In the end, with his sister drunkenly rambling about 2 slices or 3 slices, their little birthday celebration drew to a close. Chapter 3, Hey, Anko, don't you dare stop me. My little brother isn't back yet, so let's hurry up and drink to our heart's content. Early the next morning, amid a string of mumbling, Natsuki opened his eyes. Looking beside him, Kurenai's chin was pressing down on Natsuki's forehead as she treated him like a human-shaped pillow. Natsuki was speechless. He was sure he'd dragged her back to her own room last night. Apparently, after drinking too much, she'd run back here again out of habit. Ever since her father heroically sacrificed himself during the Nine Tails rampage, Kurenai had developed the bad habit of excessive drinking and the fear of sleeping alone. Work never ends around this household, huh? I'm only 5 and I already have to cook. After all, ever since Kurenai became a geinin, she often couldn't come home because of missions. What's more, she was just promoted to Chunin yesterday. In the future, there would be even more days she wouldn't be around. Doing things himself was the only way for him to live comfortably. Anyway, he was still better off than a certain child of destiny. So as not to wake his sister, Natsuki tiptoed out of the bedroom. Good, my movements are getting more and more nimble, I made no sound at all. But why do I feel a bit unsteady? Just as Natsuki was complimenting himself, he suddenly realized it wasn't because he had mastered some technique like walking on snow without leaving a trace. It was because he was actually hovering steadily 10 centimeters above the floor. Nani? What's going on? Did his soul leave his body? Did he suddenly ascend to immortality? No, that free-floating feeling, being able to move up and down at will, was a change in his own gravity. The next moment, he recalled the system messages that had been overlooked after he fell asleep last night. Ding! Evil King's Eye System's true ability activated. Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan has evolved into the Tenseigan. Through the extraction of Evil King's Eye, you have obtained Tenseigan's puppet control ability. Through the extraction of Evil King's Eye, you have obtained Tenseigan's abilities related to gravity. When Hinata Hyuga's proficiency in her Tenseigan reaches 50%, you will gain a fully awakened Tenseigan. Please work to quickly improve Hinata's Tenseigan mastery level. Hiss. So that Chunin Evil King's eye system had benefits like this? Not only can my Chunibyo behavior grant me power, but other people can benefit from it too? More importantly, the power other people gain through this method can also be extracted by my Evil King's eye. So, what if I gather all of Hidden Leaf Village's new generation into our Dimensional Ends congregation? Wow. It's not scary to be a Chani. What's scary is when the Chani stuff becomes real. What's even scarier is that Hidden Leaf Village will end up with a whole group of Chunibyo kids. As for the social death they'll face when they grow up and outgrow their Chani phase. Well, if we're going to die socially, let's just do it together. In the kitchen, the fire was blazing. Gurgle, gurgle, a stew was bubbling away in the pot. Natsuki, eager to test his newly acquired powers, immediately put his abilities into practice. In the past, he needed a small stool to reach the countertop. Now, he no longer needed it. His small body hovered in midair. With a light gesture, a carrot was pulled through the air into his hand. He chopped swiftly with a kitchen knife. Chop, chop, chop. In the blink of an eye, the sliced carrots and meatballs all flew into the pot. Natsuki, what are you cooking? It smells amazing. Yui Kurenai, dressed in a loose-fitting white pajama top, walked over, still half asleep. She had been lured awake by the delicious smell. Arriving in the kitchen, she caught sight of her little brother floating in midair and various ingredients drifting around him. Instantly, her mind went blank. What the hell? What's going on? Am I seeing things? She quickly rubbed her eyes and looked again. Sure enough, the scene was still there. Several chunks of carrot and lettuce leaves were hovering in the air. The knife flew back to the cutting board on its own. Natsuki turned around and floated straight toward her, the golden glow in his right eye flickering ominously. Hee hee hee. Stupid sister, you noticed? Then there's no point in hiding it anymore, he said. I am the master of dimensions, the guardian of all planes, the great demon, thud. Before he could finish, Yui Kurenai flicked him hard on the forehead. In the blink of an eye, the floating ingredients all fell to the ground. Kurenai then hugged Natsuki from midair and pressed him firmly against her chest, rubbing his head. Why are you flying around so high? What if you fell? Even if you're a great demon, you're still my little brother. This time's trick was well done. It's another puppet show, right? If my chakra weren't perfectly normal, I would have thought I was caught in a Ganjutsu. But don't waste the ingredients. And, where are the strings you use to control them? She adored her little brother, but he was far too much of a naughty kid. He was always coming up with new inventions. Sometimes, he even took her stash of liquor and sold it off to buy all sorts of random parts, talking about building airplanes and tanks, launching an industrial revolution. When that failed, he started drawing magic circles of who knows what. His puppet show using strings had actually been quite entertaining. But still, he seemed way too precocious, like he'd entered his Chunibyo phase early. He often talked to himself in the mirror about a great demon sealed in his left eye. Nonsense, this time it's real. Ugh, stupid sister, gap. Let me go, I can't breathe. Humphrey. Natsuki, if you keep acting, I really will punish you. With that, Kurenai let go of Natsuki and shuffled off in her slippers to wash up. Sigh. We're not on the same wavelength at all. It looks like recruiting Kurenai into the ranks of mages and letting her grasp the essence of being a Chunin isn't going to work anytime soon. Natsuki shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the ingredients that had fallen on the floor began floating up once more. Chapter 4, At the Hyuga residence, a sudden scream shattered the early morning tranquility. Look! There's a huge black sphere above the young lady's bedroom. Oh no! It's not good. Lady Hinata is nowhere to be found. Someone hurry and notify the clan head. You idiot! Ever since the young lady was almost abducted by those Hidden Clouds village ninjas, guards have been stationed everywhere. How could anyone have taken the young lady away without a sound? The Hyuga clan's shinobi turned the area upside down but still couldn't find Hinata Hyuga. Hey, do you think the young lady might be trapped inside that big black sphere? That thing seems to be floating higher and higher. Should we blast it open to check? Idiot. What if she's really in there and gets hurt? While the guards bickered, unsure of what to do, the clan head Hayashi Hyuga and other high-ranking family members arrived, accompanied by a few medical ninjas. Use a D-rank fire jutsu to blast it open, Hayashi Hyuga ordered gravely. Staring at the sphere in the air, he had no idea what kind of material it was made of, but he felt a heavy, oppressive sensation in his heart. This black sphere was no ordinary object. Sure enough, a small orange fireball whizzed through the air, only to dissolve silently the moment it touched the black sphere. Again. This time use 10 fireball jutsu at once. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, the gathered clan shinobi all launched this lowest level fire style attack. Again, it was silently absorbed. This time, switch to other nature transformations. Increase the power by 1 rank. Remaining composed, Hyuga gave the order. They couldn't confirm whether his daughter was inside, so he couldn't simply unleash a full-scale assault. But the clan had numbers on its side. Step by step, they would find a way to break this black sphere. That was the best approach. Wind style, great breakthrough. Earth style, earth mausoleum dumpling. Water style, water colliding waves. One after another, the C-rank ninjutsu blasted into the air. Boom. Some of the jutsu collided prematurely, creating massive noise, but still failed to shake the black sphere, and not even a ripple appeared on the surface of the sphere. How is that possible? Even though they were just C-rank jutsu, used in such large numbers their combined force should be on par with the destructive force of an ordinary A-rank jutsu. And yet we haven't put so much as a crack in it. The nearby crowd wore looks of shock. If Natsuki were on the scene, he would have recognized it instantly as a shield formed by a truth-seeking orb. Using conventional ninjutsu, it was absolutely impossible to break. Unless one used senjutsu, or possessed 6 paths power, there was no way to destroy it. This time, don't hold back. Use your best jutsu, one by one. Hyuga bellowed. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Rumble. A series of deafening explosions echoed through the sky above the Hyuga clan grounds, quickly reverberating across all of Hidden Leaf Village. This round of attacks featured large-scale, high-powered jutsu whose combined impact was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, countless figures raced toward the Hyuga compound, streaking in like lightning. Nearby civilians turned pale. It had only been a few years since the Nine-Tails rampage. Was something terrible happening in Hidden Leaf Village again? Maybe they really should consider moving out. Members of the Anbu, each wearing unique masks, arrived first. They were just about to question the Hyuga about the situation when a booming voice resounded. Who dares disrupt Hidden Leaf Village's peace? Do you think the Hidden Leaf Village police force is just for show? One by one, members of the Uchiha clan, all wearing uniforms emblazoned with a fan symbol on the back, filed in. At the forefront was Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Hidden Leaf Village police force. My younger daughter appears to be trapped inside that black sphere, and no ninjutsu can break it. Captain Fugaku, do you recognize this thing? Hyuga stopped his clansmen, who were about to block the police force's approach, and turned to ask. If anyone in the village had the abilities to conjure up something so strange, it would undoubtedly be the Uchiha, capable of awakening the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan with all its bizarre powers. Fugaku focused his gaze on the large black sphere floating in the air. It looked more profound and unfathomable the longer he stared. Even with his experience, he couldn't identify what it was. Of course, given his cautious nature, even if he did recognize it, he likely wouldn't say so. He would just let the Hyuga keep struggling and spending their energy. I've never seen anything like it. Whoever created this must be truly powerful. Still, there's nothing in this world that's truly unbreakable. If you haven't managed yet, you simply haven't used enough power. Would you like us to lend a hand? Fugaku offered. After all, he too was curious about what that black sphere was made of. He had seen from a distance how it easily withstood a barrage of attacks from multiple shinobi. If it could be replicated for armor, it would be a major boon to the clan. Hey, the Hyuga clan is known for its Byakugan and gentle fist taijutsu. Their ninjutsu talents probably don't measure up to your average shinobis, some of the more arrogant Uchiha officers in the police force scoffed. No wonder their attacks had so little power. Let us handle it ourselves. These were the same hot-headed Uchiha who, 2 years later, would contribute to sparking the Uchiha's downfall. They might have just wanted to look impressive by smashing the black sphere, but their words were clearly inflammatory. Sure enough, before Fugaku could scold them, the Hyuga shinobi exploded in fury. Bastards! Let's see how powerful you are, then. We're not afraid of your Sharingan. Come on, see what the real #1 clan in Hidden Leaf Village is capable of. They formed up neatly, and the many subordinate ninjas of the Hyuga clan surrounded the entire police force in an instant. Enough. The Hyuga clan isn't so weak that we need help from outsiders. Seeing the situation escalate, on the verge of igniting an internal conflict in Hidden Leaf Village, Hyuga hastily called off his clansmen. Right now, rescuing his daughter took priority. After speaking, he stomped the ground and propelled himself into the air. If ninjutsu won't work, then let's try taijutsu. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. A fierce beam of compressed chakra blasted from his palms, colliding with the black sphere. Boom. At last, The immovable black sphere budged. It veered off in a diagonal trajectory from midair, slicing across a large swath of Hidden Leaf Village. Its landing point? One of Hidden Leaf Village's most iconic buildings, the Hokage Tower. Chapter 5, Nani. Inside the Hokage Tower, the elderly third Hokage received the news and immediately activated his crystal ball. Using his telescope jutsu, he observed the Hyuga clan's situation and sensed that this giant black sphere was trouble. He was about to continue watching how the Hyuga and possibly the Uchiha police force would deal with the black sphere when Hiashi Hyuga's attack unexpectedly sent it flying right toward the Hokage Tower. No matter how he looked at it, something felt off. Enemy attack. Protect the Hokage. Defend the Hokage Tower. Near the Hokage Tower, the on-duty Anbu members noticed the falling black sphere at once. Water style, water formation wall. Earth style wall. Several figures leapt to the front of the tower, hands flashing through hand seals. In the blink of an eye, walls of earth and water rose from the ground. But, boom. They barely lasted a second. The barriers were pierced clean through, and the black sphere smashed into the Hokage Tower. Rumble. A lone figure streaked through the air as the once imposing Hokage Tower instantly turned to rubble. Wearing his Kage hat and ceremonial robe, the third Hokage landed on a nearby rooftop, his face grim. It's Lord Hokage. Is he alright? People rushed over from all directions. In the distance, large groups also converged on the scene, including members of both the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. Hiashi, what is going on here? You must have a serious grudge against this old man. Hiruzen glared at the approaching Hiashi and demanded an explanation. He had every reason to suspect this incident was orchestrated by the Hyuga themselves. When Hinata was 3, she was nearly abducted by a Hidden Clouds Village ninja but was rescued by Hiashi before they escaped. The Hidden Clouds Village emissaries took advantage of that incident to stir up conflict, threatening war. For the good of the clan and the sake of letting Hidden Leaf Village recover after the Nine Tails rampage, the Hyuga had to sacrifice Hiashi's twin brother, Hizashi. Now it seemed very possible Hiashi was retaliating, staging some elaborate act, even destroying the Hokage Tower. Had Hiruzen not moved quickly enough, who knew if he could have escaped unharmed? But he had to admit, this black sphere was indeed troublesome. What a tumultuous time. He'd only just placed the plan with Akina on the agenda, and now the Hyuga were stirring up trouble too. I apologize, Lord Hokage. It was purely an accident, Hiashi said with some embarrassment. My daughter has disappeared, leaving only this black sphere behind. We have no idea how to deal with it. My earlier strike didn't actually shake it enough to send it here. Humphrey. Hiruzen gave no further reply. His main priority right now was dealing with the Uchiha. He couldn't afford more surprises. Look, the black sphere hasn't vanished. At that moment, a ninja cried out. Sure enough, within the dust and debris of the collapsed building, the black sphere slowly rose again. What the hell? Someone must be controlling it. Could it be the one who controlled the Nine Tails? Do they really think they can waltz in and out of Hidden Leaf Village as they please? All squads, tear this thing apart. With the third Hokage's command, a dense flurry of ninjutsu and thrown weapons rained down. Rumble. The remains of the Hokage Tower were leveled completely in an instant. Damn, there were still some important documents inside. Hiruzen's heart sank. That was careless order. When the dust settled, the black sphere appeared intact, hovering in everyone's field of vision. Then it began ascending even faster. Impossible. So many people attacked at once, even a weaker-tailed beast would have been blasted down with as much firepower. Everyone was in shock. This time, it wasn't just the Hyuga clan. Anbu and the Uchiha had used their signature moves, and still it was useless. Could it really be that we have to do as Hiashi did and resort to taijutsu? Be careful not to touch the sphere. So far, everything that's come into contact with it has dissolved. Just as Hiashi prepared to launch another long-range taijutsu attack, the black sphere, which had stayed perfectly intact until now, began to crack apart and fold in on itself, revealing Hinata within. That's Hinata Hyuga. It's Lady Hinata. She's safe. Down below, the Hyuga ninjas were overjoyed to see that Hinata, whom they'd been searching for, was indeed inside the black sphere. At that moment, the black sphere condensed into a small, ping-pong-sized black orb, floating before Hinata's forehead. Then Hinata slowly opened her eyes, and in her bright blue pupils was reflected that tiny truth-seeking orb hovering before her. A streak of gold spread across the truth-seeking orb, compressing it into a razor-sharp blade made entirely of light. A terrifying aura swept over the scene. Moments ago, Hinata had been dreaming that countless people were attacking her. She kept running until she couldn't run any further. Facing what felt like a life-threatening, desperate situation, a new ability surfaced in her mind, Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Normally, she wouldn't be able to use such a technique, but the residual power from her newly awakened eyes, combined with absorbing some of the energy from the countless attacks in her dream, finally enabled her to unleash it temporarily. Her intent was clear. Tear the villains who attacked her into pieces. In a flash, she snapped her eyes open. "Hinata!" Someone called out, waking her. Only then did she realize she was floating high in the air, with countless people below staring up at her in shock. The villains, the ones she was about to destroy, turned out to be the residents of Hidden Leaf Village and her own clan. No, this isn't right. Realizing there were no actual enemies, the lethal aura spawned by her dream state defense vanished. But the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion was already in motion. A crushing pressure loomed overhead, threatening to pulverize her. "I can't hold it in. I have to release it, but not down into the crowd. Everyone, get away. I can't control it anymore." Hinata shouted urgently. "What kind of jutsu is that? That pressure is terrifying. That black sphere belongs to Hinata? When did the Hyuga produce such a powerful ninja? Listen. Lady Hinata seems to be yelling something." All of Hidden Leaf Village's attention was fixed on the sky. As the terrible aura intensified, everyone sensed imminent disaster. "Don't cluster in the center, spread out." At the same time, another shout came from above. By now, the golden radiance atop Hinata's head was brighter than the sun. "Everyone, scatter to the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village. All available shinobi, spread out and block off the main roads. Protect the civilians." Hiruzen made a snap decision, issuing orders immediately. He himself wasn't sure he could withstand a direct hit from that kind of power. The best option was to evacuate everyone as quickly as possible. "Yes, sir." All the shinobi began evacuating civilians from the area, erecting defensive jutsu along Hidden Leaf Village's major streets. Just when Hinata could no longer suppress this power and tried her best to fling it away from the crowds, a figure flashed through the air. With a simple beckoning gesture of his right hand, a powerful gravitational force eased Hinata's burden. In the next instant, the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion whistled forth. Buzz. Originally, it would have sliced Hidden Leaf Village clean in half. But with that intervention, it veered off course, cutting past Hidden Leaf Village and landing outside the village. Squeeze. Rumble. Like a chasm opening from the heavens, it split the forest outside of Hidden Leaf Village right down the middle. A massive canyon stretched beyond the edge of sight. Boom. Crack. The final fissure extended all the way into another of Hidden Leaf Village's famous landmarks, the Hokage Rock, and it happened to slice the third Hokage's face in half. Hiruzen's mouth twitched at the ominous sign, an uneasy feeling welling up in his heart. Gazing at the canyon that disappeared into the horizon, all of Hidden Leaf Village fell silent. And in the sky, there quietly floated two small silhouettes. Chapter 6, the Tenseigan. Besides its signature abilities, Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, also possessed various other powers. It was the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan. Among them, the ability to wirelessly control puppets is extraordinary. Controlled puppets can even be granted a certain degree of self-awareness, and they far surpass the puppet technique in both quantity and quality. It was a puppet controlled by Natsuki that deflected Hinata's Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Hinata's truth-seeking orb caused such a commotion that the entire population of Hidden Leaf Village noticed it, and Natsuki, of course, had long been aware. But in order to avoid exposing his identity, Natsuki used the puppet manipulation ability he had just obtained from Hinata. Currently, he only possesses the ability to control puppets, and the abilities related to gravity. He couldn't even use truth-seeking orbs, let alone Golden or Silver Will Reincarnation Explosions, and he lacked the backing of a powerful clan. The consequences of direct exposure at the moment were unimaginable to him. However, the appearance of this puppet was a bit unique. It was Natsuki's latest creation, hidden in his warehouse. Even his sister, Kurenai, hadn't seen it. At this moment, the people of Hidden Leaf Village looked at each other in bewilderment, completely dumbfounded. They were shocked by the destructive power possessed by Hinata at such a young age, and puzzled by the sudden appearance of this strange figure. Flight and levitation were rare abilities in the ninja world. But, now there were two powerhouses using the exact rare ability in Hidden Leaf Village. Unbelievable, the Hyuga clan is so strong. That little Hinata seems to have awakened an incredible eye. Are we saved? If that attack had hit Hidden Leaf Village, the damage would probably be no less than the Nine Tails rampage, right? It seems like it. So, we were saved by that Ultraman? Don't ask the people of Hidden Leaf Village how they knew about Ultraman. It was simply because Natsuki's puppet was indeed shaped like Ultraman. Most importantly, the large characters for Ultraman were written ostentatiously on its neck. As long as people weren't blind, they could see it. Just then, Hinata, exhausted, finally lost her strength. Her body swayed and she fell from the sky. Before Hayashi and the others below could react, the small Ultraman in the sky caught her and, using gravity control, returned her to the Hyuga clan. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Hidden Leaf Village? The third Hokage asked in a deep voice. He recognized little Hinata, but not this mysterious figure. In all his years leading Hidden Leaf Village, he had never encountered anything like it before. While the other party seemed to have saved Hidden Leaf Village just now, there was no guarantee that this wasn't a scene they orchestrated themselves. Me? I am Ultraman Zeta. From the distant land of light. I bear no ill will towards Hidden Leaf Village. I even gave you a small gift. Otherwise, do you think that little girl would possess such power? The Ultraman controlled by Natsuki responded unhurriedly, his voice amplified by chakra and resounding throughout Hidden Leaf Village. As the first place I have descended upon, I have brought some gifts for the children of Hidden Leaf Village. These are transformation devices. Only those who uphold justice, hope, and courage in their hearts can activate them. Just hold the transformation device up to the sky and shout, "Transform." You too can become as powerful as me. After speaking, Ultraman suddenly took out a handful of transformation devices and scattered them from the sky over Hidden Leaf Village. Under the influence of gravity, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The adults might still retain some rationality, but the children, who worshipped the strong, were already cheering. Ultraman. I want to become Ultraman. Children's cheers echoed throughout Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage's face darkened, he felt things were gradually spiraling out of control. What happened today was too bizarre. Even the Nine-Tails rampage hadn't made him feel this troubled. With a glance, several Anbu members quickly disappeared. They were going to retrieve those transformation devices. Whether real or fake, such dangerous items couldn't be left circulating. Alright, the gifts have been delivered. Well then, children, until we meet again. Wait, Ultraman Zeta, we. Before the third Hokage could finish, Ultraman rapidly ascended and vanished into the vast sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. Thank you all for your help. Now that my daughter has been found, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll visit again another date to express my gratitude. Hayashi waved his hand, and the entire Hyuga clan withdrew in an instant. After all, this chaos was caused by Hinata. If they didn't leave now, they would be questioned by everyone, and there was also the matter of Hinata's aftermath to deal with. Some things were better discussed in private. Wait. The crowd was still staring at the sky where Ultraman had disappeared when the Hyuga clan vanished as well. Hiruzen looked at the cracked likeness of his in the Hokage Rock and the leveled Hokage Tower. The Uchiha clan hadn't been dealt with yet, and now the Hyuga showed signs of rising. Now, this Ultraman of unknown strength running around. He was old. If he didn't work harder to clear obstacles for future generations, how could the Sarutobi clan compete with these people? Would they fade into obscurity like the Senju? A feeling of extreme frustration welled up in his heart. Finally. PFFT. Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood towards the sky and collapsed to the ground. Hokage, Lord Hokage. Oh no, Lord Hokage was attacked by Ultraman. Nearly 100 meters wide and about 30 kilometers long. Such terrifying destructive power. Afterward, various forces went to assess the damage caused by Hinata's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. The results were horrifying. However, little Hinata couldn't use that power again after that display. It was unknown whether it was temporarily unusable or, as Ultraman claimed, was a power bestowed by him. But the fact that Hinata had awakened an eye more powerful than the Byakugan was indisputable. This incident has also made some of the more aggressive members of our clan understand the power outside of the Uchiha, and their attitude has softened somewhat. Shizui, hidden in a thicket, gazed at the enormous man-made canyon and said, "Indeed, rebelling against Hidden Leaf Village would never have succeeded. Not to mention the forces directly under the Hokage and Danzo, and the various clans, even the seemingly nominal noble Hyuga clan cannot be underestimated. A clan with 1,000 years of heritage is truly not that simple. Just as Lord Hokage said, the strength we can see on the surface is still too superficial." Behind Shizui, Itachi responded with a solemn expression, the lines on his delicate, young face becoming increasingly distinct. Hidden Leaf Village cannot endure another war. We must safeguard Hidden Leaf Village's peace at all costs. In the Akimaki household, chubby little Choji secretly closed his bedroom door and hid inside. He carefully took out a toy from his favorite snack bag. Hidden Leaf Village had been confiscating these things recently, and he had managed to hide this one with great difficulty. His bright little eyes stared intently at the object in his hand. His mind was filled with the image of the imposing Ultraman in the sky. The toy in his hand was none other than the Ultraman transformation device that Natsuki had thrown out. Chapter 7. Half a month had passed since the black ball in the sky incident. Hinata, without a doubt, was grounded yet again. Thus, Natsuki's plans to guide Hinata in improving her proficiency with the Tenseigan were thwarted. That day, Kurenai took Natsuki to a barbecue street for skewers. Barbecue had always been a favorite food of his, carrying a taste of home. Moreover, there was a famous barbecue restaurant called Niraku in Hidden Leaf Village, always bustling with business. He wondered if it had any connection to Akiraku ramen. When Natsuki and Kurenai arrived, the place was overflowing with people. Anniversary special. Families spending over 1,000 ryo will get free meals for children under 6. No wonder it was so crowded, they were having a promotional event. Truly, no matter the world, there was no shortage of people who loved a good deal. Natsuki had seen plenty of such events in his past life. Immediately, he tugged on Kurenai's sleeve. "Sis, look, a special deal. Let's eat here, it smells delicious. I can eat them out of business," he added silently in his mind. Only a fool would pass up a good bargain. Besides, since awakening his new ability, Natsuki realized his appetite had increased dramatically. Soon, it was their turn to be seated. It was then they discovered that the family sitting across from them were acquaintances, Choji and his parents. Little Choji was about the same age as Natsuki, a chubby little boy. His father, Choza, was a large man, and his mother was also quite plump. Well, Kurenai, and little Natsuki. What a coincidence. Choji's parents were the first to greet them. The Yui clan, especially Shinku, was well known in Hidden Leaf Village and had a good relationship with them. It was a shame that the Yui clan suffered heavy losses during the Nine Tails rampage. "Lord Choza, greetings. Little Choji has gotten chubbier," Kurenai replied. Others might dislike gaining weight and being called put for it. But for the Akimaki clan, calling them plump would be the highest compliment. After all, their clan's secret techniques required the consumption of body fat. It was no exaggeration to say that maintaining a full figure was the source of their power. Of course, Choji, still a child, was somewhat self-conscious about his size. He mumbled through a mouthful of food, "I'm not chubby, I''am pleasingly plump." Ha ha ha. His words drew good-natured laughter from the surrounding diners. Unlike the adults' polite exchanges, the two little boys were not so courteous. Their eyes were only on the food. Grilled fish, roasted corn, lamb skewers. In no time, a tall stack of plates piled up in front of both of them. This scene couldn't help but draw Choji's attention. He finally noticed that the person across from him was also a child. If it were an adult, he wouldn't have cared much. But among his peers, he hadn't encountered anyone who could out-eat him. However, at this moment, Natsuki's eating speed was actually faster than his. This was unacceptable. In a way, the dinner table was another battlefield. "I won't lose," Choji declared in his deep voice, stuffing large amounts of food into his mouth. "Foolish, you're already doomed. I've even eaten a meat mountain demon king. This amount of food isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Natsuki curled his lip, casually throwing out his Chuni persona. A brief silence fell over the table, but the next moment, the usual lively atmosphere returned. The adults took it as children's innocent words, just some playful talk. But, 1 minute later, 10 minutes later, 30 minutes later, the mountain-like pile of plates beside them deeply shocked the surrounding crowd. Did he really eat some kind of meat mountain demon king? Choji's father, Choza, couldn't help but ask Kurenai. Besides his own son, he had never seen anyone in the younger generation eat so much. The problem was that even Choji was burping frequently, clearly unable to eat anymore. He was still young, and his digestive system wasn't as developed as his father's. But Natsuki continued to calmly and quickly devour the barbecue, his delicate little face seemingly without a trace of pressure. He's not even fat, how can that small belly hold so much food? The Akimaki clan is famous for their appetite, but how can this little guy be so strong? The surrounding diners were all drawn to the spectacle. Some even started placing bets on how much more food Natsuki could consume. Due to the Free for Children Under 6 Inches promotion event, the restaurant owner was both happy about the popularity of his establishment and distressed about his dwindling food supply. Would he really be eaten into bankruptcy? Should he lower the age limit next time? Maybe something like, Free for Children Under 3? Natsuki, aren't you full yet? Isn't that enough? Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on them, Kurenai, as his older sister, felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment and secretly urged Natsuki to stop. Not even close. The Meat Mountain Demon King was much bigger than this. Owner, bring me twice as much as what's on these plates. Natsuki pointed to the mountain-high stack of plates piled up on the floor beside them. Thud. Tui. The first sound was the restaurant owner falling backward onto the floor, having lost his balance. The second sound was Choji, unable to hold back any longer, spewing out the food that had been crammed into his mouth. Chapter 8, Finally, after the restaurant owner made a bunch of promises and handed over a stack of coupons, Natsuki stopped his eating spree. Otherwise, he really could have cleaned out the entire barbecue restaurant, leaving nothing for their anniversary celebration. The mystic eyes of death perception hidden beneath the eye patch were powerful. But they required a massive amount of energy and mental strength to activate and maintain. Most of the food he consumed was actually absorbed by the mystic eyes of death perception. Of course, besides fearing he'd cause too much of a scene, there was another reason he didn't dare eat more. The main reason was Kurenai. She couldn't stand it anymore and wouldn't let Natsuki eat another bite. Sigh, looks like I can't bring big sister out to eat next time. Women are such a hassle, Natsuki said to a completely awestruck Choji beside him, while Kurenai firmly held his left hand. Kurenai, who was chatting with Choji's mother, overheard this and couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, she didn't interrupt the children's nonsensical conversation. Yeah, my parents are the same. They never let me eat too much. They say they're afraid I'll get a stomachache, but they obviously eat more than me. They're just afraid I'll steal their food. Actually, I can still eat more, hick. Choji, desperate to save face, completely missed the sarcasm in Natsuki's words and quickly chimed in. By the way, what's wrong with your left eye? Why are you wearing an eye patch? Defeated for the first time by someone his own age in an eating contest, Choji started to take the boy beside him seriously. Noticing that he hadn't removed his eye patch even while eating, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked. Oh no. The moment Choji asked, Kurenai knew things were about to go south. She knew how sensitive her little brother was about his left eye. Normally, he acted quite mature, even like a mini-adult, but if anyone mentioned his left eye, his inner Chunabiu would come roaring out. As expected, a wicked grin spread across Natsuki's face, radiating an air of arrogance. Interesting. Another mortal has sensed the immense power hidden within my left eye? Natsuki's golden right eye suddenly sharpened, fixing on Choji. His voice seemed to echo from the abyss, this is my eye of death. Where a great demon is sealed within. Even the Meat Mountain Demon Lord is but a mere pawn to him. If I were to release him, he would destroy this entire war. Thwack? Kurenai gave Natsuki a sharp thwack on the back of his, roaring, cut it out. You idiot. With that eye patch, how could anyone not notice your eye? One more word of nonsense, and I'm taking your eye patch away. Only after she finished speaking did Kurenai notice the two little boys trembling. Glancing at Choji's parents, her expression froze. Crap, my ladylike image is ruined. As for the two trembling little boys, Natsuki was faking it. Choji was genuinely terrified. He was first frightened by Natsuki's words and then by Kurenai's outburst. After being thoroughly defeated by Natsuki in an eating contest, he believed every word of the boy. Sorry, my little brother is a bit dramatic. I hope he didn't scare you, Kurenai said, forcing an awkward smile as she quickly apologized to the Akimeki family. Damn it, why am I the one embarrassed? Shouldn't it be this brat Natsuki? It's alright, he's just a kid. Everyone goes through that phase. Natsuki is quite entertaining, Choji's parents responded warmly, looking at the adorable Natsuki. This child was truly charming. They preferred Choji having more friends, after all, a lively child was a happy child. They then changed the subject and continued chatting with Kurenai, easing her embarrassment. The barbecue street was still some distance from the exit. Was that great demon really sealed? And does he really have a Meat Mountain Demon Lord as a minion? Choji inquired in a low voice, more interested in the Meat Mountain Demon Lord that Natsuki had mentioned at the barbecue restaurant. After all, Natsuki had eaten an entire Meat Mountain Demon Lord. To surpass Natsuki, he'd have to eat at least one too, right? Of course it's real. When have I ever lied? But I don't know if he still has a Meat Mountain Demon Lord. Come over to my house next time, and we'll go check it out together. Did he really expect him to reveal that he had the world-destroying mystic eyes of death perception hidden beneath his eye patch? Natsuki didn't dare provoke his sister further and casually dismissed Choji. It's a promise then. I have two other good friends, can I bring them along? Sure. Great. Then I'll tell you a secret next time too. There are too many people here, it's not a good place to say it. Choji's face lit up with joy, and he subconsciously pressed the Ultraman transformation device in his pocket. Back at home, at the entrance, Kurenai took a deep breath. She took off her coat, slipped on pink sandals, her 10 perfectly formed toes wiggling happily. The next moment, she turned to face Natsuki, clenched her fists until they cracked. A terrifying aura emanated from her. Yui Natsuki. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Natsuki quickly put on an innocent act. Hee, acting cute won't work on me, brat. Prepare to die. Round 1, Kurenai used lightning step, pouncing forward. Little Natsuki used tiny tot roll, narrowly dodging the attack. Round 2, Kurenai unleashed frantic scratching. Little Natsuki used lazy donkey roll, winning another round. Round 3, stop running. If you run again, no dinner for you tonight. Kurenai used sonic attack. It was highly effective. Little Natsuki froze for a second. Hee, you can't scare me. I can cook for myself. Little Natsuki also used sonic attack, reducing the stun duration by 0.5 seconds. Now's my chance. Eye patch removal. You treacherous sister. Trying to trick me. To launch a sneak attack? On your 5-year-old little brother? Is this how you should behave? Hee, your sister will always be your sister. Wait, why do you have another eye patch underneath? Isn't that uncomfortable? For the peace of the world, a little discomfort is nothing. Still spouting nonsense. Take this. No more. My left eye really does have a great demon sealed inside. Bullshit. If you can seal a great demon, then I must have sealed the creator god. Where's your ladylike demeanor? If you keep this up, I'm going to bite you. I don't care anymore. Ah, Natsuki, where are you biting? The small courtyard was quite lively that night. Chapter 9, Natsuki, I'm going on a mission for the next 2 days. Be good and stay home, don't run around, Kurenai said hurriedly, rushing out the door early the next morning. She was currently a Chunin. Hidden Leaf Village, having just experienced the Nine-Tails rampage, desperately needed the contributions of this new generation of ninja. Moreover, missions not only improved one's skills but also provided income to supplement the household. And, if the timeline hadn't changed drastically, Kurenai wouldn't encounter any danger during her mission. In a few years, when their batch of Hidden Leaf Village rookies became Gainin, Kurenai should even be promoted to Jonin. Well, with Big Sister gone, he could work on his grand inventions again. The last Ultraman puppet was quite a success. This time, he would create a few more puppets with different designs, just in case. Choji, is there really someone who can out-eat you? Yes, he eats so much. I've never seen anyone eat like that. I'll take you to meet him today. Troublesome. One glutton is enough to deal with. I can't imagine what it'd be like with 2. Shut up. I'm not eating your family's rice. Well, looking at Choji, I can imagine his size. Haha, then you're dead wrong. The new generation of Inoshikacho, Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino, were heading to Natsuki's house, led by Choji. Choji had made plans to visit his new friend and decided to bring his 2 best friends along. Shikamaru and Ino were purely curious. Knock, knock, knock. Natsuki had just finished building a small puppet in the small warehouse in the courtyard when he heard a knock on the door. Natsuki, is Natsuki home? It's Choji. Coming, you're quite early. Opening the door, 3 little figures came into view. What are you busy? Choji didn't even finish his sentence before Ino, her eyes sparkling, shoved him aside. Hello. My name is Yamanaka Ino. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ino, a true lover of beauty, was instantly captivated by this handsome and adorable person. Hello, I'm Yui Natsuki. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Natsuki said with a gentle smile, welcoming them into the courtyard and leading them towards his small warehouse. Hey, Choji, is this the friend you were talking about? The one who can eat even more than you? Even Shikamaru was surprised. In their minds, being a big eater was synonymous with being fat, wasn't it? Well, they hadn't seen Hinata's appetite yet. Of course, even they couldn't compare to Natsuki's performance at the barbecue restaurant. Yeah, surprised, right? Not just you guys, even my dad couldn't believe it, Choji said, puffing out his chest as if he was the one who had surprised them. Still, he was happy that his new friend was being acknowledged by his best friends. As expected, the one who eats the most is definitely the most handsome, Ino said, her eyes glued to Natsuki. Choji's face darkened. That's not what you said to me. I said the one who eats the most. Can you out-eat Natsuki? You. Alright, welcome to my secret base, Natsuki interrupted their bickering at just the right moment, opening the warehouse door. A giant hexagram magic circle was drawn in the center of the floor. The surrounding shelves were filled with various tools, models, and materials. Near the entrance, 4 large objects, at least, large to children, were placed on either side, a small tank, a small airplane, a small car, and a rocking horse. Whoa, that's so cool. Natsuki, what are all these? Did you make them all? That's amazing. Yes, but most of them are unfinished. They still lack a power source. The rocking horse over there is working though, Natsuki explained, pointing to the rocking horse on the right. What's this rocking horse for? Well, it's a fun toy. Though it looks a bit silly. What do you mean? How do you play with it? Can I try? Choji asked curiously, inching closer. Sure, go ahead and sit on it. Having never seen such a toy in Hidden Lee Village before, Choji excitedly climbed on. Then what? There's a button on your right. Press it. Oh, I see it. Choji fumbled around for a bit and found a raised button. He pressed it down hard with his chubby little hand. The rocking horse immediately started rocking, accompanied by cheerful music, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Ino and Shikamaru stared wide-eyed at this magical scene. It seemed fun. Hee. Just as they were getting eager to try it themselves, Choji, on the rocking horse, let out joyful laughter. He swayed his head back and forth, looking a bit silly. No wonder Natsuki said it looked a bit silly. Soon, the song ended, and the rocking horse stopped. Choji reluctantly got off. Fun, that was so much fun. Do you guys want to play? No way. Shikamaru took a step back in fright. I think I'll pass. Maybe next time, Ino responded hesitantly. She actually wanted to try it, but seeing Choji's silly appearance just now, she immediately dismissed the idea. She couldn't leave a bad impression on Natsuki. TCH, you guys have no taste, Choji said, curling his lip. Next, the four of them gathered around the magic circle. What's this for? It looks cool. This is used to seal great demons and summon other worldly creatures. This is how the Meat Mountain Demon Lord came into our worlds. So, do you want to try it together? Natsuki explained, turning around, a strange glint in his eyes. A chill ran down the spines of the Inoshikacho trio. Chapter 10, a cold wind swept past, sending shivers down their spines. Natsuki's serious expression told them that what was about to happen was no small matter. See, can we really do this? Choji asked, excited and a little scared. Yes, but there's a possibility of encountering unknown dangers. But don't worry, as long as you join the Dimensional Ends congregation, you'll be protected, Natsuki said with a straight face, waving his arm to fan another gust of cold wind. Shikamaru's face was covered in black lines. So cool. Ino's eyes sparkled. I want to join. I have to eat to meet Mountain Demon Lord. That's why I came here in the first place. As expected, Choji had a clear goal and unwavering faith. Excellent. Your true name? Natsuki asked solemnly. Huh? Your true name? Ayakimaki Choji. Very good. Natsuki nodded, waving his arm casually. I am the Dimensional Lord, the sealer of great demons, the founder of the Dimensional Ends congregation. My true name is Yui Natsuki. I hereby bestow upon Akimaki Choji the status of member of the Dimensional Ends congregation. This badge is for you. It's the symbol of our congregation. Keep it close and don't lose it. This whole spiel, perhaps aided by the rocking horse, completely bewildered Choji. Yes. Although he didn't understand much of the long speech, it filled Choji with a sense of awe. He straightened his back involuntarily, responded loudly, and carefully accepted the exquisite badge. Good, you're quite spirited. Natsuki praised him generously before turning to Shikamaru and Ino. What about you two? Shikamaru's jaw hung open. Seeing Natsuki look at him, he shuddered. He quickly waved his hands. And no thanks. I'm not into this kind of stuff. It seemed too childish. How could he, Shikamaru, join such a strange club? I also. Ino's face flushed crimson. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward. But then she thought, Natsuki was the founder of this club. If she joined, wouldn't she have more opportunities to interact with him? For beauty, she wasn't afraid of anything, no matter how strange. I'll also Joe. Alright, that's enough. I almost forgot, the club can only accept one new member per week. If you want to join, come back next time, Natsuki interrupted Ino, waving his hand dismissively. He wouldn't allow anyone to refuse him. He promptly added a new rule to his club. Ino was relieved but also a little disappointed. Such complicated feelings. But what about when we perform the ritual to summon the dimensional creature later? What will happen to them without the club's protection? Choji worried about his friends. Wow, he's getting into character too fast, Natsuki thought to himself. Don't worry, each member can protect one person. The two of us can protect them. That's great. Then let's begin the ritual. Natsuki stood up straight, facing the magic circle with a solemn expression, and began chanting a long incantation. It was the Chinese 300 Tang poems. The Inoshikacho trio were completely lost, but they felt a certain rhythm in Natsuki's voice. It seemed he wasn't just reciting random words. He came prepared. In the name of the Dimensional Lord, I summon you. Descend, traveler from another world. This last sentence roused Choji and the others. Because they understood it. But after a long while, nothing happened. Well? Is it coming? Don't rush, it's almost here. Another long while passed. As expected, he was just playing around, Shikamaru muttered to himself, shaking his head. But seeing Choji and Ino's serious expressions, he couldn't bring himself to interrupt them. He would just play along. Just as he thought that, the magic circle suddenly lit up. Crackling sounds filled the air. It's coming. The models and toys on the shelves started to move. A wooden puppet even began to dance. The puppet's moving. Ino screamed. Shikamaru's jaw dropped. Wasn't this supposed to be some game? Could there really be a creature traveling from another world? Seeing that his friends were a bit frightened, Natsuki quickly cancelled the puppet manipulation. Fortunately, this was the world of Naruto, filled with ninjutsu and all sorts of strange abilities. Children also had a stronger ability to accept the unusual. As Natsuki cancelled the jutsu, the warehouse fell silent again. The magic circle dimmed, and the toys and puppets stopped moving. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Sigh, it failed. I guess this time's otherworldly creature was too weak. It must have been scared off by seeing so many of us, Natsuki said, shaking his head with regret. Was it my scream that scared it away? Ino quickly covered her mouth, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, I was just too excited. Don't worry, otherworldly creatures wouldn't be scared off by a scream, Natsuki comforted her, patting her head. Ino hummed contentedly, her eyes half closed, her cheeks flushed. So, we won't be able to see the Meat Mountain Demon Lord? Choji asked, a bit unwilling to give up. Well, maybe next time. Okay, Natsuki. Oh no, Mr. President. I had so much fun today. I've seen all these amazing things. I'll share a secret with you too, the one I mentioned last time, Choji said mysteriously, pulling something out of his pocket. Great, I was looking forward to it too. Just call me Natsuki. The congregation is a loving community, dedicated to helping each other and safeguarding peace. There's no need for formalities. Thank you, Natsuki. Choji was even happier. After all, they were still children and didn't like too many rigid rules. He then presented the object in his hand. Look, what's this? It's Ultraman's transformation device. Remember? The Ultraman that caused a big commotion in the skies above Hidden Leaf Village a while ago. Chapter 11, isn't his the toy I threw out when I was controlling the puppet? Choji actually picked one up. Natsuki thought to himself, but casually responded out loud, interesting, I can sense a tremendous power hidden within it. Hee, Natsuki, you felt it too. Choji held the transformation device somewhat carefully. Don't tell anyone, okay? Lots of kids picked them up, but the village ninjas took them all away. They must want to secretly transform. I can't fall behind them. So, have you transformed? Shikamaru asked abruptly. The excitement on Choji's face froze. Well, I haven't gotten the hang of it yet, but I think I'm close. I've shouted several times, and it feels more and more right. Shikamaru examined the transformation device in his hand and frowned. This just seems like a toy, right? Are you being tricked? None of us have heard of anyone transforming into Ultraman recently. How could it be a toy? I can feel the powerful energy inside, even Natsuki sensed it. As expected, Shikamaru, you're just a blockhead, how could you sense it? Ultraman was his faith, he wouldn't tolerate anyone refuting it. As if to bolster his confidence, Choji turned and asked Ino. Ino said, glancing at Natsuki's handsome face, confirming her feeling, I sense it too, a very powerful force. See, Shikamaru, you're just a blockhead. Choji excitedly pumped his fist. Shikamaru rolled his eyes speechlessly, not wanting to argue with the silly nonsense. But, that Ultraman Zeta in the sky said, as long as you shout transform, you can become Ultraman. Why haven't I been able to even though I've shouted so hard? Choji scratched his head, looking at the transformation device. Seemingly talking to himself, he was actually trying to ask for his friend's opinions. After all, he'd had the transformation device for a while now and still couldn't transform. He was anxious. He firmly believed he could transform. Because you haven't activated it. Natsuki smiled, not wanting to dampen Choji's enthusiasm. Remember what Ultraman Zeta said that day? Only those with justice, hope, and courage in their hearts can activate it. Ask yourself, do you possess these qualities? Choji's eyes widened at Natsuki's words. So that's how it is. I'll go home and test it right away. It's getting late. Thank you for your hospitality, Natsuki. Thank you, Natsuki. We had so much fun today, we'll come play again next time. The Inoshikachu trio bid farewell to Natsuki. Do you think Natsuki really almost summoned a creature from another world? On the way, Shikamaru stroked his chin, subconsciously replaying the scene from the morning in his mind. Back there, I observed carefully. It seemed like the magic circle had some glowing scales added to it. And those puppet toys, if you look closely, You can see thin strings connecting their hands and feet to the ceiling. Plus, there's all that strange inventions of Natsuki. The conclusion is, he controlled all of this with some mechanisms. There were no such things as otherworldly creatures. Still, it's impressive that he can make so many things at such a young age. He's worth getting to know. Don't you think so? Shikamaru excitedly slammed his right fist into his left palm, making a final conclusion. As the strategist of the trio, despite always wanting to avoid trouble, Shikamaru often helped everyone solve problems when they encountered difficulties. So, Choji and Ino had always cared about Shikamaru's opinion. But this time, Natsuki is so cute. What should I wear next time we meet? Should I prepare a gift? I'm so excited. Ino's face was flushed, completely ignoring what Shikamaru was saying. Justice, hope, courage. I feel like I have them all. Justice against evil, hope to transform into Ultraman, and the courage to fight the Inuzuka clan's puppies. Choji kept muttering to himself. Welp, they're hopeless. Shikamaru helplessly covered his forehead. Just then, an angry cry suddenly came from up ahead. I don't want your candy, I want my transformation device. Don't take my transformation device. We're nicely offering you candy in exchange, and you still refuse. It's good enough you're getting candy, if you keep making noise, you won't even get that. Everyone looked up. A ninja wearing an animal mask was holding a toy he'd snatched from a little boy in his right hand, while his left hand was stuffing a handful of candy into the boy's hands. The toy was identical to Choji's Ultraman transformation device. What are you doing, robbing people in broad daylight? He said he doesn't want your candy. Ino couldn't stand it and questioned loudly. Where did this little brat come from? Get out of the way, this is a dangerous item and must be retrieved. The ninja responded coldly, and a powerful aura suddenly washed over them. The Inoshikachu trio were frightened and took several steps back. Even the crying little boy was so scared that he stopped crying, only whimpering softly. Indeed, children are easily frightened. The masked ninja sneered. Just as he was about to turn around and use the body flicker jutsu to leave, a childish shout came from behind him. Stop. Please return the transformation device to him. That's his hope. The voice started weak but grew stronger, the last word, hope, shouted with all his might. Justice, hope, courage. That's right, he had witnessed this kind of scene several times. But that powerful ninja always used various methods to confiscate those transformation devices. And he himself never had the courage to stand up. That day, Ultraman Zeta single-handedly saved the village, standing above all others. Did he want to be a coward? He did not. Hey! The masked ninja glanced sideways at the chubby kid who had yelled, not wanting to pay them any more attention. What was the point of getting entangled with children? But the next moment, his whole body stiffened. Because in his eyes, the chubby kid also took out a transformation device. Very considerate of you to deliver it right to my doorstep. I said, give it back to him. Choji felt his whole body filled to the brim with passion. Perhaps to embolden himself, perhaps for some other reason, he shouted the best way he could think of to eliminate fear, transform. This shout, as if empowered by an unknown force, resonated in all directions. A dazzling light shot out from the raised transformation device. At this moment, everyone in the village saw a pillar of light soaring into the sky. Chapter 12, in the newly built Hokage Tower, Hokage's office, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, looking at the pile of transformation devices on his desk and asking, what are the test results? Opposite him, an Anbu stood respectfully and replied, we recovered a total of 39 such transformation devices. After testing them on people of 3 different age groups, there was no reaction. We disassembled 3 of them and found that they are just ordinary children's toys. They're just made with slightly more elaborate colors. Moreover, Lord Danzo's root ninja is also collecting these things. Including the others that were lost, we haven't found anyone who can successfully transform. Therefore, the conclusion is a farce. Sarutobi tapped his pipe on the table. TCH, confiscate these toys and destroy them. Also, intensify efforts to find the person who played this prank on the entire Hidden Leaf village, this so-called Ultraman Zeta. Yes. The Anbu quickly responded loudly. He could sense the third Hokage's anger. He swiftly packed up the toys, and after a puff of smoke, vanished from the Hokage's sight. Humphrey. Recently, more and more petty thieves have been visiting Hidden Leaf village. Do they really think my reputation as the professor has faded? Sarutobi slowly walked to the window, gazing out at the prosperous Hidden Leaf village. Hidden Leaf village's current prosperity is due to 99% of my effort, plus 1% influence from my teachers. No matter who it is, neither the Uchiha nor the Hyuga clan can interfere with it. It's time to accelerate. Transform. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden, Dramatic booming shout of transform. Almost choked the smoking third Hokage half to death. What's going on? Sarutobi stopped coughing, straightened up, supporting himself on the windowsill, and looked out the window. A dazzling pillar of light, reaching the heavens, came into view. The next second, it transformed into a giant of light in the form of Ultraman. Could all of this be real? Damn it, my transformation device. Within the dazzling pillar of light, a massive aura ignited around Choji's body. He was even lifted into the sky, disappearing into the boundless flames of light. The bright flames formed a gigantic humanoid shape, like a Susanoo formed from the Mangekyō Sharingan. But it was even larger than Susanoo, and its appearance was that of Ultraman. I really transformed into Ultraman? Choji, hidden within the chest of the giant of light, raised his hands in surprise. He found that he could control the body perfectly, as if he had been magnified countless times. High above, the people on the ground looked like slightly larger bugs. Ultraman. Shikamaru and Ino gaped, still in disbelief as they looked at the enormous figure before them. This was their best friend. They had just examined that transformation device together this morning. Shikamaru had even concluded that it was a toy. But now, he had instantly transformed into Ultraman. This was too much for their worldview to handle. Gulp. The masked ninja swallowed hard. Facing the giant, he felt immense pressure. Most importantly, the miracle had happened right before his eyes. The shock was too great. Genjutsu. Yes, it must be Genjutsu. Ha, how could it be so coincidental? Besides, that Ultraman Zeta who appeared before wasn't this big. Under the terrifying aura and pressure, the masked ninja acted like he was going mad. But his professional training still made him the first to sound the alarm and summon his companions. He was a member of Danzō's route. In order to collect the transformation devices, many of his colleagues were scattered around the area. Don't even think you can deceive my eyes. Let me break your Genjutsu. Earth style, Earth Mausoleum Dumpling. The masked ninja pressed his hands together, and several giant rocks pressed toward the giant from all directions. You bastard, I haven't settled the score with you yet. And you dare to provoke me first. A powerful voice came from the giant. He used his left hand to shield Shikamaru and the others. His right hand swept away all the incoming rocks like they were pebbles. Indeed, the giant rocks, to ordinary people, were as small as pebbles in front of the giant of light. You guys stay back and watch me make a pancake out of that bastard. Choji, full of spirit, scooped up Shikamaru, Ino, and the little boy whose toy had been stolen, placing them in a spacious area far away. During this time, the masked ninja's earth-style attacks were completely unable to harm his Ultraman form. Moreover, his body was hidden within the chest of the giant, dozens of meters high. Choji, be careful. Ino reminded him, her eyes wide. Ha, don't worry, I'm Ultraman now, the giant of light, I'm super powerful. Choji laughed heartily, his voice shaking the earth. No, I mean be careful not to hurt other children. The giant of light froze mid-turn. Then he whooshed away. Rumble. The earth trembled and shook along his path. At this time, several more root members appeared around the masked ninja. What's going on with that giant? It doesn't look like it's a Genjutsu. I'm not sure either. A chubby kid transformed using a transformation device, but didn't we have people try those devices before? No one succeeded. Really? Maybe the one in his hand is the real transformation device. This kind of power can't possibly last long. Use more ninjutsu to drain his power. Subdue him and bring him to Lord Danzo. Hi. Immediately, several ninjas dispersed, quickly approaching the giant of light. Wind style, great breakthrough. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Summoning jutsu, thick-skinned rock boar. Various ninjutsu poured down. Ha, you funny bastards, you want to bully children everywhere as freaking adults. I will beat you up on behalf of Ultraman and justice. Choji laughed loudly, waving his arms, scattering all the ninjutsu. He even grabbed the enormous thick-skinned rock boar in the air and played with it like a chick. The rock boar, which had appeared so imposing and fierce just moments before, now squealed in terror. Moments later, it turned into a puff of smoke and returned to its home on its own. Outside the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi was heartbroken that he hadn't been able to save those transformation devices. For the first time, he was slightly dissatisfied with the Anbu's efficiency. He told them to destroy them, and they immediately destroyed them. Couldn't they have waited just one more minute? One more minute? He could only blame that particular Anbu member, who specialized in fire style. Report. Lord Hokage. Hidden Leaf Village is facing another crisis. Ultraman has appeared. Another Anbu ninja arrived from afar. I can see I'm not blind yet. Sarutobi retorted irritably, While summoning the surrounding Anbu members, gather everyone nearby, help me capture this Ultraman. By the way, do you know who this Ultraman is? It's the son of Choza, from the Akimaki clan, who transformed using a transformation device. Lord Hokage, this Ultraman possesses immense power and seems to be immune to ninjutsu. Do we need to summon that girl from the Hyuga clan? Maybe she can deal with this Ultraman. Idiot, not to mention that little Hinata can't use that power anymore, even if she could. Do you want to destroy Hidden Leaf Village along with that? However, you did remind me of something. Quickly summon Choza. There's no need to waste effort. Let his father deal with this Ultraman. What's going on with Hidden Leaf Village lately? It's all these brats causing trouble. Chapter 13, Ding. The Evil King's True Eyes True Ability activated. Choji Akimaki transformed into Ultraman, the Giant of Light, through the transformation device. Through the Evil King's extraction, you have obtained Ultra Power. Ultra Power can transform yourself into an Ultraman, or imbue a puppet with the power of Ultraman, transforming the puppet into a Giant of Light. Note, you can only imbue one puppet with Ultra Power at a time. A series of system notifications made Natsuki, who was at home continuing to create puppets, widen his eyes. Natsuki had expected the Inoshikachu trio to bring him new abilities. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. It had only been a short while since they parted ways. However, with this ability, his Ultraman Zeta could finally come out and cause trouble legitimately. After all, the one that appeared before was just a small puppet, utilizing the Tenseigan's gravity-related powers to fly in the air, helping Hinata withstand the pressure and changing the trajectory of the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. But it didn't have any of Ultraman's abilities, and its size was pathetically small. He even sewed the word Ultraman on its back to make a stronger impression on the people of Hidden Leaf Village. It was truly too low budget. Now, he had finally made up for this shortcoming. Earth-style wall. Bang. Rumble. The newly erected wall was instantly kicked apart by Choji. Like a game of whack-a-mole, he chased the root ninjas around. No, it's no use. I can't hold on any longer. We've exhausted our own stamina and chakra before we could wear him down. We misjudged his strength. The root ninjas gasped for breath, quickly communicating with each other. There's no other way, we can only use our last resort. What last resort? No way, dude. Transform. The masked ninja recalled the chubby kid's transformation movements, raising the transformation device and roaring with all his might. For a moment, everything went silent. Nothing happened. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, the masked ninja explained, feeling like his face was about to melt. His mask off, maybe it's a matter of height. After saying that, he quickly formed hand seals, transformation jutsu. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the chubby Choji. You can't ask why he didn't directly transform into Ultraman with the transformation jutsu. Firstly, he couldn't. That kind of size consumed too much chakra to even perform, let alone maintain. Secondly, even if he could, it would be an empty shell, unable to withstand the bombardment of ninjutsu. After transforming into the chubby kid, the masked ninja shouted, "Transform!" Again. Aha! You bastard, hiding here and even transforming into me. I'm gonna make taco wraps out of you. After swatting away a few more flies, Choji was finally attracted by the masked ninja's voice. Discovering the culprit here, he immediately charged towards him. The terrifying pressure, like a mountain collapsing, made the masked ninja's hair stand on end, and beads of sweat poured out from his pores. Transform, transform, transform. At this critical moment, escape was impossible. He could only endure the immense pressure, placing his hope on transformation to counterattack. Die. A fist broke through the air. This punch, which contained all his fury, directly created a sonic boom. Ripples spread out in the air. Choji. Stop. HMMMM. Boom. The house-sized fist stopped just above the masked ninja. Splat. The powerful wind pressure instantly slammed the masked ninja to the ground like a toad. The shockwave swept through the surroundings. Father? Choji retracted his fist. It really is you, Choji? Are you trying to demolish Hidden Leaf Village? Stop first, father will handle this. Choza ran closer and shouted loudly. Initially, when Dianbu suddenly came to him and said that his son had transformed into that giant of light, he couldn't believe it. Unexpectedly, after following them here and shouting just once, the terrifying giant of light actually stopped. Oh, I got too excited fighting just now and forgot to look around. I almost thought they were a bunch of rats. The giant of light scratched his head, looking innocent and cute. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that this giant, dozens of meters tall, was not a monster, but a child who had transformed. By the way, Dad, look how awesome I am, hahaha, I'm the giant of light now. After Choji finished speaking, he even flexed his biceps. Thud. Thud. Several root members, who had exhausted themselves fighting Choji, couldn't bear such dramatic shift of their opponent. Their bodies had been beaten, and now their spirits were crushed. One by one, they fainted to the ground, overwhelmed by grief and indignation. Also, this guy stole a child's transformation device. I couldn't stand it, so I beat him up. I just wanted to scare him. I won't really kill someone. He said he never wanted to kill anyone, but just from the shockwaves of that punch, the man was already half dead. If Choza hadn't stopped him, there would probably only be a meat pie left in the man's place. The crowd in the distance couldn't help but feel sorry for the masked ninja, but he deserved no sympathy. Alright, let's go home for dinner. Aren't you hungry? Mom's waiting for you at home with lunch ready. Choza couldn't listen anymore and quickly found an excuse to take his son home first. Oh, right, it's noon already, I'm so hungry. It's all because of these guys. The giant of light rubbed his belly. Choji was indeed feeling hungry, and there was an indicator light on his chest that had turned red. He could feel his power rapidly fading. Let's go then, let's go home together. Can you change back to your original form? I think so. Then change back first, your footsteps are too loud. I don't know how to change back though, but I should be back to normal soon. The two figures, one large and one small, gradually walked away, leaving the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. The large one was the son, the small one was the father. Moments later, 3 more small figures followed them. They were Shikamaru, Ino, and a little boy who got his transformation device back. Soon after, the people, still bewildered by the shitstorm that just happened, finally came to their senses and began to clean up the battlefield. Transform, 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 transform. The masked man, flattened like a toad by the shockwave, his mask fallen off, stared blankly ahead. Even as he was carried away on a stretcher, he kept repeating these words. Perhaps, these words would accompany him for the rest of his life. Chapter 14, Battle Status. 8 people participated in the battle. 5 fainted, 2 became paralyzed and 1 went insane. Results. The Giant of Light is completely unharmed. The transformation user, Choji Akimaki, only ceased fighting after his father called him home for lunch. Have we found anyone who can activate the 11 transformation devices we have in hand? No. What are the test results? 33 participants conducted round-the-clock testing for 24 hours. Not a single one was activated, and 3 of them went insane. Damn it. In an underground chamber, Danzo flew into a rage after listening to the root members' report. He swept his arms across the table, scattering documents everywhere. Report. Lord Danzo. The Hokage requests your presence for an urgent matter. Tell him I won't see him. Another member of Hidden Leaf Village's new generation has risen to show their power. Indeed. Several more from the clan's aggressive hawks have quieted down. They've shifted their stance to neutral. Good. Is that Giant of Light really immune to ninjutsu? Probably not. It's just that those ninjas' attacks were too weak to break through his defenses. Then his defense should be incredibly strong. Would there be a way for us to break through its defenses if we were to face him? There might be. I'm not sure without trying, and that's assuming I've mastered my new power. Itachi, the Sharingan can evolve beyond the 3 Tomoe stage. Really? Shisui, isn't the 3 Tomoe the limit? Its power is already quite strong. No, after the 3 Tomoe, a qualitative change can occur, called the Mangekyō. Its power is immense, even capable of manifesting a Susanoo that could rival that Giant of Light. Want to try it out? Yes. Deep within a forest far from Hidden Leaf Village, Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha met once again for secret training. Moments later, a translucent green, half of an armored giant materialized in the forest. It was Shisui's Susanoo. Attack me with your strongest technique. Alright, be careful. In the next instant, 360 shuriken shot out in all directions. Following a chorus of crow cries and a fierce blaze of fire, a combined assault of Ganjutsu and fire style, another swath of the Hidden Leaf Village forest was leveled. Yet, the green Susanoo remained completely unscathed. So strong. As expected of you. I can't find a single weakness. Could my eyes ever achieve such power? Itachi couldn't help but exclaim. They can, but it requires a catalyst. Itachi, I truly hope you never awaken the Mangekyō. Shisui stared at Itachi for a long moment before responding with a hint of sadness. Why? The more I grow, the more I feel my shortcomings. I've honed my shuriken jutsu and hand seals to perfection, yet my power is still far from enough to protect others. Alas, the price for such growth is too steep. Perhaps one day, you'll understand. Let's stop here, someone's coming. Next time, let's meet at the other usual spot. Okay. With that, Shizue vanished instantly. Itachi donned a Tang mask and disappeared as well. He was 11 years old, having recently joined the Hidden Leaf village Anbu. Lately, the Hokage had been overwhelmed with various matters. Who knew how much longer Hidden Leaf Village's peace would last? Not that Hidden Leaf Village had ever been truly peaceful. Get out. I'm not seeing anyone. We haven't collected any transformation devices. Danzō, don't play coy with me. I'm just asking you to loan just 3. I presume you're also eager to learn how to activate these devices? I won't lend them. Which of the things you've borrowed have you ever returned? Ahem, let's not talk about that. Haven't I compensated you plenty? Besides, don't bother yourself with activating the devices. I can communicate with the Akimaki clan myself. Unfortunately, the Akimaki clan has always been my staunch supporter. They're currently refusing visitors from outside the Hokage's office. Hey! What are you laughing at? Put away your dirty tricks. The Akimaki clan is under the protection of our Anbu. Give half a street's worth of businesses to my Shimura clan, in exchange for 3 transformation devices. You're asking for too much. If my original 30+ devices hadn't been destroyed, would I need your help? I'll just send people to collect more myself. Ha ha ha, so you don't have any transformation devices anymore. As for whether you can collect more, you know the situation better than me. There weren't many scattered devices to begin with. 1 street's worth of businesses. Take it or leave it. Either we make the trade or get out. I need to rest. You're raising the price now, you bastard. Sarutobi, as old friends, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Others might care about the individual giant of light each device summons, but you're thinking about cracking the technology and mass-producing them. If you succeed, hey. Sigh. Fine. 1 street it is. But you have to show me all the transformation devices you have. We can research them together and share the results. In the dark room, the 2 old men negotiated late into the night. Chapter 15. In the following period, the Anbu were constantly active. First, they offered certain benefits to persuade the Akimaki clan to allow Choji Akimaki, under the supervision of his elders, to share his transformation experience with Hidden Leaf Village. However, no matter who tried or how they tested, no one else could transform. Some even suspected that only Choji's transformation device was genuine. As a result, they gave Choji a different device, and he still transformed successfully. This left everyone baffled. The 3rd Hokage even pulled out a handful of his beard in frustration, unable to understand what went wrong. Danzo even hid in the dark room, secretly attempting a transformation. He emerged looking significantly older. Finally, they secretly concluded, they lacked the qualities of justice, hope, and courage. This was undeniably disheartening. Of course, the official announcement was that all the other transformation devices were defective. And young Choji was highly commended for his bravery. Before they could devise their next strategy, a large number of transformation devices reappeared on the market, completely muddying the waters. Some were made by unscrupulous merchants, while others were crafted by Natsuki himself, sold as toys to earn some pocket money. As for Choji, growth always comes at a price. Too young to wield such immense power, the young Kyoji could no longer run rampant through the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. Alas, let's all mourn for another Hidden Leaf Village sprout whose freedom was curtailed because of Natsuki. Time flew by, and 6 months passed. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me. You came. I came. You shouldn't have come. I've already come. You've come after all. Yes, I've come after all. Silence, followed by a bout of deathly quietness. Then, a voice arose. The code of heaven covers the earth like a tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. The code matched perfectly. Creak. The door swung open with a boom, and a delicate, absolutely adorable little boy stepped out. It was Natsuki. Natsuki, where shall we play today? Huh? Oh, I mean, where shall we carry out our glorious mission to banish evil today? Little Ino greeted him cheerfully outside the door. Now, Little Ino was also a member of the Dimensional Ends congregation. She was the current successor to Natsuki's Chani banner, radiating an aura of stay away from me Chuni vibes. She could seamlessly pick up where Natsuki left off, a great disseminator of the group's ideology. This was the true purpose of followers. With a few more followers like Ino, Natsuki wouldn't need to spout Chani lines himself and feel like crawling in the mud to boost his abilities. He just didn't know if Ino wasn't putting in enough effort or was simply unlucky, as she hadn't yet developed any abilities. As for Shikamaru, that guy was unreliable. Not only had he not joined the group, but he also only showed up every now and then. He was too clever. As for the Ultraman transformation, it was always attributed to the so-called Ultraman Zeta. Even if Shikamaru racked his brains, he couldn't possibly imagine the true mastermind all this was a 5-year-old Natsuki. We won't be carrying out a glorious mission, loitering around, today. We're going to train. We're going to train our courage. Also, the children of Hidden Leaf Village lead such dull lives. Let's add some color to their days. With that, Natsuki emerged carrying a large backpack. His recent scouting had revealed the areas in Hidden Leaf Village with the most foot traffic and children. More importantly, creating puppets and researching miniature propulsion tank was too expensive. His own saving and pocket money were almost depleted. And the allowance given by his sister, Kurenai, were nowhere near enough to cover Natsuki's expenses. So, it was time to sell some toys. On the main road leading to Hokage Rock, a novel stall was set up. Natsuki, are you sure about this location? Little Ino asked shyly. Although this area couldn't compare to the bustling commercial streets, there were still quite a few passers-by. She dared to express herself boldly in front of Natsuki, but that didn't mean she could speak freely in a public setting. Yes, relax. This is just training to strengthen our courage. You know, our predecessors were already on the battlefield at our age. We're far behind them. Natsuki nodded, answering affirmatively. Yes. Natsuki, I'll do my best. Looking at Natsuki's serious face, Ino felt a sense of security. By the way, Natsuki, should I shout something? I see other vendors calling out to attract customers. No need. Someone will do the shouting for us. As if on cue, a boy with goggles, carrying a paint can, emerged from a side alley. His eyes lit up when he saw the Ultraman figures on Natsuki's stall. Indeed, it was Naruto Uzumaki. Gathering followers was his main objective here. Selling toys and training courage were just side profits. They were also excuses for those who were constantly watching Naruto. Natsuki's recent scouting had revealed Naruto's morning routine. Sure enough, the boy appeared right on schedule. Ultraman. It's Ultraman. Is it the giant of light that appeared in the village recently? Naruto, who was on his way to paint the Hokage Rock, put down his paint can and asked curiously. These Ultraman figures were identical to the one Choji transformed into. Yes, do you like them? Natsuki gave a gentle smile. I do, but I don't have any money. Naruto sheepishly fumbled in his pockets. He knew he wasn't popular with the villagers. He didn't even dare to get too close to the stall, afraid of scaring the two young vendors away. But he loved Ultraman too much. Ultraman was the hottest topic in the village recently. If he could become the giant of light, he would surely gain the village's recognition, right? Nah, don't worry about that, I'll give you one for free. What? Really? For free? Naruto's eyes widened abruptly. His peers wouldn't even play with him, let alone give him anything. They were kind enough if they didn't throw rocks at him. Now, here was someone who didn't hate him and was even offering him his favorite Ultraman toy. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. No one could comprehend his joy he felt in his heart at this moment. But, there's a condition. Natsuki's voice interrupted Naruto's reverie. Naruto froze, the tears abruptly receding back to his eye sockets. As expected, was this another prank? Give me back my feeling, you jerk. Chapter 16, What condition? Just say it. There's nothing Naruto, can't do. Naruto raised his head high and shouted. The condition. Well, here, just shout out these advertising slogans. Natsuki handed Naruto a small card. That's it? That simple? Naruto looked at the contents of the card and asked doubtfully. Natsuki raised a finger and wagged it. It's not that simple. You have to keep shouting until a large crowd gathers. Naruto glanced at the Ultraman figure again. It was indeed his favorite type. He raised his right fist, pointing his thumb at himself. That's too easy. Watch this. The next moment. Ultraman on sale. Ultraman super sale. Want to transform into Ultraman? Want to know about Ultraman's past? Get an Ultraman, and be favored by the giant of light. Naruto's loud voice boomed out, instantly attracting countless gazes. But when people saw that it was the demon fox brat, they hesitated and didn't dare approach. Very good, excellent. Natsuki gave Naruto a thumbs up, praising him generously. As expected, is this courage training he spoke of? It seems I still have a long way to go. No. I can't be outdone. I want Natsuki's praise too. He hasn't praised me yet today. Watching Naruto's enthusiastic efforts, countless thoughts flashed through Ino's mind. This was a training of sorts, and she too could do it. She took a deep breath. Ultraman on sale. Ultraman super sale. Want to transform into Ultraman? Want to know about Ultraman's past? Get an Ultraman, and be favored by the giant of light. Her clear, childish voice was even more penetrating. She and Naruto shouted on either side of the stall. Some people initially ignored Naruto because he was the demon fox child. But with the little girl joining in, people started paying attention to the meaning and authenticity of their words. The allure of Ultraman was simply too great, especially after Choji's transformation. If they could become Ultraman, they could beat up the demon fox if it appeared again, right? Moreover, some sharp-eyed children immediately spotted the impressive Ultraman figures on the stall. Most importantly, the stall owner wasn't the dusty demon fox child, but a cute, cleanly dressed little boy. "Mommy, I want Ultraman." "Dad, I want to become an Ultraman." "Then I can help you carry wood." "Is that your ambitious? Is carrying wood all your old dad is good for in your eyes?" "Hey, little boss, give me two." Suddenly, a crowd gathered. Now it was Natsuki's turn, the stall owner, to handle the situation. These toys were indeed well made, even more realistic and appealing than the giant of light Choji transformed into. There were even some transformation devices, although their designs were slightly different. Interesting, there's even an Ultraman comic. Is the main character that chubby kid? This is amazing, little boss, give me one too. Where are your parents? How can they let little kids like you run around? It's a good thing this is Hidden Leaf Village. You'd be kidnapped right away in other places. So impressive, understanding the hardships of life at such a young age, using your skills to help support your family. Ah. You're out here for training, not to support your family? Then why are you selling them for 3,000 ryo, so expensive? Can you give me a discount? 3,000 ryo in the Naruto world wasn't as much as one might think, considering a bowl of Ikiraku ramen cost nearly 100 ryo. As expected, no matter where they were, uncles and aunties were all the same, always striking up conversations with the owner when buying things. In an instant, the small stall became bustling with activity. Some people, seeing how cute Natsuki was, even tried to introduce him to potential girlfriends. In the end, little Ino scolded them away. She was a member of the Yamanaka clan, and her father, Yamanaka Inoyachi, was a renowned figure. Anyone who annoyed her risked being captured and interrogated on suspicion of being a spy. It didn't take long for all the items to sell out. Done. A huge success. You guys must be tired, let's go replenish our energy. Natsuki patted his bulging pouch. Big brother Natsuki is so amazing. Ino clapped her hands. Naruto, with his cheek pressed against the Ultraman figure, grinned like a fool. This was something he had earned through his own hard work, making it especially precious. He only shouted a few times at the beginning though, the crowd came in droves, after Ino joined in. Later, Natsuki handled everything himself. But for the first time, Naruto saw people who weren't afraid of him, who didn't curse him. This feeling alone was wonderful. Although he was completely ignored throughout the process, he was already content. This proved he was one step closer to being accepted. It turned out he didn't need to cause mischief to gain attention. Hey, let's go. What are you still standing there for? Me? Where are we going? Aren't you afraid of me? What, are you going to eat us? Why would we be afraid of you? Don't ask so many questions. I'm taking you to eat something delicious. Natsuki led the way. Ino followed closely behind. Naruto hesitated for a moment, looking at the two, then suddenly jumped up. Alright. In a corner, two ninjas disguised as ordinary passers-by watched the trio walk away. The demon brat actually made friends? Is it really okay to let him be led away like this? They're not really friends. That clever kid with the eye patch is just using him as free labor. Besides, the two kids leading the way are from the Yui and Yamanaka clans, they're our own people. We just need to keep an eye on the demon brat and make sure he doesn't get abducted by strangers. You're right. Let's follow them. By the way, you bought several Ultraman figures just now. Hey, I have quite a lot of kids at home. Chapter 17, Ikiraku Ramen. Slurp. So good, it's so good. This is the best food I've ever eaten. Naruto's face was full of bliss. Don't talk so much, focus on replenishing your energy with some spring onions. Ino glanced at Naruto disapprovingly, her cheeks puffed out. I was delicious. As expected, Natsuki always knew the best place to recharge after a grindin' day. In a short while, Naruto had devoured 3 large bowls. Watching him gobble down the ramen, Ino quietly scooted her stool further away, pressing close to Natsuki. Ugh, I can't. I still can't out-eat that brat. Little Ino managed 2 bowls before she couldn't eat another bite. Unlike Naruto, who was already on his 4th. She had originally wanted to try and surpass this brat in eating capacity. But Natsuki. 8 bowls. As expected, Natsuki was still the strongest. Are you full? Natsuki chuckled, watching Ino pat her belly discreetly. Dimensional energy replenished to 120%. Then, the two looked at Naruto, who had just finished his 4th bowl. Huh? I ate. Naruto started to say, but stopped abruptly when he saw Ino frown. Did I say something wrong? He really cherished these two new friends. Wait, they just said something weird about energy. Gotcha. Replenishment complete. Dimensional energy has reached 100%. Naruto stood up straight and shouted loudly. Inside the ramen shop, a group of diners cast intense gazes their way. Naruto even patted his chest. The more attention he got, the happier he was. As expected, the two across from him were masters of commanding public attention. He must watch carefully, and learn carefully. Naruto had an epiphany at that moment. Very good, you have grasped the initial truths of our world. Ino nodded like a little adult, expressing her approval of this newbie. Since Natsuki was willing to play with him, willing to let him participate in the mission, and even replenish his dimensional energy. Then he was very likely to become a member of the Dimensional Ends congregation. As the second mage, she must set a good example. She couldn't let Natsuki handle everything, he worked very hard enough. As for why she was the second mage, Ino had questioned that, and according to Natsuki, the first mage position was already filled. As expected, the Dimensional Ends congregation was incredibly powerful, with members she didn't even know. She must work hard to become the first mage soon. Right, what was this brat's name again? She forgot. With that thought, little Ino abruptly stood up, striking various poses. I am the second mage of the Dimensional Ends congregation. True name, Yamanaka Ino. In the next moment, she grabbed a handful of cherry blossom petals from her pocket and scattered them. Instantly, petals fluttered through the air. Thud. Thud. Half of the nearby diners collapsed, feeling like ants were crawling on their skin. It was a compelling performance built in special effects. She had even been praised for this move while practicing at Natsuki's house. Your true name. Hearing this, Naruto's jaw dropped, feeling his face somewhat heating up. This was too. Then he understood. They were also lacking companions, yearning for friends. But seeing the crowd of fallen diners in a Kairaku ramen, Naruto, once again, had an epiphany. As expected, when it came to making an impression on others, he was far inferior. He must learn well. Immediately, Naruto flailed his arms with even more exaggerated movements, even attempting a backflip, but thankfully, the surrounding space was too limited. Damn it, I don't have an organization in my movements, I don't have enough presence. Alright. Natsuki blushed tad, unable to watch any longer. If this farce continued, they would make tomorrow's Hidden Leaf Village headlines. More importantly, he noticed two people who had bought his toys also come in for ramen. They were clearly monitoring Naruto. Recruiting him into the organization now wouldn't be wise. Forget it, there were plenty of opportunities in the future. After paying for bowls of ramen, Natsuki and Naruto ate quite a lot, they left the ramen shop under the gentle, smiling gaze of Ayame, the owner's daughter. I'll escort the second mage home first. I'll call you again next time there's an mission, yellow-haired kid. Natsuki waved his hand, grabbed Ino's hand, and walked towards the Yamanaka clan compound. Their small steps were deceptively fast. With her hand being held, Ino's Chayuni aura retreated. Her little face flushed crimson as she glanced at Natsuki's back from time to time. He gave her such a sense of security. As for her plans to train a certain newbie underling, she had long forgotten them. Hey, you still don't know my true name. Naruto looked at the Ultraman figure in his hand. A warm current spread throughout his full belly, filling his heart. Watching the two figures gradually disappear into the distance, he hurriedly shouted, I am Naruto, Hidden Leaf Village's future Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 18, Time flowed like a silent spring. Unnoticed, half a year had already passed. During this period, the glorious missions with Naruto were few and far between. That guy was under constant surveillance. Frequent contact with him would only attract unwanted suspicion toward their congregation. Natsuki. What are you doing? Get up. Ninja Academy is starting a new round of enrollment and I've already signed you up in advance. Today's the entrance exam. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Kurenai yelled loudly from outside Natsuki's room. Alright, give me 5 more minutes. Boom. The door was slammed open. You don't get even an extra minute. You can sleep in any other day, but not today. Kurenai stormed into the room with her hands on her hips like a fury, then ripped off the blanket and lifted little Natsuki out with one hand. I wasn't sleeping in, I was just up late last night. Natsuki huddled in his pajamas, dangling midair by his collar, held by his sister. He felt vaguely comfortable in his half-asleep state, even swaying slightly like a swing. What could you possibly be busy with? Listen, behave yourself and don't mess around. I'm a powerful Chunin now, with a reputation to uphold. If you embarrass me, you'll be sorry when you get back. Kurenai warned him fiercely while preparing a hot towel for him. Ugh, You're just a chunin and your reputation already precedes you. People who don't know the full story might think you're the Hokage. I can probably beat up at least 10 of you. Natsuki quickly washed up, instinctively engaging in a verbal sparring match with Kurenai. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands clamped onto both his ears. Oh? Think you can beat your sister, huh? Her breath tickled his ear. Hee, come on. You know me, I was just kidding. This is how you lighten the mood. Hee. Ow, ow, ow. Kurenai, that hurts, let me go. The Ninja Academy. It was the day of the entrance exam, and the place was already bustling with noise and excitement early in the morning. A large group of 6- and 7-year-old children, accompanied by their parents, waited for the test to begin. Moreover, a news had spread from somewhere. That Choji Akimaki, who could transform into Ultraman, and Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, were also part of this year's intake. These two were now big celebrities in the village. This made the event several times more lively than previous years. However, now that it was peacetime, the passing rate of academy entrance wouldn't be too high. Unlike during wartime, when children could take the entrance exam around 5 years old and graduate at 6, where the standards were set quite low to replenish troops in large numbers, now the exams were several times harder. Although the entrance tests itself had varying degrees of difficulties. To the point the now renowned Might Guy had failed the entrance exam. Although the entrance exam was slightly different each year, it generally consisted of physical tests and an assessment of one's chakra affinity. Without good physical fitness, one simply couldn't withstand the high physical demands of ninja combat. Similarly, without good affinity with chakra, one couldn't be a ninja who relied solely on physical strength, although there were notable exceptions to this, they were far and few between. So many potential followers. Arriving at the Ninja Academy and seeing the massive crowd, Natsuki couldn't help but exclaim with sparkling eyes. He could vaguely make out a few familiar faces in the crowd: Shinoa Barame, Kiba Inuzuka, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and others. Little Sasuke was brought here by his older brother, Itachi Uchiha. Both brothers were known for their good looks. Coupled with Itachi's fame as a genius who graduated early, they drew gasps of admiration from the surrounding crowd. Some little fangirls even surrounded them, asking for autographs. Move aside, move aside. Don't block the way. Compared to Itachi's outwardly gentle smile, little Sasuke scowled and pushed the crowd back. He was probably thinking something like, Humphrey. Big brother is mine. Truly it's dear. Natsuki scanned the crowd again but didn't find Choji or Hinata. It seemed that those with even greater fame wouldn't participate in this test. Bastard. Whose brat is standing on my head? A middle-aged man with a strange, towering pompadour yelled. The pompadour, solidified with something unknown substance, was nearly half a meter high. It was like a black iron pillar on his head. Oh, sorry. My mistake. Natsuki quickly apologized and squeezed into the crowd, disappearing in the next second. Humphrey. The pompadour man grunted and adjusted his hairstyle. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, why didn't he feel the child's weight just now? He quickly took out a small mirror and held it up to check the integrity of his hairstyle. Phew, thankfully it wasn't flattened. Wait, something seems to have caved in on top. Damn it. Whose little brat was that? Chapter 19, Observation complete. Enter from the right side, that's where the registration point is at. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, Natsuki levitated slightly, surveyed the area, and then waved to Kurenai outside the crowd. Everyone else is traveling light. Why did you make me carry this comically huge bag? What's inside? Kurenai complained. The crowd was too dense, so she was using this large bag to clear a path through the crowd. You'll see later. Don't open it yet. Come on, let's go register, the test is about to start. Natsuki waved his hand, leading the way. Not long after they registered, a ninja wearing a chunin vest led all the children participating in the entrance exam inside. The first test was simple: run 20 laps around the field. This was to assess the children's physical fitness. Without a strong body that surpassed ordinary people, one couldn't go far on the path of a ninja. Forget about fighting on the battlefield, even chakra was a product of the combination of spiritual and physical energy. Neither could be lacking to become a ninja. As the whistle blew, the children sprinted onto the track, facing the rising sun. Their journey began at this moment, like thousands of soldiers passing a narrow bridge. It was the basic rule of the ninja world in representation. Survival of the fittest, only the most outstanding could become ninja students, then struggle and compete, supporting each other along the way, to finally become ninjas. For them, becoming a ninja meant rising above the rest. The glory and honor that Hidden Leaf Village promoted always belonged to the ninja. As for the dangers hidden behind the glory, that was something they couldn't yet comprehend. Sasuke, how far can your eyes see? Among the onlookers, Uchiha stared at Sasuke without blinking. He watched him face the rising sun, his face brimming with confidence. He watched him gradually rise from the middle of the pack to the lead. A faint joy filled his heart. He was proud of him. Is that the Uchiha kid? Yes, such enviable talent. They're going to take first place again this year. Where are the Akimeki and Hyuga children? Didn't they say they were also part of this year's enrollment? I came here to see them. It's always the Uchiha faces taking first place, it's getting boring. I'm not sure. Maybe it's for the sake of the other children. It's enough for them to just show up. Wouldn't it be bullying for them to actually compete? That makes sense. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, some marveled at others, some cheered for their own children. The participants had only just completed one lap. But the children were already spread out. The first group was clearly composed of the children of Ninja Clan. Naruto, with his good physique, also gradually squeezed into this group. The other commoners without any special talents quickly fell into the second and third groups. Sasuke could clearly feel the surprised shouts from the crowd. He was far ahead, in the first place. This was the first time he had received such glory, and it made him feel a little giddy. Big brother is watching me. Big brother was the top student at the academy at his time, so he could be too. When he got back, his father would surely praise him. Compared to the onlookers, he wanted his father's approval even more. Suddenly, the shouts from the crowd changed. Look! Whose child is that kid with the eye patch? So fast. A dark horse. I noticed he only just put on his shoes before the race, dawdling and even starting last. What? Ooh. That slide just now was interesting. Are you sure he wasn't just showing off? He's overtaking on the curve. He overtook that Uchiha kid. Good heavens, even a horse wouldn't dare to run like that. What was going on? Was someone speeding up behind him? Noticing the commotion in the audience and the increasing noise behind him, Sasuke couldn't help but turn his head and glance back with the corner of his eye. He saw a delicate and cute little boy, strangely wearing an eye patch, with feet moving like the wind, rapidly catching up. So fast. There was a curve ahead as such his position was the most advantageous. He could block this kid. Thinking and acting as one, Sasuke put his cunning little mind to work, planning to cut him off and disrupt his momentum. But the other boy unexpectedly executed a sliding drift-like maneuver, kicking up a cloud of dust. He cleverly dodged Sasuke's block and overtook him in one go. Deja vu. A strange, exhilarating BGM. A humming sound came from ahead as he passed by. Cough, cough, cough. Dust flew into the air, and Sasuke got a nose full of dirt. Who was this guy, damn it? He had the energy to sing while running in the lead? It's Natsuki. As expected, Natsuki is the strongest. A fangirl's voice came from behind. Sasuke glanced back. It was a yellow-haired girl. So his name was Natsuki? Hahaha, Natsuki is so awesome. I'm Naruto, do you see me? From behind, Naruto, with his tenacious stamina, gradually squeezed into the first group from the second, shouting loudly. Another yellow-haired kid. Damn it, he could still shout so loudly while running at full speed. Was it that easy for him? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. The competitors this year were not that simple. He focused his gaze back on the figure in front. What? In that moment of distraction, the other boy had already overtaken him by a lap and a half. What did that even mean? He was too fast. Also, what was that guy doing with his hands in his pockets? So relaxed? No. Who did he think he was looking down on? Sasuke was truly furious. If he lost like this, he didn't know how his father would react. That disappointed look. Sasuke finally threw caution to the wind and chased with all his might. This child. Itachi covered his eyes at this scene. This was only the third lap, there were still 17 more to go. If Sasuke used up so much energy so early, how would he have the stamina to maintain the pace later? Itachi glared at the guy who had disrupted his little brother's momentum. That child was indeed running too fast. Wait, shouldn't his frequency of his footsteps be very rapid? Why is the frequency of his steps so low? It's like he has roller skates on his feet. Chapter 20, what's going on? Did that eye patch kid grease his feet? He's not running, is he? He's gliding. How's he doing that? Is that allowed in the entrance exam? It seems. They didn't say it wasn't allowed. But isn't it implied that you can only run? The crowd gradually noticed something was off about Natsuki's running style and began to discuss it again. He was way too elegant. By this time, Natsuki had already lapped everyone else. Under the astonished gazes of the other children, he overtook them again with his hands behind his back. Outside the field, Kurenai had a dark expression. Damn Natsuki, he's using his weird tricks again. Soon, Iruka, the academy's chunin, couldn't stand it anymore. This was too much of a blow to the other students' confidence. He quickly stepped onto the field and asked with a gentle smile, "Excuse me, young man, are you wearing something on your feet to help you run?" "Nope, do I look like I'm running?" "I'm skating. It's quite fun. Would you like to join me, teacher? Let's feel the power of youth, and dance with the youth." Natsuki responded with an equally bright smile. "I'm being so polite, you won't make things difficult for this innocent child, right? Join you? Dance with the youth? What do you mean? I'm still young. Shouldn't you voluntarily remove your assistive tools after I asked you that?" Alright, maybe this child wasn't bright enough to understand the implied meaning. Iruka's inner thoughts ran wild, but he still had to continue his work. He was a teacher, he couldn't be biased towards any child, especially with so many spectators watching. Although the entrance exam didn't explicitly prohibit the use of tools, and although tools were also a manifestation of strength on the ninja battlefield. At least now, at this moment, he had to provide a relatively fair environment for the children. He had to make him remove whatever tools was assisting him. Ahem, well, young man. You can't use other tools in the entrance exam. You see, the other students aren't using any, so isn't this a little unfair to them? Iruka said gently again, with a friendly smile on his face. Would anyone have the heart to refuse such a kind teacher? Just kind of? Brat, you've already lapped them twice. And could you please run? Oh no, skate slower. I think I'm having trouble keeping up. Iruka was on the verge of a breakdown, realizing that the boy was getting faster and faster. At this speed, forget the children, even he could barely keep up. Teacher, you're right. In that case, I'll just give each of the students a pair of roller skates, then it'll be fair for everyone to skate together, right? I just invented this thing, and I have plenty. Natsuki said with wide, innocent eyes. Indeed, no one in Hidden Leaf Village, let alone in the ninja world, had seen such a thing before, so of course even if he had plagiarized the design from his original world, no one was going to sue him. Of course, if the other students had trouble even walking with him due to poor design, it wouldn't be his fault. Iruka was dumbfounded. So this thing was called roller skates, and this little boy invented it. What a genius. Giving everyone a pair and cheating together would indeed be fair. That made so much sense that he couldn't even refute it. No, wait. But the entrance exam was in place to test the children's physical fitness. Judging by his relaxed expression, wouldn't they be skating until sunset without getting any results? It seemed he had to take a firmer approach. The next entrance exam absolutely had to list the prohibition of tools as the #1 rule. Ahem, well, young man. You're absolutely right, but in order to test physical fitness, the school rules state that you can only run and cannot use tools. Because it's always been an unspoken rule, it wasn't explicitly written down. Who knew we'd encounter someone like you who doesn't play by the rules? And more importantly, this invention of yours is actually quite good. Iruka added silently, maintaining a friendly smile on his face. He was so good at handling people, with high emotional intelligence, praising before criticizing. No wonder Iruka had always been the children's favorite teacher. That's where you're wrong. These rules should be clearly posted. It wouldn't be good if you encountered another genius like me someday, right? Right, it's indeed the teacher's fault. Iruka's mouth twitched. Being a teacher was quite hard, it seems. For the first time, he felt like resigning. Fine, I'll let it go this time for your sake, teacher. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give a damn. Natsuki decided to stop while he was ahead. His roller skates had made a big splash here, it was essentially free advertisement. And he had saved himself a lot of running, which was quite nice. Natsuki skated off the field and changed back into his regular shoes from his backpack. So these are roller skates. They look nice and interesting. You're a genius. Iruka followed Natsuki closely and quickly praised him as he saw him change his shoes. By the way, what's your name? Are you tired? Do you want some water? I'll pour you a cup. Natsuki, Yui Natsuki. And I'm not tired. The other students must be more tired than me, they look like they're struggling. Oh, you're from the Yui clan. Indeed. So they can also have some water if they stop later. By the way. Teacher, are you deliberately stalling for time to let them catch up? Iruka blushed, caught red-handed. Being a teacher was indeed hard. You've already lapped them 3 times. Not making you restart from the first lap was already generous, but to give the others a fair chance. Stalling to talk to you for a bit to give the other child a chance isn't too much, right? Actually, teacher, you don't have to worry about that. I can give them a 5-lap head start. After all, we'll be classmates in the future. I can't bully them too much. Iruka teared up. Thank you so much, Natsuki. You're such an understanding child. The brat started his school year by intimidating everyone. I'll offer my condolences in advance to your future classmates. Also, why did it seem like Natsuki was the one in the wrong, yet he was thanking him? Being a teacher was so hard. Chapter 21. In the end, after letting the others have a 5-lap head start, Natsuki made a valiant comeback. Subtracting the extra 3 laps, he actually only gave them a 2-lap advantage, conserving a significant amount of stamina. Finally, by a hair's breadth, he barely surpassed the second place, Kiba and Yuzuka, and claimed first place. As for Sasuke, because his mentality had crumbled earlier, he wasted too much stamina. Although he recovered and gradually caught up after Natsuki stopped running, he still only managed to place third. The second test was even simpler. Clan children all had chakra cultivation methods and could refine chakra early on. This test was mainly to assess the talent of commoners. The entrance exam concluded. Sasuke walked dejectedly towards the school gate with his brother. He was upset about not getting first place. Even if his opponent had used a clever trick, a loss was still a loss. It's okay, Sasuke. This is just the beginning. You've already done very well. Itachi offered kind encouragement to his younger brother. He didn't try to find faults or make excuses in others to console his brother. This was the pride of his Uchiha clan. Suddenly, Naruto's characteristically cheerful voice came from the school gate. Wahahaha, Natsuki, I got 10th place. I passed the entrance exam. Listening to his excitement, one would think he had won first place. However, this mentality completely outshone Sasuke's. Speaking of which, Naruto, come here. I have a pair of roller skates for you. Natsuki beckoned him over. Beside him was a pile of shoes with wheels on the bottom. Wow, Natsuki is amazing. You've invented something new again. These shoes are so cool. By the way, there are so many here. Do you need me to help with anything? Naruto excitedly hugged the shoes. Wearing these, one could speed around. Natsuki's impressive display on the track earlier was witnessed by everyone. Smart. Just shout what's written on this card. Natsuki immediately praised Naruto. Thus, students, come and get your gifts. Natsuki, who placed first in the academy entrance exam, is giving out presents. Hidden Leaf Village wind wheels. Wear them, and you will speed like the wind, dominating the racetrack. Wear them, and travel the world, covering 1,000 miles a day with ease. Originally priced at 6,888 Ryo, now for a friendship price, only for those who ran with me on the track earlier, they are now half the price, at just 3,666 Ryo. Naruto once again utilized his loud voice to his advantage. Sure enough, the free advertising from Natsuki's Invincible performance on the track earlier played a significant role. The nearby parents also recognized the most bizarre first-place winner in history. Moreover, this advertising slogan resonated with them. It was novel and directly targeted the bargain-hunting souls of the mothers. Originally 6,888, now only 3,666 for the friendship price. Can't let the kids lose at the starting line. They have to buy this shoe. Who knows who would have taken first place if their children had had a pair of these shoes earlier. Even though the entrance exam was over now. Even if they didn't pass. It didn't matter though, as they could try again next year. Besides, if the older one was a lost cause, there was still a younger one at home. Suddenly, everyone swarmed forward, waving their money. I want 1 pair. I want 2 pairs. Mommy, I want a pair too. Wait a minute, ma'am. Your child is 1 meter 80 centimeters tall and already has a beard. Are you sure he was in the same competition as the others? Yes, he's just a little precocious. Sure. That'll be 3,666 Ryo. The crowd was 3 layers deep. Some of the more honest students, seeing such a favorable price, felt indebted to Natsuki and no longer held much resentment towards his cleverly obtained first place. Would Natsuki tell them that he had also gifted several pairs to each of the academy teachers? And some families, having witnessed Natsuki's performance, wanted to buy a pair even if their children hadn't participated in the entrance exam. Not having children now didn't mean they wouldn't have them in the future. Does Sasuke need a pair? Itachi, looking at the interesting roller skates and noticing the longing in his younger brother's eyes, asked with a smile. Humphrey. I don't need them. They're just shortcuts. Sooner or later, I'll surpass them with my own speed. Little Sasuke turned his head away and snorted coldly, using his attitude to express his disdain. It seems this child invented them. If you want to surpass someone, it's best to understand them first. Humphrey. That makes some sense. Fine, let's get a pair. After obtaining the roller skates, that afternoon, Sasuke secretly put them on in his clan's compound, wanting to immediately experience the feeling of speeding around. However, his skills weren't up to par. He was too ambitious, wanting to fly immediately. The more anxious he became, the less he could learn, resulting in some nasty falls. After stumbling around all afternoon, he couldn't figure out where he went wrong. The scene was too chaotic. In no time, the entire bag of skates Natsuki he had brought was sold out. The crowd finally dispersed. Natsuki, Kurenai Yui, who had been blocked, finally managed to squeeze through with drinks in her hands. Although her brother had indeed cheats his way through the first place, since the results were valid, she was happy for him. But she hadn't expected that after he sent her away with the excuse of being thirsty and wanting a watermelon drink, he would be here peddling his little inventions. As his older sister, and a chunin capable of earning money from missions, there was no need for her young brother to engage in these petty businesses. Natsuki. Kurenai's eyes were red with anger. Sister, look, so much Ryo. My invention is useful, and it can earn money to help support the family. Natsuki lifted a backpack full of Ryo. The midday sun hung high, radiating a scorching brilliance. Promise me, okay? The ninja world is too dangerous. When accepting missions, don't choose those with higher rewards but also high risks anymore. We don't need the money. The drink had fallen to the ground unnoticed. Kurenai's eyes grew even redder. Chapter 22, Don't move, or I'll ignore you from now on. The next morning, his sister's lazy voice sounded in his ear. Natsuki suddenly opened his eyes, inhaling the fragrant scent filling the air. Yesterday, overwhelmed with emotion, Kurenai had drunk again. And then she had barged into his room and used him as a pillow. From outside the window, the dazzling sunlight was already streaming in. Oh no, today's the academy entrance ceremony. I'm really going to be late this time. Natsuki couldn't help but shout. What entrance ceremony? I graduated a long time ago. His sister's eyes were half open, her voice carrying the drowsiness of a hangover. The next moment, her eyes were also dazzled by the bright golden sun. Oh no, it's your entrance ceremony. Damn it, Natsuki, why didn't you wake me up? Huh? Are you blaming me right now? I told you not to drink. You just can't stop once you find an excuse. Kurenai was even more anxious than Natsuki. She jumped up and rushed out barefoot. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll make lunch, it'll only take 5 minutes. After a flurry of activity, Natsuki left, his left hand carrying his school bag, his right hand holding his lunchbox. His feet, equipped with Hidden Leaf Village wind wheels, no, roller skates, whisked him away. When he arrived at the academy, the gate was indeed already closed. Natsuki didn't slow down. Under the shocked gaze of the gatekeeper, he flew into the campus like a swallow returning to its nest. At this time, the entrance ceremony was nearing its end. On a large playground stood rows of newly enrolled little sprouts. While everyone's attention was focused on the podium, Natsuki quickly slipped into the back of the line. On the podium, the third Hokage, with a solemn expression, delivered a lyrical speech. Wherever the leaves of trees fly, fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout. The traditional Hidden Leaf Village opening ceremony, extolling the will of fire. The new little sprouts below the stage were filled with admiration and enthusiasm. Standing at the very front were Choji Akimaki and Hinata Hyuga. Her father, Hayashi Hyuga, was against Hinata attending the academy. Their clan had its own ninja training system, and moreover, Hinata had now awakened even more powerful eyes, possessing boundless potential. It was safer and more stable to carefully cultivate her within their own clan. Unfortunately, the Hidden Leaf Village Council of Elders wouldn't let him have his way. They wouldn't miss the opportunity to have Hinata study at the academy while she was young, allowing her to form bonds with other children and develop a sense of belonging to Hidden Leaf Village. Could they really allow her to remain within the clan indefinitely, becoming a ticking time bomb for Hidden Leaf Village? Just like a few years ago, he couldn't stop Hidden Leaf Village from compromising with Hidden Cloud's village, resulting in his brother Hisashi's death in his place. Now, he couldn't impose his will and prevent Hinata from attending the academy. Soon, the third Hokage finished his speech on the podium. The Chunin teachers took to the stage one by one, assigning students to classes according to the list. As the top scorer in the entrance exam, Natsuki was undoubtedly placed in the same class as all the other clan heirs. Although there wasn't an explicit division between elite and ordinary classes, those familiar with the children's backgrounds knew this was clearly the elite class. Natsuki Yui, Hinata Hyuga, Choji Akimaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Kiba and Yuzuka, Shinoa Burame. Looking at the list of incredibly troublesome individuals, Iruka wanted to cry. Lord Hokage, I've only recently become a teacher. I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this job. Natsuki Yui had already given him quite the difficulty during the entrance exam, and he also gave gifts to the teachers and held a huge sale outside the school. It was said that now all the merchants and peddlers in Hidden Leaf Village were imitating young Natsuki's promotional methods. He was clearly a troublemaker. Hinata Hyuga almost destroyed Hidden Leaf Village 2 years ago. The giant canyon still lay outside the village. If he accidentally angered her, would he be split in two? Well, hopefully not. Even in the worst case, there wouldn't be any pain as he would just be turned to dust. Choji Akimaki could supposedly transform into some kind of Ultraman, the form which could severely injure several elite ninja on the spot. One of them was said to still be insane. And Naruto. Believe in yourself, Iruka. You are the most suitable candidate because you possess all the qualities of an excellent teacher. Most importantly, you have a kind heart. The Hokage's gaze was filled with kindness, encouragement, and confidence in his abilities. In the end, Iruka couldn't refuse. Sigh, he wondered if he would survive until their graduation. Chapter 23, the entrance ceremony concluded. All the new students were led by their teachers to their respective classrooms. Facing a room full of unfamiliar faces, the children were both curious and apprehensive. These were the classmates they would be spending the next 6 years with. The ninja world was full of inequalities. Some were born with a radiant glow, destined to be the center of attention. That just was how the world worked. Natsuki, due to his late arrival, was at the end of the line. As he walked into the classroom, exclamations followed one after another. Who was that? He's so handsome. I know him, he's the one who got first place in the entrance exam. He's so cool, and so strong. Wow, I think he's looking at me. Nonsense. He's clearly looking at me. Natsuki. Come sit here. Natsuki ignored the excited Ino, Choji, and the others. Instead, he found a seat by the window, towards the back. Not for any other reason, but because this was the standard protagonist's seat. Ahem, it was simply because the shy Hinata was also sitting there. Only by sitting here could he constantly remind her to practice her Tenseigan abilities and improve her proficiency. He mustn't forget, as long as her proficiency reached 50%, he too would obtain the complete Tenseigan. By then, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the ninja world and not fear the big black man's schemes? That was his logic. Nah. Natsuki. Go. Good morning. Seeing Natsuki sit beside her, Hinata Hyuga's face flushed crimson, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Long time no see, my first mage. Natsuki put down his bag, a smile on his face. Long time no see. Hinata's voice grew even quieter, and her head seemed to start emitting white smoke. She was just way too shy. So you're the first mage. You do have some skill, but I, won't lose to you. I'll snatch that seat from you sooner or later. At this moment, little Ino also came over and sat behind Natsuki and Hinata. She spoke words that others couldn't understand. But Hinata understood immediately. Yes, she was the first mage of the Dimensional Ends congregation, appointed by Natsuki. And because of this, she had gained a pair of even more powerful eyes. It seemed this cheerful blonde girl had also gained Natsuki's recognition. No, I won't lose either. Hinata thought so, but that wasn't what she spoke out loud. Then please guide me well. Her voice was still soft and gentle, but it carried a hint of determination. Wow, so his name is Natsuki. I want to sit next to him too. Suddenly, a group of girls surrounded them. The front row was immediately emptied. Standing on the podium, Iruka's lips twitched slightly. As expected, putting aside the others, this Natsuki was a huge problem. Ahem, students, don't crowd together. There are still many empty seats in the front. By sitting in the front, the friends you care about will be able to see your performance better. That makes sense. After listening to the teacher words, the children immediately went back to their seats. A bunch of brats. What a drag. Shikamaru, sitting next to Choji, rolled his eyes. So, students. If all goes well, we'll be studying together for the next 6 years. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Iruka Umino, your homeroom teacher. I'll be responsible for most of your theoretical and practical training. After successfully capturing the attention of all the students, Iruka wrote his name on the blackboard. He then guided the students to come up to the podium one by one, to introduce themselves, and get to know each other. I'll go first. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to become Hokage. I like a lot of things, but I like Ultraman the most. Naruto took the stage first, declaring his dream with gusto. Clap, clap, clap. That's a wonderful dream. Then you'll have to work extra hard, Naruto. Iruka led the applause, gradually warming up the atmosphere. Thus, some of the more timid students also began to take the stage. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I want to become the pride of the Uchiha clan, and if I get the chance, I also want to beat up a certain someone. Little Sasuke raised his chin slightly, his eyes glancing sideways at Natsuki. Because of this guy, he had disappointed his father when he returned home. His brother, Itachi, had achieved first place on the academy entrance exam. Not only did he not get first, he didn't even get second. Although his father didn't say anything, Sasuke saw the deep disappointment in his eyes. And those roller skates he bought caused him to fall all afternoon. Humphrey. I will definitely find an opportunity, and would definitely get my revenge. It was only then that Natsuki noticed the swollen half of Sasuke's face. No wonder. Natsuki thought. With Sasuke's looks, he should have caused a stir among these little girls. So, when practicing with the roller skates, did this guy use his face as a brake? Or did he land face first? Forget it, it's not like the brat would hold it against me, the creator. Natsuki gave him a look of concern from afar. Instantly, Sasuke almost awakened his Sharingan. I'm Choji Akimaki. I like barbecue, and my dream is to have endless barbecue. I also really like Ultraman. Shikamaru Nara. My dream is... well, it's too troublesome to think about right now. I'll tell you when I figure it out. I'm Hinata Hyuga. I'm very happy to meet everyone. Thank you. One by one, the children took to the stage. Hinata, with Natsuki's encouraging nod, went up and gave a simple self-introduction. She was so nervous that she even forgot her dream. Following closely behind was Ino. This girl was the complete opposite of Hinata. She strode confidently onto the podium. Head held high, chest out, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her cold eyes scanning the entire class. Rejoice, classmates. You should feel honored to be classmates of Natsuki and me. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent. Chapter 24, Rejoice, classmates. You should feel honored to be the classmates of Natsuki and me. Huh? Iruka's gentle smile froze. He never expected a self-introduction could be like this. Because you can foresee that, for the next 6 years, you will spend your time in peace. As long as we stand here, no evil can approach you. Perhaps you have doubts. That's normal. Because your mortal eyes and immature minds cannot yet comprehend our power. Ino looked at the entire class staring at her dumbfounded and nodded. Good, no one interrupted my speech. They are qualified to be my classmates, to receive our protection. And Natsuki also gave an encouraging look, his eyes filled with approval and affirmation. Yes, only by closely following in Natsuki's footsteps. Even though some of them clearly showed puzzled expressions. But this just proves the limitations of their thinking, their inability to understand our actions. Just as Natsuki said before, we will eventually stand above the endless dimensions. At that time, they will understand how naive and superficial their thoughts today are. If I want my true name to resound through endless dimensions, I have to start from this moment. I am the second mage of the Dimensional Ends Congregation, the one who will summon the Great Servant. Please carefully remember my true name. For I'm Yamanaka Ino. Bang. Shikamaru slammed his forehead onto his desk so hard Choji heard something cracking. With his mature and calm personality, he felt as if his entire body had been washed by an electric current, like being struck by someone's lightning-style jutsu that targeted the soul itself. The blood in his heart surged, and his fists clenched, his pulse pounded powerfully, beating in a rhythm that sent goosebumps across his body. He absolutely couldn't let anyone know that he is friends with Ino. Crack. A biscuit in his hand was fiercely bitten in half by Choji. His blood boiled, and he even took out the transformation device he carried with him. The device even emitted a faint glow. He could understand Ino. Standing above the endless dimensions. What a noble and magnificent dream it was. Even if he could transform into a giant of light, he couldn't utter such magnificent words with confidence. He just wanted to transform immediately and cheer for her. Hum. Accompanied by a faint hum, the textbooks on all the desks in the classroom suddenly levitated. Ino's words reminded Hinata of the first time she saw Natsuki. At that time, his words were also so powerful. Piercing straight into the listeners' hearts. Had I lost in this aspect? The Tenseigan's power was unknowingly activated due to her surging emotions. Her azure pupils were crystal clear and bright and the ethereal star in her pupils spun slowly. Naruto, once again had an epiphany. He was filled with regret, for having taken on the stage to speak so early. Why hadn't he learned this way of speaking yet? He had absolutely missed a great opportunity to attract everyone's attention. Clearly, the two masters of attention-grabbing, Natsuki and Ino, hadn't even portrayed their acts yet. He acted too hastily. Naruto's constipated expression was mixed with endless admiration for Ino and Natsuki. The entire classroom was as if swept by a mental storm. What the F? Stop. Iruka, Catching a glimpse of the chaos, the flying textbooks, the faintly glowing transformation device, quickly intervened. In his short teaching career, no, on his entire life, he couldn't understand how someone's words could possess such power. It nearly brought the entire class to a boil. He thought paying extra attention to Hinata, Choji, those two ticking time bombs, and maybe Natsuki, Naruto, and Sasuke would be enough. He didn't expect another bomb hidden here in plain sight. Lord Hokage. Being a teacher is just too hard. He was reminded to give a salute to his predecessors. What does that mean? Why do I suddenly feel incredibly embarrassed? Is this the Yamanaka clan's mind control ability? Indeed, the Yamanaka clan's unique mental secret techniques are just too strong. Although I don't know what happened, it seems amazing. Just now, those textbooks were floating. So cool. Big sis. We pay our respects to our big sis. The students murmured amongst themselves, and in the end, a group of underlings seeking protection actually stood up. Huh? Iruka watched this dramatic turn of events, absolutely spellbound. He began to wonder if he had really fallen under Ino's mind control or some other secret technique. This year's students were too strong. A Chunin, truly feel no sense of security. Right, I have to first stabilize the situation and calm everyone down. Everyone, quiet. Good. Ino's self-introduction was very spirited. Iruka forced an awkward smile. Absolutely. Having gained so many followers with just a few words, Ino was very satisfied. She'd see later which ones were clever enough to follow in the footsteps of Dimensional End's congregation. Then. Is there anything else you want to say? If not. That's all. Their little heads won't be able to handle it if I speak too much. Iruka's face twitched, thinking, so you knew they couldn't handle it. Actually, this was what Natsuki had taught her. Every time she wanted him to speak more so she could learn more in depth, he would say, that's enough, little heads won't be able to handle it if I speak too much. Now, let's invite the next student. Chapter 25, Now, let's invite the next student. Iruka wiped the sweat from his forehead, hurriedly sending Ino off the stage. The next one to stand up was Natsuki. His delicate and handsome face immediately elicited a burst of squeals. TCH. Watching Natsuki walk past him towards the podium, Sasuke turned his face away unhappily, the back of his head facing everyone. His right hand unconsciously touched his swollen half of his face. Damn it. Natsuki had caused a sensation on the entrance exam day as well, stealing his spotlight. If it weren't for that roller skating accident and injury, would the proud Sasuke have really let him take all the spotlight? Sasuke, don't worry, you're the most handsome in the world. Beside him, Sakura offered him timely comfort. She had noticed Sasuke at the school gate and knew he was a handsome boy. Since no one else had noticed this treasure yet, she wouldn't blame herself for striking first. Hee. Sakura's inner thoughts were filled with maniacal laughter. Humphrey. But on the surface, he gave his signature Humphrey and turned his head back haughtily. As expected, someone understood his magnificence. Then, his eyes glared fiercely at his lifelong rival, who was already standing on the stage. The next moment, he was slightly taken aback. It seemed that even if he wasn't injured, he couldn't compare to him in terms of looks. At this moment, Natsuki stood upright on the podium, his face as white as jade, without a single blemish. His pale golden right pupil gleamed faintly, and the eye patch over his left eye added a touch of heroic aura to his small frame. A confident smile constantly graced his face. Even a person with low self-esteem and depression would be easily infected by it and could somehow regain confidence and hope in life. What kind of aura is this? The entire class was silent, their eyes fixed on Natsuki's every move. So handsome. Sakura blurted out what everyone was thinking. She was too hasty in her judgment. How come she didn't notice before that Natsuki was even more handsome? You just said Sasuke was the most handsome in the world, and now you're saying Natsuki is handsome. So, who was actually more handsome? Behind her, Naruto inquired discontentedly. Immediately, countless gazes were cast upon them. He agreed with the assessment on Natsuki. But he didn't know why. Hearing Sakura praise that arrogant Sasuke made him feel uncomfortable. Idiot. Mind your own business. Anyway, they're both the most handsome. Infinitely better than an ugly monster like you. Sakura was furious. Naruto's words made her a bit ashamed. It was like a public execution, as saying who was more handsome was a no-win situation. In her heart, she preferred Natsuki, but she had already said Sasuke was the most handsome. Wouldn't saying otherwise be a slap on her own face? She could only give an ambiguous answer. After speaking, still feeling indignant, she turned around in a fit of anger and punched Naruto. Wah! Naruto cried out miserably, his body, half squatting on the chair, was sent flying. From this day forward, Sakura held a grudge against Naruto for the next 6 years. Well, just as the smile on Natsuki's face deepened and he was about to start his self-introduction. Wait a minute, Iruka suddenly stretched out his right hand, fingers spread open, stopping Natsuki from speaking. His heart couldn't take it, his spirit wasn't willing. This guy hadn't even opened his mouth yet and had already caused chaos in the class. What would happen if he did speak? Most importantly, he remembered Ino's first sentence, which mentioned Natsuki, even putting his name first. Good heavens, could little Ino have been led astray by you? The beads of sweat on Iruka's forehead had transformed into a waterfall. He quickly spoke to divert everyone's attention. This constant stream of self-introductions must be getting tiresome. This time, I'll introduce him for you. I'm sure everyone recognizes who this is. That's right, he's Natsuki, the student who achieved first place in the entrance exam. His full name is Yui Natsuki. From the Yui clan. Alright, let's conclude this round of self-introductions with a round of applause. Everyone, welcome Natsuki back to his seat. Brilliant. By guiding things this way, he could smoothly transition to the next phase and prevent Natsuki from causing another uproar. He really did have a talent for teaching. He wanted to give a thumbs up for the discerning Lord Hokage for choosing him. Iruka was secretly pleased with his own ingenuity, but after waiting for a long time, not a single clap was heard. What's going on? Are they ignoring the teacher now? Teacher, can you not interrupt? I want to hear Natsuki's voice. Yeah, teacher. Natsuki hasn't even talked about his dreams yet. Yeah. I don't even know what Natsuki likes. Would he like me in a dress? If he does. You, a little fatty, in a dress? Can you not disgust me? Natsuki likes the cute type like me. All the neighbors say I'm cute. Who are you calling fat? Bastard, you think just because the teacher is here, I won't dare hit you? I've made that dog brat next door, Kenta, cry countless times. The waterfall of sweat on Iruka's forehead had transformed into the source of Nile. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was using water style to cool his head. He was on the verge of collapse. Stop, everyone stop. His loud reprimands couldn't stop the students' enthusiasm as some had even started outright fighting. Iruka had no choice but to turn his gaze back to Natsuki and ask pathetically, Ahem, Natsuki, how about saying a few words? Please don't say too much, just a few words will do. Natsuki looked at the already boisterous classroom and nodded. He slowly raised a single finger. Strangely enough, the classroom, which had been as noisy as a marketplace, instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Natsuki expectantly. Even Sasuke, the representative of the opposition, wanted to hear what this guy had to say. I have but one word, please listen carefully. Boom. Teacher Iruka finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 26, the first day of the Ninja Academy ended amidst all kinds of unheard of commotions. And as the culprit who ignited the entire scene and sent the children into a frenzy, Natsuki was punished by Iruka with cleaning duty on the very first day. Natsuki felt wronged. He hadn't really done much, and his self-introduction was less than a sentence. The rest of the disruption was the students' own doing. If being handsome is a crime, then I have nothing more to say. This sentence caused Iruka, who had just recovered, to collapse once more. Oh well, it can't be helped. Natsuki shouldered the responsibility of cleaning duty. He politely declined the enthusiastic offers of help from his classmates. Only Hinata, his deskmate, stayed to clean with him. The glow of the setting sun shone into the gradually emptying classroom. Now, only Natsuki and Hinata remained. A floating broom swept the floor gently. Your control isn't sufficient yet. You can use both hands to coordinate and control. Make the gravitational force acting on the object not affect the dust. Take control of the top of the broom with your right hand, and swing your left hand left and right to make a sweeping motion. Natsuki patiently instructed. This was the most basic ability of the Tenseigan. It was also the only ability Hinata could currently use. She could easily defy gravity and levitate. Hinata had instinctively mastered this technique when her Tenseigan first awakened. The next step was manipulating other objects and changing the gravitational forces acting upon them. After mastering this, she could fling people around with a wave of her hand. So difficult. Hinata's forehead was beaded with sweat. The broom, suspended in midair, wobbled precariously a few times. It stirred up a few dust particles, its cleaning efforts futile. In the next second, the force in her left and right hands lost balance. Snap. The broom broke in two. Sigh. I'm sorry, Natsuki. I think I'm stupid. Hinata said dejectedly, her small hands nervously twisting the corners of her clothes. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, waiting to be scolded. It's okay, what you've done is already very impressive. Didn't you understand that no one else can do this at all? Natsuki comforted her with a random excuse that Hinata couldn't refute. Besides, there are plenty of brooms. If one breaks, we'll just use another one. But before that, let me finish cleaning the classroom, so it's not too late. With a wave of his hand, several other brooms in the corner all started to dance. Like whirling spirits, they quickly cleaned the entire classroom. So amazing. Hinata's eyes sparkled as she watched. She wasn't surprised that Natsuki could also control gravity like her. After all, her Tenseigan's abilities were, strictly speaking, given to her by Natsuki. Done. Let's continue. This time, Natsuki taught her hands-on. Relax, focus on control. It's not as difficult as you think. Remember to keep your right hand steady after you fix it in place. Understood? Hinata's soft, what seemed like boneless little hands were so soft and comfortable to hold. He had just told her to focus, and here he was getting distracted. Snap. Snap. This time was even worse, the broom broke into 3 pieces. What's going on? Was his teaching abilities getting worse? Natsuki looked down. Hinata's face was flushed crimson, all the way to the tips of her ears. A wisp of white smoke started to rise from her small head. So cute. Wait, no, Nuu. Oh no, I forgot about Hinata's unique trait. Natsuki quickly let go of her hand. It seemed he would have to slowly cultivate her personality, being this shy wouldn't do. She wouldn't be able to do anything. It's okay, just follow what I did and practice slowly. We'll go home after a bit more practice. Okay, thank you, Natsuki. Thus, the sound of breaking wood echoed once more. Meanwhile, Ino hadn't gone home either. She had brought a few of the followers she had just gained today to the back of the teacher's building and was drawing a magic circle with chalk. She didn't dare be too bold at home. But at school, in this place hidden from most prying eyes. Hee. Ino took out a small card. Natsuki had said that as long as she followed the instructions written on the card, she would eventually glimpse the true meaning of the dimensional end. Big sis, what are you doing? It looks so cool, is it some kind of powerful ninjutsu? The followers, looking at the magic circle on the ground and then at the enigmatic Ino, couldn't help but ask. Shush. Be quiet. Just keep your eyes wide open and watch. Ino interrupted their inquiries. With a solemn expression, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest. Incomprehensible incantations slowly drifted out from her. I beseech thee, answer my call. Guardian of the sacred scale, heed my command. Let thine body rest under my command, and let my fate be with your sword. Answer my call, and obey my will and reason. I am the one who accomplishes all good in the world, and I am the one who gathers all evil in the world. Appear before I, guardian of the sacred scale, piercing through the wheel of restraint. The glow of the setting sun gradually faded, and a solemn atmosphere slowly rose. The followers held their breath, their eyes fixed, unblinking. So Big Sis had really been protecting them all along. Was she summoning some kind of guardian now? This seemed to be a kind of incantation similar to a priestess's. It was a world they couldn't yet comprehend. They had only heard rumors that such priestesses existed in the ninja world. They didn't expect Big Sis to be one too. After a long while, the surroundings remained silent. How was it? Did it work? I don't know, don't ask me, feel it with your heart. I'm hungry, I want to go home and eat. Just as everyone couldn't help but ask. Crash. A broom burst through a window from the teaching building. It flew straight towards them. Snap. And it broke into several pieces. The followers widened their eyes, looking at each other. The sun had set, and a cold wind blew past. A ghost. The crowd instantly scattered. Ugh, it seems like I failed again. Ino scratched her head, ignoring her fleeing followers. The truth was truly always in the hands of the few. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and skipped away. The 67th summoning ritual failed. Welp, I'll try again next time. A moment later, Hinata and Natsuki also parted ways at the school gate, where she was met by her family's guards. The last few teachers also left. The entire campus fell completely silent. Only the magic circle drawn with ordinary chalk pulsed faintly with a rhythmic blow. Chapter 27, Natsuki. On your first day of cleaning duty, you broke 8 out of 10 brooms, lost 1, and smashed a window. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll show you how strong a Chunin teacher can be. Iruka's roar marked the start of a new day at the academy. As a young teacher, Iruka was very responsible. Before the students arrived, he arrived early at the academy to prepare for class and check the cleanliness of the classroom. But he was met with this infuriating scene. Although the floor was generally clean, the corner where the cleaning tools were stored was piled with broken wood, with only one intact broom standing alone. What happened? Where's Natsuki? That brat, he's not at school yet. I'm sorry, teacher. I broke those, it wasn't Natsuki. Hinata had arrived at school early. Boys might not be as meticulous. But after returning home, she remembered that she had damaged public property during training. So, she came to school early with an apology. Oh, it's little Hinata. How did this happen? Don't take the blame for others' mistakes. Seeing the cute and obedient Hinata, Iruka's anger immediately dissipated. He had to be careful not to scare her with a harsh tone. No, it was me who broke them during training. Hinata shook her head and then took out an envelope, handing it to Iruka with both hands. This is an apology from my father. Please accept it, teacher. Remembering the few students the Hokage had asked him to pay special attention to, Iruka believed her. According to the information, Hinata did awaken quite a remarkable ability at a very young age. Looking at her sincere, watery blue eyes, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, something beyond the Byakugan? What an incredible eye. Then he shook his head, no need, it's enough that I know who was responsible. I'll take care of the damages. Please accept it, teacher. Her small face held a firm gaze. Is this the spirit and persistence of one of Hidden Lee Village's great clans? Since you insist, I'll accept it. Iruka solemnly accepted the envelope with both hands. As expected of the Hyuga clan. Others might only see one layer of meaning, but Iruka saw three. First, a sincere apology. Second, to educate their children, to admit their mistakes and compensate for the losses caused. Third, a subtle warning to others, even for such a small matter concerning Hinata, the Hyuga clan took it so seriously. If anyone dared to truly bully her. Then. Lost in thought, Iruka returned to the office and opened the envelope. 100,000 ryo. So, there was a fourth layer of meaning to the apology letter. The sun gradually rose higher. Students arrived at the classroom one after another. She's here, she's here. Big sis is here, she's alright. A student who was keeping watch outside suddenly ran into the classroom and shouted. Several of the friends who had fled in fear last night and been scared home quickly got up and ran out. They formed two lines outside the door. The children in the classroom looked at these clowns in confusion. Just as No, skipping happily, arrived at the classroom door. Good morning, big sis. The voices were loud and in unison. Well, you cowards. You still have the nerve to call me big sis. Big sis, I was hungry yesterday, I didn't mean to run away. My mom called me home for dinner. Is your mom Hidden Lee Village's loudspeaker? Shouting from one end of the village to the other, all the way to the school? Big sis, don't listen to him, he's lying. What I said is true. I had a stomachache yesterday and went to the bathroom. When I came back, everyone was gone. I didn't want to run at first, but I saw them running, so I ran too. By the way, big sis, did you encounter anything last night? The followers chattered, trying to shift the blame. It was true that they shouldn't have left Ino alone after being scared away by the sudden flying broom. But today, Ino had arrived at school safe and sound. It proved that she was indeed capable. Coupled with the levitating textbooks during her self-introduction in class. Wow! A conclusion was swiftly reached by their young mind. Ino really was a witch or a mage as she called herself. Something similar to those mysterious priestesses in the ninja world, perhaps even more mysterious. After all, no one had ever heard of it before. Big sis. I want to learn magic too. This was everyone's heartfelt desire. Get lost, opportunity is reserved for those who are prepared. Humphrey, how dare they underestimate her, the second mage. Now they know they were in the wrong, right? With her around, no evil spirits would dare approach their vicinity. Yet they were scared away by a mere piece of wood. How embarrassing for their group. Natsuki would never accept such people. She'll ignore them for a few days. Ino walked into the classroom with her head held high. What happened? How did Ino gather these followers in just one day? Shikamaru was puzzled. Perhaps he just couldn't keep up with their way of thinking? I don't know, maybe Ino is about to transform into Ultraman too. Choji didn't understand either, he only knew that he could somehow transform into Ultraman. Ino, being so courageous and righteous at heart, could definitely do it too. A moment later, the bell rang for class. Iruka walked into the classroom, carrying a thick book. After a quick glance to confirm everyone was present, he opened the book. Let us begin today's lesson. This is a theory class. So, we will be learning about the history of Hidden Lee Village and the origins of ninjas. Before that, I have a question for everyone. What is a ninja? Faced with a question that had been debated throughout the ninja world since the beginning of ninjutsu, the students were immediately excited and began to express their understanding and even imagination of what a ninja was. Ninjas should be those who can transform and climb walls. Ninjas should be those who can use powerful ninjutsu. No, ninjas should be very patient. Last time, When I was queuing for the bathroom, I almost wet myself. Then I met a ninja, and he told me, "You go first, little one, I can hold it in for a while." No, being a ninja is all about retaining the spirit of youth. Remember Kinta, the one I beat up? Last week, he got a really ugly haircut, and I said, "Why does this look like a watermelon?" Then a ninja with a watermelon head walked by. He said, "This is youth. And that he'll become an excellent ninja someday." Seeing that the student's interest had been piqued, Iruka smiled slightly and explained, "You are all correct. But I want to add one thing, besides needing a certain amount of power, a ninja needs a strong heart and an unyielding will. Please turn to page 1 of the Will of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village Chronicles." The children flipped open the thick book, and the first thing they saw were a few large characters, written by the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 28. At that moment, within the Hokage Tower, the Hidden Leaf Village elders were holding a secret meeting in a quiet room. The topic: handling the Uchiha clan. Ever since the Nine-Tails rampage, after witnessing the Sharingan in the Nine-Tails' eyes, the villagers had grown increasingly wary of the Uchiha. They constantly plotted to eliminate this cancer, the only remaining threat to their rule and the village's stability. Danzō, Hiruzen, the Uchiha no longer need to exist. What are you still hesitating about? Are you afraid other villages will use this opportunity to wage war? Not to mention the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is steadily growing stronger. Even among Hidden Leaf Village's new generation, we have Hinata and Choji, who can be directly deployed to the battlefield and pose a significant threat. We can completely take the risk and thoroughly eliminate the Uchiha. Hamura Mikado, indeed. The Uchiha have already lost their footing in Hidden Leaf Village. After so many years as the Hidden Leaf Village police force, they've stirred up widespread resentment among the villagers. Now is the best time to strike. The third Hokage shook his head, resolutely rejecting their proposal. It's not time yet. We still lack the opportunity, and a catalyst. You all know how strong the Uchiha are. Let's not talk about the person hiding in the shadows who can control the Nine-Tails, whose identity we haven't uncovered yet. Even the current generation of Uchiha cannot be underestimated. Geniuses like Shizue and Itachi are constantly emerging. In recent years, due to the rise of prodigies from the Hyuga and Akimaki clans, the Uchiha's main battle faction has become much more subdued. They've even repeatedly postponed their planned coup. We'll slowly add fuel to the fire and let them burn themselves. Furthermore, the ideological work on Shizue and Itachi cannot slacken for a moment. Hearing this, Danzo scoffed mockingly, "How much longer do we have to wait? You're just too indecisive. As for that Shizue of the body flicker I'll play the villain for once. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, you better not lay a finger on Shizue. Otherwise." The third Hokage reprimanded him sternly, but his eyes were hidden beneath his newly donned hat. "Hey!" Danzo sneered, slamming the door behind him as he left. Unknowingly, more than 3 months had passed since the start of the school year. The situation in Hidden Leaf Village had become rather delicate recently. Disturbances frequently broke out in various places, shops were robbed, and pedestrians were mugged. This infuriated the members of the Uchiha police force, who were responsible for maintaining order in Hidden Leaf Village. When they intensified their investigations, their overly aggressive attitude led to several clashes with villagers. Against this backdrop, the Uchiha held frequent clan meetings. The main faction who advocated a war and the radicals once again rose to prominence. A few days later, Shizue, a well-known genius in the ninja world, known as Shizue of the Body Flicker, belonging to both Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha, died unexpectedly. This news, once spread, instantly sent shockwaves through the Uchiha clan. It then shook the entire village of Hidden Leaf Village. "Brother, train with me on shuriken throwing. If I can reach your level, I can definitely take care of that guy easily." Within the Uchiha compound, Sasuke called out to Itachi, who was about to leave. His studies at the academy had been relatively smooth lately, mostly consisting of theoretical lessons. The occasional practical lessons were shuriken throwing, his forte. And he easily achieved second place. Damn it, he was yet again surpassed by that Natsuki. That guy was just a brute, relying solely on strength. Actually, he used a bit of power of gravity. Every throw shattered the target, but his accuracy wasn't necessarily better than his own. Hearing his younger brother's request, Itachi beckoned to Sasuke with a smile. Sasuke ran over happily. Thump. Before he could get close, 2 fingers poked his forehead. "Next time, okay? I promise, next time." Always the same excuse, Humphrey. Sasuke pouted, watching his brother walk away. Just as he was listlessly thinking about practicing on his own, a tall figure emerged from the house. It was his father. "Come with me, I'll teach you a new jutsu." Fugaku patted his younger son's head, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure of his elder son. Yes. Sasuke jumped up with joy. Soon, they arrived at the lake dedicated to training the Uchiha's great fireball technique. Do you know what the symbol on the back of your clothes represents? I know, it's a fan, our clan's crest. Yes, a fan. A fan can create wind and strengthen fire. The Sharingan made us famous in the ninja world, but fire style is the foundation of our clan. Today, I'll teach you fire style jutsu. Fugaku seemed to imply something more, pausing for a moment after speaking before starting to form hand seals. He performed the seals slowly so Sasuke could memorize them. Once the hand seals were complete, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The scorching flames brought the tranquil lake to a boil. A large amount of water vapor spiraled into the sky. Amazing. Besides the flames reflected in Sasuke's eyes, there was already a scene of him defeating Natsuki. He eagerly formed the hand seals and exhaled, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Poof. A tiny flame struggled to emerge. A gust of wind passed, and it instantly vanished. Sigh, as expected, not as good as Itachi. Fugaku sighed softly, dealing 10,000 points of critical damage to Sasuke's pride. Chapter 29. The next day, Sasuke arrived at the academy with swollen cheeks. He had been happy learning the fire-style jutsu the day before. But his father's subtle sigh had turned his joy into dejection. Indeed, he was far inferior to his brother. After all, Itachi had learned the great fireball technique after seeing it only once. While he, unwilling to admit defeat, had puffed up his cheeks until they were swollen, yet still failed. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Sakura asked worriedly, seeing Sasuke's condition. Sigh, Sasuke's looks were so inconsistent. Compared to Natsuki, he was completely outmatched. Nothin', none of your bshness, Sasuke mumbled, waving his hand irritably, his speech slurred. Sakura was good in every other aspect, but she was clueless, always inadvertently rubbing salt in his wounds. But compared to another certain someone. Ha 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 ha, Sasuke, what happened to you? You look like a toad. I can't, I'm dying from laughter, pew ha ha ha. Naruto, in the back row, laughed so hard he slammed his desk. You bastard. You're looking for a beating. Sasuke was enraged. He turned, vaulted over the desk, and pounced on Naruto, ready to vent all the frustration he had bottled up yesterday. You two are really close, huh? Sasuke was straddling Naruto, raining down a series of punches. Naruto, though thoroughly beaten, had thick skin and occasionally managed to counterattack under pressure. No matter how much Sakura tried to persuade them, they wouldn't let go. But after hearing Natsuki's words, they exchanged a glance. This was the scene that greeted Natsuki as he entered the classroom. Ugh! Both dry-heaved and quickly separated. Now, Naruto's cheeks were also puffed up, resembling a toad. And Sasuke, on top of his existing swelling, had added dark circles around his eyes. Moments later, the class bell rang. Iruka walked in, scanned the attendance, and said, "Students, gather at the training grounds." As for Naruto and Sasuke, they got into this kind of situation every other day, and he was used to it by now. At first, he worried about their injuries and would apply medicine for them. Later, he discovered that these two had astonishing recovery abilities, especially Naruto, who would be completely healed before he even got the ointment. Iruka had decided not to waste the ointment, and save it for the other children. On the training grounds, over the past few months, most of you have undergone theoretical lessons, and your thinking has undergone a significant transformation. You've also trained to a certain extent in taijutsu, shuriken throwing, and basic blocking techniques. But you haven't had any practical combat training. Today, we'll have a small test, a comprehensive assessment to assess your recent learning achievements. As soon as Iruka finished speaking, someone raised a question. Teacher, are there any restrictions on the sparring? No major restrictions. This is for you to experience a real confrontation, to feel the atmosphere of a ninja battle beforehand, and to clarify your future learning direction. Of course, for tools like kunai, you must use the wooden ones provided by the school, no metal tools are allowed. I'll be watching for other safety issues. If you're afraid of a few bumps and bruises, then you shouldn't even become a ninja. Any other questions? If not, let's begin. One more thing. Teacher, isn't today Shimada-sensei's outdoor physical education class? Why isn't Shimada-sensei here? Oh, I forgot to mention. Your Shimada-sensei caught a cold yesterday and took a day off. Darn it, Shimada-sensei has had 3 colds and 2 fevers this month. Iruka quickly stopped the students' complaints and took out a list, calling out the students one by one. The practical exam officially began. Although they hadn't had any actual combat experience yet, Everyone had a general idea of who ranked at the top of the class. Natsuki was first in overall strength. He also scored 98 on written exams. In shuriken throwing, he always accurately destroyed the target, making it impossible for the teacher to determine how many rings he hit. 95 points. His other comprehensive scores were also above 95. Sakura was first in theory, always scoring a perfect 100 on written exams. The rest were slightly inferior. Sasuke also excelled in all aspects. His comprehensive score was around 92. If Natsuki weren't around, he would be first. Therefore, the order of this exam placed the more interesting and anticipated students at the back. The weaker ones went first, followed by the stronger ones, to avoid an anticlimactic ending and discourage the later participants. Soon, several rounds of combat passed. As expected, they were still children, especially the civilian children without much special training. Most battles were resolved with wild punches and wrestling. Next match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Daimon Tobakase. Iruka shouted loudly. "Teacher, I object. My opponent is too weak. Can I switch to Sasuke? I want to beat him into a pig's head." Hearing the matchup, Naruto immediately jumped out and refused. Before Iruka could respond, Daimon, the student who had been looked down upon, rushed onto the stage, his expression furious. "You bastard. You're at the bottom of existence, scoring 0 on every exam, and you dare call me weak? Come up here, I'll beat you ass fucking right now. The list is already set, no changes can be made." Iruka also shook his head and refused. "Damn it, then I'll just have to finish you off first." After running onto the stage, the two formed opposing hand seals. Naruto, furious, took the initiative, throwing a right hook. But before he could even reach him, Daimon grabbed his neck and threw him away. There was no other reason. Naruto was a head shorter than Daimon, and his arms weren't even as long. "Shorty, where's all that bravado now?" Daimon stretched his neck and mocked. "Damn it, it's just getting started." Naruto gritted his teeth, got on all fours, and charged again. Bam. Bang. Thud. Naruto's health plummeted, but he still hadn't touched Daimon. Realizing he might lose, he finally resorted to his usual tactic against Sasuke. He faced the punches head-on. Bam. Excellent, Daimon landed a critical hit. But as Naruto endured the punch, he finally managed to graze Daimon. At this moment, both had taken damage, and their health bars finally appeared. Daimon Tobakase, 280 out of 300. Naruto Uzumaki, 9,870 out of 10,000. Chapter 30, as expected, the difference in physique between the two was too great. In the end, Naruto won the match at the cost of a head full of bumps. After Iruka's customary encouragement to both participants, the exam continued. Students took turns battling, and with the participation of the elite students, the matches gradually became more exciting. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense, with loud cheers and shouts erupting from the audience. Next match, Ino Yamanaka vs Kurama Obara. "Go, Big Sis. Big Sis will win." Accompanied by the cheers of her posse, Ino strutted into the arena with her own special effects, as flowers, thrown by her followers from whither side rained down. Iruka's face was covered in black lines. This Chiyunabiu girl was brimming with confidence, but he didn't know what her true strength was. This was also what most of the students wanted to know. However, as soon as the confrontation seal was formed, her opponent declared forfeiture. "Aku. Sorry, I surrender. I'm allergic to pollen." What was this? Winning without fighting? Iruka had no choice but to declare no the winner. Next up, Shino Iburim vs Kiba in Yuzuka, Shikamaru vs Sakura, Choji vs Hinata. The left side lost all matches. The right side won all. Shino's insects couldn't yet form an effective fighting force. Shikamaru surrendered directly. Choji was thrown out of the arena by Hinata's repulsive force at the start of the match. They thought these matches between clan heirs would be like a fierce dragon and tiger fighting, but they ended anticlimactically. Everyone complained that it wasn't satisfying enough. Just then, the final match arrived. Final match, Natsuki Yui vs Sasuke Uchiha. This instantly reignited the students' excitement. An ace versus an ace. Both possessed comprehensive strength far surpassing others. Rarely did they show any obvious weaknesses. The strength they usually displayed was something many older students couldn't achieve. Natsuki. Go. Sasuke, go. Natsuki, don't hold back, beat Sasuke up good. This was obviously Naruto shouting. Ignoring the noisy crowd, the two arrived in the center of the arena. Humphrey. Finally, a chance to have a proper fight with you. I'll show you what a true genius is. Sasuke held his head high, activating his taunt mode from the start. TSK, you fool without a shred of self-awareness. You have no idea what kind of existence you're facing. Natsuki clicked his tongue, and said with disgust. In terms of taunting and aggroing, Sasuke lost another round. Yo. Cool. Go for it, both of you. The tense atmosphere between the two pushed the excitement to its peak, captivating everyone's attention. Offstage, Iruka wiped away sweat, his eyes wide with unwavering focus. He had a feeling these two were going to cause trouble. Naruto had another epiphany. No wonder he never got enough attention. Look at what these two said when they stepped onto the stage. They created enough conflict and hype before even starting the fight. Thinking back to his own performance, the difference was stark. Natsuki truly was a master of capturing the public's eye. Begin. With the teacher's command, the two didn't disappoint. They immediately launched a volley of wooden kunai and shuriken. Clack, clack, clack. Because they were all wooden training weapons, they made a clacking sound upon collision before falling like raindrops. So strong, we wouldn't be able to dodge just this shuriken technique alone. The students watched in awe at this barrage of projectiles. If those were real weapons, wouldn't they be turned into beehives if they couldn't dodge? Clap. 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 After exhausting their supply of wooden weapons, the two engaged in close quarters combat, exchanging blows with fists and feet. They traded several strikes in an instant. Such strength. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. Just those few exchanges nearly destabilized his footing. Feeling the force and numbness in his arms, he knew he couldn't easily win in taijutsu. He had to create distance and look for an opportunity. He kicked off the ground and shot backward. However, he was fast, but Natsuki was faster. Escape? Easier said than done. Wolf Fang Wind Fist. A shout erupted as Natsuki's fists transformed into a flurry of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. After blocking a few punches, Sasuke's defense was completely shattered, leaving him wide open. He was then sent flying with a powerful blow, tumbling several meters across the ground. So strong, I didn't expect Natsuki's taijutsu to be this powerful, in addition to his shuriken jutsu. Shikamaru's eyes were serious. Sasuke's taijutsu wasn't weak, few others present were confident in defeating him. But compared to Natsuki, he was still far behind. Yeah, especially that wind fist thing, it's probably the Yui clan's secret technique, right? But isn't the Yui clan famous for Ganjutsu? Choji scratched his head, feeling that with his speed, he wouldn't be able to catch those punches. In reality, it wasn't any formal boxing technique, just Natsuki shouting a random name while using his superior physique and speed to deliver a series of fast punches. Then, the winner of this match is Natsu. Wait. I haven't lost yet. Sasuke shakily climbed to his feet, stopping Iruka from announcing the result. I still have one more move. This time, I'll definitely succeed. As long as he could use fire style, victory was certain. Snake, ram, monkey. Sasuke's eyes sharpened as he formed hand seals. Is that? Could it be ninjutsu? And it doesn't look like the basic three techniques. No way, Sasuke can already use ninjutsu? The students were in disbelief. This battle had brought them enough surprises. Natsuki, be careful. Hinata anxiously warned. She secretly activated her Tenseigan and clearly saw Sasuke's chakra gathering frantically. He really was using ninjutsu. Natsuki's in trouble. At this stage, no one can withstand the power of ninjutsu. Shikamaru frowned. He also sensed that Sasuke was likely not bluffing. Don't worry, I also know ninjutsu. Natsuki said casually, surprising everyone. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but all I got in return was being underestimated. I can't pretend anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table. Everyone internally screamed like crazy. Who underestimated you? You've always been the center of attention. Iruka had black lines all over his face. If this was considered keeping a low profile, then no one could be called high profile. Only Hinata knew that Natsuki was telling the truth. At least, she alone knew about his Tenseigan abilities. Hey. Ha. Natsuki didn't form any hand seals at all, he simply put his palms together. An immense pressure emanated from him, sweeping across the entire field. Sasuke's hand seals had been slowed by Natsuki's words. But now, he had completed them. It's over. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Ninjutsu, super invincible thunderbolt fireball. Chapter 31, Fire style, fireball jutsu. Ninjutsu, super invincible thunderbolt fireball. Poof. Sasuke only managed to puff out a tiny, flickering flame. While Natsuki, after such a grand declaration, produced a gentle breeze. This breeze leisurely drifted towards Sasuke. And thus, the only flicker of orange-red on the field was extinguished. Thus, silence blanketed the training grounds. Everyone was speechless. After all that build-up, All those dramatic expressions and movements, they ended up with 2 duds. Especially Natsuki, with such a ridiculously named jutsu, he couldn't even produce a proper flame. Well, it was normal in a way, kids their age shouldn't be able to use jutsu properly. Shikamaru started questioning his life choices. His analyses kept failing when it came to anything involving Natsuki. I've been enlightened. All eyes turned to Naruto, who had just shouted. They are masters of performance. Whether they released a jutsu or not, they've already captured everyone's attention. And as for Sasuke, why does he suddenly have such acting talent? Obviously, he's been unknowingly placed under Natsuki's Ganjutsu. After all, he's from the Yui clan, and haven't you all said the Yui clan excels in Ganjutsu? Naruto's analysis was surprisingly logical. Hua! Everyone nodded in agreement. But when did this idiot Naruto get so smart? Natsuki is actually so strong. No one even noticed when he cast the Ganjutsu. You're talking out of your ass. Sasuke roared furiously, I just simply failed to release the jutsu. This time, I swear on the Uchiha's honor. Sasuke's eyes were bloodshot, nearing the point of Sharingan awakening. Repeated failures, even losing face for the Uchiha clan in front of everyone. Am I really that far behind my brother? No. I am Sasuke. I am also an Uchiha. Ha! A powerful aura surged from Sasuke, mobilizing all his chakra. This time, even Natsuki felt the overwhelming pressure. He finally got serious. Very well, my voice wasn't loud enough before, that's why I failed. This time, I'll get serious too. While verbally harassing Sasuke, Natsuki was thinking about how to defeat him without exposing his Tenseigan or Ultraman powers. If Sasuke actually managed to release a fire-style jutsu, he'd use repulsive force in the chaos to send the scattered hidden weapons flying towards him, ending the fight. He'd stick to this tactic as cover. If Sasuke failed again, he'd just finish him off with taijutsu. The decision made. Natsuki also clapped his hands together and shouted, Hey ha! Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. This time, Sasuke poured all his chakra and strength into it, his hand seals flowing smoothly and swiftly. Flames of rage, punishing flames of ninjutsu, super thunderbolt fireball. This time, Natsuki's voice boomed like a great bell, resounding throughout the academy and spreading across the entire village. Wang! The sky darkened. Ding! Evil King's Eye system activated. You have acquired a new ability, ninjutsu, super invincible thunderbolt fireball, boom. A massive fireball shot out, igniting all the wooden training weapons on the ground along its path. The air itself distorted from the intense heat. Oh no! Natsuki's in danger. Everyone was shocked by Sasuke's fire-style jutsu. Iruka even rushed towards Natsuki, trying to save him. But the next moment, an even fiercer flame erupted from in front of Natsuki. Like an abyssal inferno from another dimension. Lightning and fire intertwined, instantly devouring Sasuke's fireball. A terrifying sizzling sound filled the air, making everyone's scalp tingle. Damn it! Sasuke's in danger. Iruka abruptly stopped, instinctively wanting to rush towards Sasuke instead. The result? Crack. Arg. No one noticed the pitiful cry of a teacher with a twisted back, drowned out by the roaring flames. At this moment, Natsuki realized that the ridiculously named jutsu he had randomly shouted had actually become reality. He quickly changed its trajectory, diverting the massive fireball. It slammed into the ride of Sasuke. Rumble. Several floors of the academy's laboratory building were blasted open. Endless flames scorched the walls, and terrifying electrical currents crackled. If anyone had been there, they would have been paralyzed by the electricity, roasted by the flames, and shocked by the lightning. A delightful experience of double the pain. Fortunately, the laboratory building was usually empty. The super invincible fireball continued its relentless path. It exploded in midair with a deafening roar, illuminating the entire Hidden Leaf village. Once again, silence fell. Rumble. 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 Only the echoes of the explosion remained. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape. Crack, boom. The burned-out wall of the laboratory building completely collapsed. If someone dares to say this is Genjutsu, I'll hit them. The previous assessments were underwhelming. But this final one had been full of twists and turns, utterly dazzling. What damn masters of performance. We thought those two were just clowning around. Turns out we were the monkeys being played. They genuinely possessed the kind of power they boasted about. I've been enlightened again. Naruto said, his voice trembling. Looking at the power of Natsuki's jutsu, he was also frightened. All the surrounding students exchanged glances. They silently surrounded him and raised their fists. Huh? You've been enlightened again? You idiot, the fuck did you get enlightened on? Let me enlighten you for real this time. Thump. 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 I was wrong, I won't dare get enlightened anymore. Sasuke ignored the chaos that was happening with the crowd, who were trying to alleviate their shock and verify the reality of the situation. He stared blankly at the sky. His heart had risen and fallen several times. Despondent because of his father's disappointment, angry at his own incompetence, joyful at successfully performing the fire style, great fireball jutsu. But now, the joy hadn't lasted even a few seconds before being replaced by shock at Natsuki's jutsu. Don't worry, your life has just begun, there will be many more ups and downs. 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 A sigh that sounded like consolation came from Natsuki across from him. Sasuke didn't lower his head to look at those around him, he continued to stare at the gradually calming sky. Tears seemed to well up in his eyes. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart, a bit of pain, a bit of bitterness, and a bit of I got lost. His entire body went numb as he collapsed to the ground. In his eyes, the single tomoe of his Sharingan slowly rotated. Chapter 32, Did you hear? That kid from the Yui clan developed some super powerful jutsu and blew up the academy's lab building. Which one? The Yui clan's been in decline ever since the Nine Tails rampage. I heard there are only 2 of them left. Who else could it be? There's only one Yui still in the academy, Natsuki or something. Seems he's the nephew of the once famous Shinku, and lives with his daughter Kurenai now. Anyway, they're just a single family now. Oh, him. He caused that commotion over Hidden Leaf Village this morning? That's amazing. To have that kind of power while still in the academy, what a genius. Did you hear? That Yui kid blew up the academy. What? Where'd you hear that? Didn't he blow up the Hokage rock? You're all wrong. That Yui kid blew up the entire Hidden Leaf Village. That jutsu was way too powerful. Ridiculous. So the place I'm standing in now is the Hidden Leaf Village of the afterlife. Can we get some real news here? Well, anyway, looks like the Yui clan has a successor. That afternoon, the whole of Hidden Leaf Village was abuzz with gossip. After all, everyone saw the massive explosion above Hidden Leaf Village. It gave people something new to talk about over tea and meals, and the rumors got wilder and wilder with each retelling. Yamanaka household, the final exam that morning ended with a huge incident in which half the academy's lab building was gone. Teacher Iruka also twisted his back, becoming the most seriously injured person in the accident. So the entire school was given the afternoon off. At that moment, the Bordino was secretly drawing her magic circle at home. She was preparing to continue the summoning ritual. Natsuki is getting stronger and stronger. I'm already several dimensions behind him. I have to hurry up and catch up. Ino clasped her hands together and once again chanted the summoning spell, your body under my command, my fate upon your sword. What are you doing? Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice interrupted Ino's chanting. Ino hurriedly stopped the ritual and opened her eyes. As expected, it was her father, Yamanaka Inoichi. I was. Ino, I've heard people say you've been acting strangely at school lately. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Inoichi frowned, his face full of disappointment. You're such a sensible child, you couldn't have come up with this stuff on your own. Tell me, who taught you? No one taught me. I figured it out myself. I want the truth. This is the truth. Okay, then who taught you this pattern on the floor? It's quite beautiful. He. You think so too? This is the teaching of the great dimensional lord, Natsuki. I thought it was cool and mysterious the first time I saw it. I have to say, Dad, you two have good taste. Hearing her father praise her magic circle instead of scolding her, Ino's tail practically wagged with pride. And she spilled everything. Hey, still a child after all. Just ask in a different way and she reveals everything. Inoichi sneered inwardly. His expression turned stern again. So his name is Natsuki, huh? Very well, to think he turned my daughter into this. I'll have his hide. Ino blinked, confused by her father's sudden change in attitude. They say a woman's face is fickle, but it turned out her father was the true master of changing face. However, a moment later, Ino realized she'd been tricked by her father's words into revealing Natsuki. No wonder so many people in the village feared her father. Father, please don't make things difficult for Natsuki. He's a good person. This morning, he used a very powerful jutsu, and to avoid hurting his classmates, he forcefully sent it into the sky. Ino pleaded anxiously. Powerful jutsu, Natsuki? Is this Natsuki's full name Yui Natsuki? The one who blew up the entire academy and caused your school to be cancelled? Inoichi stopped and turned around to ask. Why yes. But he didn't blow up the entire. Ino nodded. Very well, I'll let it go this time. It's just child's play after all. You can interact more with this Natsuki. I have a feeling that Hidden Lee Village will belong to your generation sooner or later. Inoichi interrupted Ino again, nodded, and smiled gently, then strode away. Ino was left bewildered. She didn't understand the world of adults. However, she secretly gave Inoichi a nickname, the Master of 100 Face. A similar scene played out in the Hyuga household. Hayashi, I heard that Yui Natsuki from your school developed a very powerful jutsu and blew up the Hokage Tower? Hinata nodded then shook her head. Yes, it was really amazing. But, he didn't blow up the Hokage Tower. He just blew up the Academy's lab building during the exam. Oh, I knew it. How could he suddenly blow up the Hokage Tower? He had heard many versions on his way home, and the people he sent to investigate hadn't returned yet. Hayashi had chosen to believe the version about the Hokage Tower being blown up. Hayashi frowned and then relaxed. TCH, what a waste. You've already destroyed the tower once. If it gets blown up again, I'd like to see if that old fool, the third, still has the face to be Hokage. However, being able to damage the academy is not bad. Haha, as long as it annoys that old man, I'm happy. By the way, pay more attention to this Natsuki at school. Yes, father. Chapter 33, Uchiha Compound, Fugaku's residence. Sasuke has been very down since he came back from school. He's been holed up in his room all afternoon. Maybe I should go check on him. In the living room, Mikoto spoke to Fugaku. Humphrey, he's an Uchiha, yet he's letting one setback get to him like this. Let him be. Fugaku said with an impassive face. But you have to consider who he was up against. I heard that in the exam, his opponent's jutsu flattened the school and the mountain in the back. You saw the huge explosion in the sky. How could Sasuke possibly win against that? Sasuke did very well. His overall grades in class are consistently second. And in this exam, I heard he performed the great fireball jutsu. Mikoto tirelessly recounted Sasuke's strengths. Don't spread rumors like those commoners. It wasn't that exaggerated. That Yui kid just collapsed the academy's lab building, that's all. That's still impressive. He's a monster. Could you do that at his age? You were just a blockhead back then, not even as skilled as our Sasuke. Enough, you should go check on the child. Hey, dredging up the past is going too far. He was indeed quite dull when he was young, but thankfully his strength grew explosively later on. Fugaku blushed, waving his hand to interrupt Mikoto's nagging. Sigh, after women have children, most of their love goes to them. Mikoto happily agreed and went to knock on Sasuke's door. What are you doing, Sasuke? I heard you successfully performed the great fireball jutsu this morning. Well done. Creak. Mother, can we not talk about this morning? Sasuke opened the door listlessly. What's wrong? You look so down in the dumps. This isn't like you. Although she knew what was going on, Mikoto wouldn't say it directly. Letting the child speak for himself would help him relieve the pressure he felt. This morning, I had a match, and... Forget it, don't mention it. Mother, are some geniuses truly insurmountable? Sasuke was exhausted. It was like this with his brother, and now with Natsuki too. He had always looked up to his brother as a role model, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. He finally found an interesting peer. He couldn't compare to his brother, but surpassing Natsuki should be a piece of cake, right? The result? The great fireball jutsu he had worked so hard to learn was just a joke in front of Natsuki's. Can anyone understand what this kind of blow would do to a child's psyche? No, as long as you work hard, you can catch up to anyone one day. Actually, Sasuke, you are a genius yourself. Mikoto stroked her son's head and encouraged him with a smile. Mother, don't comfort me. How can a true genius lose to others? Like my brother, like father, they were both the strongest among their peers from the very beginning. Mikoto curled her lips. You're wrong. Your father was very clumsy when he was little. Let alone his peers, even Hayashi, who is a few years younger than him, and Minato were much stronger than him. But now, not to mention Minato, Hayashi is definitely not as strong as your father. Mikoto seemed to recall some childhood memories, a reminiscent gleam in her eyes. The more she spoke, the happier she became, constantly revealing embarrassing stories from Fugaku's childhood. Really? Don't lie to me. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Every child loves to hear stories about their parents, and Sasuke was no exception. Only a certain outwardly cold but inwardly warm father, hiding outside the door, was covered in black lines. Why are you dragging me through the mud for comforting our child? Our village actually has many geniuses who were exceptionally outstanding when they were young but gradually faded into obscurity as they grew up. Some even graduated from the academy at 5, became Chunin at 6, and Jonin at 12. But later on, their strength stagnated for a long time, and they never had any outstanding achievements. So, some people may take the lead for a while because of their good foundation, but they may not be able to lead the whole way. There are too many geniuses who come from behind. Only those who persevere and strive to catch up can better complete the entire journey. By then, when you look back, many people who used to run ahead of you will have been left far behind without you even realizing it. Mikoto gently persuaded, her eyes filled with maternal warmth. Thank you, mother. I understand. Sasuke nodded, the flame of fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. I'll go practice now. I definitely won't let him stay ahead of me forever. Sasuke kept his word and immediately bid farewell to his mother. Full of passion, he ran towards the lake dedicated to training the Uchiha's Great Fireball technique. He had completely mastered the Great Fireball Jutsu. But compared to Natsuki's super invincible Thunderbolt Fireball, it was still far behind. Moreover, Sasuke looked at the reflection of his Wantomoe Sharingan in the lake. He clearly remembered that scene. Natsuki didn't even need hand seals for that jutsu. He just had to shout. If he can do it, I can definitely do it too. And the Uchiha were experts at fire style. As long as he mastered this jutsu, he was confident that he could surpass Natsuki in its use. So let's begin. First. Hey-ha. Sasuke clapped his hands together, his expression solemn. Ninjutsu, super invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. A moment later. Ah. Apart from a few startled crows flying away, there was no movement at all. Sure enough, such a powerful jutsu wouldn't be easy to master. Even Natsuki, who developed this jutsu, shouted twice. And when he successfully used it, his shout was exceptionally loud. Very energetic. Just like that. Sasuke felt that he had grasped the essentials. This time, he took a moment to prepare himself. Hey-ha. Sasuke slammed his hands together, his mouth open to its limit, drawing out the ha sound. Ninjutsu, super invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. He was very energetic. The sound traveled far, from the lakeside to the entire Uchiha compound. In the woods by the lake, two parents who were secretly watching Sasuke's movements had their faces covered in black lines. Fugaku glanced at his wife. This is the result of your guidance? Humphrey. Isn't he at the very least energetic? Much better than before. Mikoto retorted, her slender fingers gently pinching the soft flesh on her husband's waist. It must be because you put too much pressure on the child. You're not allowed to do this anymore. Chapter 34, Evening, Yui Residence. A sumptuous dinner was spread out on the dining table. Here, Natsuki, this cod fillet is your favorite. Kurenai placed a piece of fish in Natsuki's bowl. Thank you, sister, I can do it myself. By the way, sister, your cooking is getting better and better. Before, the food was either too salty or too bland, or just burned. Now the heat is just right, preserving the cod's natural sweetness and smooth texture. It even melts in your mouth and leaves a lingering aftertaste. Natsuki commented while eating the fish. You're just sweet-talking. Hurry up and eat. After saying that, Kurenai also put a piece in her mouth. It really is delicious. The soft and smooth cod deeply stimulated her taste buds, bringing an incredibly wonderful enjoyment to the tip of her tongue. Then she glanced at Natsuki from time to time. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? You're staring at me instead of the food. Natsuki also picked up a 3-color dango, his sister's favorite. Humphrey, don't you have anything to tell me about today? What's there to talk about? Every day is pretty much the same to me. I heard you used a new jutsu today and blew up the academy, is that true? You heard about that already? The whole of Hidden Lee Village was talking about it this afternoon. Tell me, when did you secretly develop a jutsu? Don't you know that's dangerous? So many predecessors have lost arms and legs developing jutsu, don't you know that? If you wanted to learn jutsu, wouldn't your sister have taught you? Faced with Kurenai's concerned questioning, Natsuki found it difficult to answer. Could he tell her that it wasn't dangerous at all, that it was just a Chunin ability activated by his evil king's eye system? And then he would have to explain to her what the evil king's eye system was. It was such a hassle. It was luck, pure luck I mean. And it wasn't dangerous at all. Knock, knock, knock. Kurenai's eyes widened, just as she was about to take this opportunity to lecture her brother. A knock came from outside the courtyard. Who is it? Don't they have no manners to bother someone so late into the night? I'll go see. Natsuki quickly made an excuse to escape his sister's gaze. He went to the courtyard and opened the door. Standing before him was an old man in casual clothes. Behind him, several masked figures could vaguely be seen. It was the third Hokage, Aizen. Lord Hokage, Natsuki widened his eyes in a textbook display of a child seeing their idol. Haha, little Natsuki. You've grown taller. I thought you were a bright young man at the opening ceremony. Hiruzen greeted him kindly. TCH, I was late for the opening ceremony and only arrived when it was almost over. I bet you didn't even notice me. Of course, these were his inner thoughts and couldn't be spoken aloud. Instead, he welcomed the Hokage in with an equally warm smile. Lord Hokage. Entering the living room, Kurenai had already cleared most of the dishes. She knew who it was from Natsuki's first shout and had thoughtfully tidied up the table. She greeted Hiruzen with a smile. For a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, a visit from the Hokage was a very happy occasion. Kurenai, there's no need for such formalities. When your father was still around, I often came here as a guest. Back then, you were just a little tyke like Natsuki. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. There's no Hokage here today, only an old friend of the Yui family. Hiruzen looked at the neat and tidy home and sighed. Yes, Lord Hokage. Back then, father's favorite thing to talk about was your deeds. The Yui clan used to be considered part of the Hokage faction, diligently carrying out the tasks assigned by successive Hokages. Otherwise, during the Ninetales rampage, they wouldn't have all gone to battle and suffered such heavy losses. Unfortunately, since the older generation, like Shinku, had given their all, the Yui clan's connection with the Hokage faction had weakened. Recently, the Hokage's son, Asuma, seemed to have taken an interest in her. But besides her work, she only wanted to take care of her younger brother and didn't want to consider other things for the time being. As for the Hokage's sudden visit, it certainly couldn't be for such trivial matters, nothing was even set in stone yet. As for continuing her father's relationship, honestly, although her father was a famous elite jonin in Hidden Leaf Village, he was mostly just a capable assistant to the Hokage. She was only a chunin now, even less likely to attract attention. Then there was only one reason for Hiruzen to come here, and that was her brother. Countless thoughts flashed through Kurenai's mind. Sure enough, after a few polite remarks and some small talk, the Hokage subtly steered the conversation towards Natsuki. He asked about his daily life. I also heard about the academy exam today. Natsuki must train very hard usually, right? To be able to develop jutsu at such a young age. His future prospects are limitless. Hiruzen asked seemingly casually. Indeed, Natsuki studies very hard. Sometimes he even trains in his sleep. I was also surprised that he got first place in the exam. But as for developing jutsu, I still find it hard to believe. Kurenai quickly responded. Little Natsuki did develop quite the remarkable jutsu, even blowing up the academy's lab building. Hiruzen turned to Natsuki and praised him with a smile. What? Natsuki blew up the lab building? Wasn't that caused by the Uchiha's great fireball jutsu? How much do you think we will have to pay as compensation? Kurenai stood up with an exaggerated expression, as if she had just heard the news. Influenced by her brother, her acting skills were becoming more and more skillful. She grabbed the shoulders of Natsuki, who was pretending to be a well-behaved child, and shook him vigorously. Natsuki, how could you be so reckless? What if someone got hurt? And our family is so poor, how can we afford to compensate for a whole building? Sister, stop shaking, I know I was wrong, Rua. Natsuki, with swirling eyes, collapsed beside the table. A white soul could vaguely be seen floating out of his mouth. What's happening? Natsuki, don't die. Tears welled up in Kurenai's eyes as she hugged Natsuki. She turned to Hiruzen apologetically, Lord Hokage, my brother is unwell. I need to take him to see a doctor now, we will visit you another day. Hiruzen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Your acting is too fake, child. I didn't come here to talk about compensation. The village will take care of the incident. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing this, the siblings immediately returned to normal and sat quietly. Hiruzen's face was covered in black lines, his rhythm disrupted, forgetting what he was going to say next. Where were we? Old age makes me forgetful. Hee. We were talking about Sasuke blowing up the academy lab building with a great fireball jutsu. Right, the Uchiha's fire style is too strong. An hour later, Hiruzen bid farewell to the siblings with a smile. He walked out of the Yui residence. Several figures flashed towards him from the side. Lord Hokage, is this little Natsuki truly a genius? Should we have someone test that jutsu? Hearing this, Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he slapped his forehead. Oh no, I got distracted by those siblings. I went on a tangent, talking about Hidden Leaf Village's prominent clans and encouraging Natsuki's future. I forgot the important thing. Chapter 35, finally, the third Hokage found another time to visit the Yui household. This time, he made his intentions clear, skipping the false pleasantries. He wanted to borrow Natsuki's newly developed jutsu. It was said that this jutsu only required clapping hands together. Then, with a loud shout of Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball, it could unleash a dual lightning and fire attack with destructive power no less than an S-rank jutsu. Although the name was a bit Minato-esque, as long as the jutsu was practical, it was fine. As a result, under Natsuki's seemingly innocent demands, the third Hokage promised a bunch of benefits before obtaining the right to borrow this jutsu. Among them was allowing Natsuki to borrow the Forbidden Scroll once. The third Hokage didn't believe that Natsuki could learn the high-difficulty Forbidden Jutsu within a single viewing. Unfortunately, Natsuki was a cheat. He immediately memorized the Flying Thunder God technique he was most interested in, planning to find time later to test whether he could learn it using the Evil King's Eye system. Similarly, without the enhancement of his Evil King's Eye system, Natsuki didn't think they could learn this Chunin Jutsu. So far, those who could receive the power enhancement from his Evil King's Eye system were all members of the Dimensional Ends congregation and had received the personally crafted membership badges from Natsuki. Others, no matter how many Chunin phrases they shouted, couldn't activate the ability. Sure enough, not long after, the third Hokage, along with a group of Anbu, approached Natsuki again. Are you sure that you only need to clap your hands and shout to release this jutsu? Absolutely. That's how I use it anyway. Natsuki nodded, his expression as sincere as it could be. It doesn't make sense. So many of us has tried, yet none of us have learned it. The key is, not only can't we learn it, but we can't even mobilize our chakra. You three, step forward and give a demonstration to Natsuki. Sarutobi instructed three Anbu members wearing animal masks behind him to step forward. The three of them clapped their hands together, opening their mouths wide. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Hokage, they can't anymore, their throats are hoarse. At this time, another Anbu member whispered in the Hokage's ear. Then you come forward and demonstrate it with all your might on the spot. Yes, sir. The Anbu member walked to the front, clapped his hands hard, and shouted, Ninjutsu, Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Moments later, as expected, there was still no reaction. Facing everyone's puzzled gazes, Natsuki shook his head. No, your shout doesn't have enough spirit. Let me demonstrate. He clapped his hands together. Ninjutsu, Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Hum. A massive blue-red fireball roared out. Rumble. The enormous explosion shocked everyone, including the Hokage. The small hill in front of them completely vanished, leaving only crackling lightning and flames burning fiercely. This time, no one could say a word. It turned out that their own training was insufficient. After bidding farewell to Natsuki, Sarutobi once again mobilized a large number of clansmen and Anbu to practice this simple yet powerful offensive ninjutsu. As a result, it caused a large number of people to lose their voices, yet still no one succeeded. From the experiences of Hinata and Choji, it was also concluded that the Tenseigan and Ultraman couldn't be learned by others. Thus, a legend began to spread in Hidden Lee Village about a deity bestowing favor, solely upon young children. Just like that, 3 more months passed. Today was Natsuki's turn for classroom duty again. Very good, you're getting more and more proficient. Hinata, keep it up, you'll soon complete this stage of training. A broom stood upright on the ground without anyone holding it. Then, it slowly and shakily swept the floor. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would definitely think they had seen a ghost. Thank you, Natsuki. I do feel much more comfortable now. Hinata wiped the sweat from her forehead, speaking with slight excitement. After practicing for so long, she finally saw results. It was no longer like before, where the broom would break into several pieces with a single touch. Moments later, the two stopped practicing and left the academy. As they approached the school gate, Natsuki seemed to sense something and turned his head to glance behind the teaching building. What's wrong, Natsuki? Hinata, who was always paying attention to Natsuki, inquired. Nothing, let's go. Natsuki shook his head. He had just felt a strange reaction from over there, but it disappeared just as quickly. Another failure. Behind the building, beside a magic circle drawn with chalk, Ino frowned. Big sis, I'm hungry, I'm going home for dinner. It seems this magic circle is fake. We've been trying for so long, and nothing has been summoned. Big sis, I think you might have been scammed. Her friends bid farewell to Ino one after another and left the school. Finally, only Naruto remained. He had another enlightenment. He wanted to learn from masters like Natsuki and Ino on how to attract public attention. Natsuki was too busy to pay attention to him at the moment. So, he could only follow Ino for now. Why don't we go back first? I'm hungry too. No, the previous failures were because the sacrifices weren't significant enough. Most of the sacrifices were flowers from my family's flower shop. Ino ignored Naruto, still lost in thought. Natsuki had said that to truly activate the magic circle, it was best to offer something valuable as a sacrifice. Although he said anything would do, it now seemed that flowers weren't valuable enough, perhaps not significant enough in her heart. Right, Naruto, what's your favorite thing? Little Ino turned to ask Naruto. I said it at the beginning of school, my favorite thing is this. Naruto took out a toy he carried with him from his small backpack. Da-da. It's the Ultraman you gave me when we first met. Great, lend it to me. Ino's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling that this thing might work. What? What do you want to do? This is my treasure. Give it to me, stop talking nonsense. You've been following me for so long, don't you want to see a miracle? If a miracle doesn't happen, you won't lose anything, I'll return it to you then. That's true. Naruto reluctantly handed the Ultraman model to Ino, feeling something was amiss. After receiving it, little Ino placed it directly in the center of the magic circle. Then, with a solemn expression, she clasped her hands in front of her chest, and the incantation she had memorized by heart came out. I beseech thee, I pledge myself to thee, answer my call, and obey my will and reason. I am the one who accomplishes all good in the world, I am the one who gathers all evil in the world. Appear before I, O guardian of the sacred scale, piercing through the wheel of restraint. Her voice became more and more ethereal, more and more resounding, as if coming from endless dimensions and transmitting to endless dimensions. It echoed far and wide in the schoolyard as dusk fell and twilight began. The magic circle drawn with ordinary chalk suddenly shone brightly. The brilliant light instantly illuminated everything around. Naruto's mouth gaped open. He finally knew what his unease came from. Ino hadn't said what would happen if a miracle occurred. Would his Ultraman be gone too? The first thing that came to Naruto's mind was still his precious Ultraman. Ino ignored Naruto, her eyes fixed on the magic circle without blinking. A figure gradually emerged within the magic circle. Who dares summon this king? The voice was filled with endless majesty, as if traversing countless times and dimensions, booming throughout Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 36, What magnificent brilliance! Within the magic circle, under the dazzling light, a figure clad in golden armor slowly walked out. Golden earrings, hanging from his ears, swayed in the wind. His features were exquisitely flawless, as if carved by a divine craftsman, capturing the essence of heaven and earth. Handsome. That single word sufficed to encompass his whole being. As if he was the embodiment of handsomeness itself. At this moment, his eyes, as dazzling as rubies, were filled with endless majesty. Are you the ones who summoned this king? The oldest king, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, furrowed his brows slightly. He looked down indifferently at the two small figures before him. So shiny. I know. You really did it. Naruto's jaw dropped in astonishment, his upper and lower jaws clacking repeatedly. Unable to spot his Ultraman model anywhere, he finally noticed the extraordinary figure emerging from the magic circle. Ino's consistently mysterious actions were actually real. She had done it. She had brought a person to life. And it was a person who looked majestic, domineering, and possessed an extraordinary aura. In his impression, even the third Hokage, the old man who he admired the most, wasn't fit to lick this guy's boots. And not bad. Little Ino's eyes sparkled. She nodded vigorously. She originally thought Natsuki was the most perfect and refined person in the world. Unexpectedly, another one had appeared. However, Natsuki was still young, his looks hadn't fully blossomed yet, and he still had the potential to improve. This guy is just too handsome, oh ho ho, worthy of me, the second mage. Moreover, she could sense that since summoning this glittering guy, she seemed to have received some kind of power feedback. This power was completely transformed into the purest chakra, causing her chakra reserves to skyrocket at a visible rate. Even her body and meridians were strengthened quite a bit. Ahem, it is I, the second mage of the Dimensional Ends congregation, who has summoned you. My true name, Yamanaka Ino. Can you tell me your true name? Little Ino coughed, covering her mouth with her hand to hide her excitement. So strong, Ino was actually this fearless in a crisis. Truly someone I should learn from. Naruto tried to calm himself down and wanted to announce his name as well. I am the future. Unfortunately, directly affected by the other party's imposing aura, his heart raced, and he couldn't even speak properly. He originally wanted to declare his dream of being a Hokage to boost his morale. After all, in Naruto's understanding, Hokage was the strongest and most imposing title. Congregation? Second. It seems there's more than one interesting little one like you, huh? To be able to summon this king means your organization has something special. Originally, mere mortals are not qualified to know my name. But seeing as you're just a child, And your spirit is to my liking. I'll tell you my true name. Listen carefully. I am the oldest of the kings, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh stood tall and proud, his head held high. However, his gaze lowered slightly, looking into their eyes. There was no helping it, the little ones in front of him were too short. During this time, he completely ignored the stammering Naruto, who lacked any presence. At this time, little Naruto was just a goofball, not yet possessing the courage and sharp tongue of the main character he would become later in the story. So it's the king of heroes. Ino actually didn't know what a king of heroes was, but she felt it sounded very powerful. It would probably no worse than the Hokage, right? Wow, she had summoned such an impressive person. Let's see if Shikamaru and the others dared to laugh at her again. Just as she was about to invite him to her house as a guest. This golden glitter's eyes narrowed, as if he sensed something, interrupting her words. A group of moles are gathering. I'll go deal with them. Wait for me here. After speaking, Gilgamesh transformed into a golden light, soared into the sky, and shot off like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the highest point of the entire ninja academy, the top floor of the teaching building. And at this time, due to the previous commotion, a large number of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had already entered the academy. This time, the first to arrive was none other than Shimura Danzo. Based on recent experience, every time a sound resounded throughout Hidden Leaf Village, a miracle beyond imagination would descend. But every time, someone else beat him to it. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity firmly. If it was another bullshit fairy or whatever deity bestowing blessing again, favoring young children, and it truly was a child who caused this, he would take the child away as well, for dissection and research. This time, no one could stop him. But after arriving at the academy, the first thing that caught his eye was, on the rooftop, that glittering, gold-covered, ostentatious man. A miscalculation, it's not a child. Who are you? To make such commotion in Hidden Leaf Village in this way, do you take us for fools? Danzo frowned, and was the first to challenge this guy. No matter which faction you belong to, when you came to Hidden Leaf Village, lions had to hide their tails and tigers had to crouch. Such was the power of Hidden Leaf Village. Such was the power and authority Danzo of the Root wielded. You, Mirans who can do nothing but crawl on the ground. Yeah, you. Who allowed you to raise your heads? You are not qualified to look upon this king. Ants should act like ants, obediently lower your heads to the ground and die. On the roof of the teaching building, Gilgamesh crossed his arms and spoke in a condescending tone. His eyes were filled with coldness, and a world-dominating aura instantly swept out. All the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas present stiffened. To speak such words while standing on their territory. In Hidden Leaf Village, in the land of fire, even in the ninja world. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Chapter 37, Brat, do you know where you are? How dare you act so presumptuously? Let me see if your strength can back up the sharpness of your tongue. Danzo was furious, his hands rapidly forming seals. Hiss. At the same time, he fiercely sucked in a large mouthful of air. His chest rapidly inflated like a balloon. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Boom. An incredibly powerful air cannon was launched from Danzo's mouth, blasting towards the golden glitter on the rooftop. The intense wind pressure swept away all the fallen leaves in the surrounding area. Ha 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 ha, mongrel. Are you trying to amuse this king with your pathetic display? If so, then you have indeed succeeded. As Gilgamesh burst into laughter, he raised his right hand. Golden ripples surged in the void behind him. One after another, noble phantasms, radiating endless sharpness, were revealed. In the next moment, 3 noble phantasms shot out from the golden ripples in the air, like artillery shells. Rumble. 2 noble phantasms collided with the vacuum great sphere, exploding in midair. The third one hurtled straight towards Danzo. What? Danzo's eyes widened in anger as he retreated explosively. Bang. A large crater was blasted into the ground where he had been standing. Seeing this destructive power, which was clearly not an illusion, everyone was astonished. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Judging by his relaxed demeanor and the golden ripples filling the sky, I'm afraid every subsequent attack of his will possess this level of power. This ninjutsu, capable of conjuring weapons out of thin air, is likely a most difficult space-time ninjutsu. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, one by one, stared solemnly at the enemy on the rooftop. Adept at analysis, they were trying their best to understand the enemy's abilities with their existing knowledge. Such a high level in ninjutsu must require a massive amount of chakra to operate. Everyone, spread out and attack together. Focus on coordinated defense and wear down his chakra. Danzo waved his hand, and everyone charged forward again. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Water style, water shark bomb. From the ground, one ninjutsu after another bombarded upwards. Interesting, there's more than one mongrel with unique talents. However, this level of attack doesn't even qualify as a warm-up for me. Gilgamesh lazily stretched his neck, waving his right hand. Noble phantasms, falling like raindrops, tore through the dense barrage of incoming ninjutsu. However, the golden ripples behind him were also exhausted. Excellent. He's running out of chakra. Everyone. What the? Some ninjas were the first to notice the change behind the golden glitter, and just as they cried out in joy, in the next second, countless golden ripples reappeared. Instantly, their expressions turned gloomy, as ugly as could be. Ha ha ha, mongrels. Your startled expressions are truly delightful. You've put on quite a show for this king, you can certainly be proud of yourselves. As a reward, this king will grant you a dignified death. This time, let this king see how your defenses hold up. As he spoke, a shower of noble phantasms rained down. Defend. Defend. Earth-style wall. Earth-style rampart. Water-style, water formation wall. Summoning jutsu, Rashomon. All sorts of defensive ninjutsu were unleashed. On the vast training ground, earthen walls and thick ramparts rose up one after another. The entire terrain was instantly transformed. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The first line of defense was pulverized in the blink of an eye. The second line of defense was immediately erected. Not bad, you moles have mastered your innate skills quite well. Let this king see how fast you can dig. From the sky, that arrogant voice echoed once more. Damn it. This is war. So strong, is this really an attack launched by a single person? Hold on, we have people flanking him. Dozens of ninjas hid behind the earthen walls, feeling the constant rumbling and tremors from the front. Their faces gradually darkened like the twilight sky. The enemy was powerful, and most importantly, incredibly obnoxious. Even with their ninja endurance and composure, they were starting to lose it. Each one swore in their hearts that once they caught him, they would grind his bones to dust. For now, they could only pin their hopes on their comrades who were making their way to the rooftop. As long as this guy couldn't fly and was knocked down, they swore he would be greeted by an inescapable hell. Well, a few moles have actually made up here. The golden glitter, who was thoroughly enjoying bombarding the ground, noticed a dozen or so enemies approaching from behind. Humphrey. Your time has come. Water-style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Fire-style, fire dragon flame bullet. A gigantic water dragon and a massive fire dragon lunged at Gilgamesh from both sides. Rumble. Amidst the violent roar, the entire roof of the teaching building was blown apart. The high-temperature steam generated by the clash of water and fire burst outwards, instantly expanding the area of damage. However, the King of Heroes had already leaped into the air, evading the attack. On the ground, all the ninjas raised their heads, staring intently at Gilgamesh. The corners of their mouths even curled into involuntary smiles. Fall down, come down here. Let us show you what hell is like. Let us show you what the #1 hidden village, Hidden Leaf Village, is all about. That was the fervent wish in everyone's hearts. Unfortunately, an indifferent voice reached their ears once more. Vamana. A massive golden ripple appeared in the void again. An exquisite and noble golden throne materialized, perfectly catching Gilgamesh. Vamana, Gilgamesh's throne, formed from gold and emeralds, a glorious vessel that can soar through the sky. The King of Heroes leaned back lazily on the throne, his right hand propping up his chin, his elbow resting on the armrest. Looking down at the ninjas below, each with a different expression, he chuckled. What were you expecting? Were you expecting this king to fall to the ground like you moles? I must say, your naive expressions have once again amused this king. On the ground, all the ninjas felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Although their losses were still minimal, everyone felt, on a psychological level, that they had lost a war. If they had a choice, they would rather fight another great ninja war than face this guy. Chapter 38, What's going on? Who's causing trouble in Hidden Leaf Village? Unclear. Currently, there's only one enemy, who's definitely not from Hidden Leaf Village. He's wearing expensive golden armor, which seems to offer good defense against ninjutsu in addition to physical protection. Also, Danzō has already taken his men there and suffered a major setback. Captain, should we go and provide support immediately? Fugaku, captain of the Hidden Leaf Village police force, was leading his team to investigate the scene of the incident. After hearing this, he paused, then said loudly, the enemy definitely didn't send just one person. Carefully investigate any suspicious individuals in the surrounding area and slowly encircle the Ninja Academy. Yes, sir. All the team members responded in unison. Their marching speed immediately slowed down. Meanwhile, Natsuki, who had already returned home, Received feedback from the Evil King's Eye system. Ding. The true ability of the Evil King's Eye system has been activated. Yamanaka Ino summoned the heroic spirit, the oldest of the kings, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, through a magic circle. Through Evil King's Eye system extraction, you have obtained a 100% successful chance to summon a heroic spirit. Through Evil King's Eye system extraction, you can borrow any usable noble phantasm of Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, once every 24 hours. Note: the noble phantasm you temporarily borrow will be temporarily unavailable to the king of heroes. Ding. Detected that the currently available and in use powerful noble phantasm of the recently arrived Gilgamesh is Vimana, the heaven-soaring king's throne. Do you wish to borrow it? The current Vimana cannot activate. Ancient nuclear warhead. A series of messages came one after another. Natsuki was overjoyed. Little Ino, his little follower, had done a great job this time. She had actually summoned Gilgamesh, an existence that was practically invincible among the heroic spirits of the Holy Grail War in the Fate world. The abilities fed back to Natsuki were also exceptionally powerful. Not to mention that he could also summon a powerful heroic spirit. Just being able to borrow Gilgamesh's noble phantasm once every 24 hours was an incredibly powerful ability. For example, Anti-Unit Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon. Anti-World Noble Phantasm, Inuma Elish. Anti-Unit Noble Phantasm, Shanagba Imaru, the Omniscient Omnipotent Star. Anti-Fortress Noble Phantasm, Ungal Tokaigal Shi, the King's Order, the Chain of Heaven. Each and every one was either incredibly powerful or extremely practical. Moreover, after borrowing a noble phantasm, the King of Heroes would temporarily be unable to use it. Just imagine the scene when the King of Heroes taking out the anti-world noble phantasm, Inuma Elish, wanting to wipe out everyone in an instant. And suddenly it's borrowed by someone else. The scene would be something worth recording. However, the King of Heroes had just arrived, and many powerful noble phantasms were still unavailable. From his memory, that Vimana was very impressive and fun. Why not borrow it for a spin? And then use it to summon a heroic spirit? After some thought, Natsuki, finding this feasible, finally confirmed in his mindscape the noble phantasm he wanted to borrow, Vimana, the heaven-soaring king's throne. How are we supposed to fight this? That guy can actually fly. Don't be afraid, we also have ninja who can stay in the air. And we have flying summons. We absolutely can't let this guy continue acting so arrogant. Even so, be careful of his dense attacks. It's very difficult for ninja to maneuver in the air, they're easily knocked down. On the ground, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja and Danzo's root ninja were talking amongst themselves, once again discussing countermeasures. Yo, it seems the moles are quite lacking in air power. This is to be expected. Always focused on digging holes in the ground, how could you possibly soar in the boundless sky? Forget it, let's end this farce. This king has had enough fun and is feeling a bit sleepy. This time, I won't hold back against you. Gilgamesh, sitting high on his throne, yawned and waved his hand dismissively, just like he used to dismiss his court. The sky once again lit up with a dense array of golden ripples. On a larger scale than ever before, scattered like stars, they suddenly illuminated the already dim night sky. Just as Golden Boy was about to annihilate this group of ninja, suddenly, the Vimana beneath him vanished. What's going on? Who stole this king's treasure? Gilgamesh's calm expression drastically changed for the first time. Caught off guard, he fell from the high altitude. The countless noble phantasms of the Gate of Babylon lost their aim and smashed down randomly. Instantly, they mixed with the ninja's jutsu in a resounding bombardment. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the entire ninja academy gradually turned into ruins. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh, using the continuously summoned noble phantasms as stepping stones, quickly descended in the distance. He had unexpectedly lost his airborne Vimana and was simultaneously bombarded by powerful jutsu. Even with the cushioning of the noble phantasms, the King of Heroes still landed somewhat awkwardly in a neighborhood block away from the academy. Damn it. Don't let this king find out who the thief is, otherwise. Gilgamesh cursed angrily. Looking up, what came into view was another team of ninja. A team of ninja with crimson tomoe in their eyes. Fugaku hadn't expected that, after making excuses to let his team members move slower so that the detestable Danzo would suffer more losses, such a surprise would come to him so unexpectedly. The enemy had actually fallen from the sky, landing right before their eyes. Chapter 39, Enemy Attack. Members of the police force quickly surrounded the area, confronting the guy who had just wreaked havoc in the sky. No one dared to be careless. These elites instantly activated their renowned eyes, the Sharingan. What era is this? Why are there so many mongrels with unique talents? Gilgamesh frowned, sensing the pressure converging from all directions. He finally began to perceive the peculiarity of this place. neither in his own era nor in the modern city where he had recently participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Were there such a dense concentration of magic users? However, to think you can stop this king with this is simply naive. Golden ripples quietly spread out once more. No, Your Excellency. We don't have any ill intentions. Fugaku stopped his subordinates from approaching further and spoke in a low voice. Thinking of the recent constant pressure and instigation of conflicts by unknown forces, their position was self-evident. The Uchiha clan's living space was shrinking. Without seeking a breakthrough to their situation, only destruction awaited them. Moreover, in the frequent clan meetings recently held, the entire clan had basically decided to launch a coup. Therefore, at this time, Hidden Leaf Village's enemies were their friends. At the very least, they shouldn't become enemies. In the courtyard of the Yui clan residence, so this is Vamana, the heaven-soaring king's throne? Truly magnificent. Having used his once every 24-hour borrowing ability, Natsuki directly borrowed Gilgamesh's Vamana. This was the reason why the Vamana had suddenly disappeared and Gilgamesh had fallen from the sky. Observing the noble phantasm up close, he realized just how extravagant it was. The entire structure was crafted from gold and emeralds. Its overall shape resembled a bizarre, large fighter jet, with a domineering pure gold throne as the seat. This thing could defy the laws of physics to achieve high-speed flight. It possessed immense offensive power, equipped with various noble phantasm systems, and even came with excellent weaponry like ancient nuclear warheads. No, I have to get rid of it. So many people just saw this as Gilgamesh's chariot. If someone discovers it hidden in my courtyard, it'll be hard to explain. Right, I also have a 100% chance to summon a heroic spirit. Why don't I sacrifice this and see how powerful a heroic spirit I can summon? Anyway, sacrificing this noble phantasm won't make it truly disappear, it'll just return to Gilgamesh's treasury. I'm not entirely sure, but maybe. Outside, from the direction of the academy, the sounds of chaos grew louder and louder. I bet the academy's been wrecked again. Looks like we're getting another holiday. He couldn't wait any longer. Outside the courtyard, people were constantly running around. Natsuki quickly drew a simple magic circle around Vamana. Next, he recalled the incantation for summoning heroic spirits in the Holy Grail War, the same one he'd written on the small card for Ino. But his system guaranteed a successful summon. There was no need to be so formal and use the exact same version, right? He'd try a different script and see what happened. Natsuki took a deep breath and recited the incantation he'd improvised. Listen up. I am the Dimensional Lord, the Demon Sealer, the founder of the Dimensional Ends Congregation. I'm recruiting workers. I'll provide the magic power, no, I mean chakra, and you will work for me. If you can hear this and have no objections, make a sound and answer my summons. Let me make this clear, those who work hard and obey my orders may receive my reward, or maybe not. It would depend on my mood, that's all. Afterward, Natsuki put his hands in his pockets, feigning indifference as he waited. 15 minutes later, just as Natsuki was thinking his haphazard attempt had failed, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the magic circle. Meanwhile, in the Type Moon world, the Fourth Holy Grail War, Saber Artoria had just used Excalibur to destroy the monstrous sea demon summoned by Castor. Just as the heroic spirits breathed a sigh of relief, a voice, seemingly from endless dimensions, from the infinite void, boomed across the sky. Listen up. I am the Dimensional Lord, the Demon Sealer, the founder of the Dimensional Ends Congregation. I'm recruiting workers. What's with this voice? You're kidding me, right? Again? The heroic spirits were all filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, Tokiomi Tasaka, the master who had summoned Gilgamesh, had been humbling himself, begging Gilgamesh to use EA to eliminate the sea monster. Then, a bizarre incantation for summoning heroic spirits resounded across the sky, and Gilgamesh had been abruptly summoned away. They didn't expect this voice from the void to appear again. But, what kind of summoning incantation was this? Ha ha ha, workers. Work for him? So arrogant, who came up with this summoning incantation? How could it possibly succeed? Waver Velvet, Rider's master, burst into laughter, expressing the thoughts of everyone present. As expected, no one responded to the voice. No, wait. The King of Heroes didn't respond either before he was taken. This unknown entity is powerful, and the summoning is forced. Rider Iskander frowned, recalling the previous scene. Could it be that it will happen again? Waver said in disbelief. He didn't want his heroic spirit, Rider, to be inexplicably summoned away as well. And indeed, in the next moment, a dazzling light emanated from the exhausted Saber Artoria. Quick, look at King Arthur. The light grew brighter and brighter, transforming into a pillar that reached the heavens and pierced the void. In the next instant, Artoria vanished from the Type Moon world. Artoria felt as if she had undergone a long journey through space and time. Dizzy and disoriented, she arrived in the world of Naruto. Opening her eyes, she saw a delicate and adorable little boy with a small eye patch. Confused after the dimensional travel, Artoria instinctively spoke, "Are you my master?" Chapter 40. Like a noble young lady from a medieval palace, her skin was as white as snow, with long, flowing golden hair and emerald green eyes. She wore a blue dress with white trim, covered by gleaming silver armor with blue patterns. Her entire appearance was dignified and elegant, yet also valiant and heroic. Only her stature was a bit petite as she had stopped growing after pulling out the sword in the stone at the age of 15. Servant Saber, answering your summons. Master, please give your command. Artoria spoke earnestly. A moment later, as her head cleared, her solemn expression faltered. You're the master who summoned me? What a joke. That recruitment speech, recruiting workers, making them work for you. I would never respond to such a summons. Saber was a little indignant and embarrassed as she spoke. Then how did you get summoned if you didn't respond? Natsuki tilted his head, sized up Saber, then raised a finger and wagged it in response. I don't know. Damn it. How did I suddenly get summoned here? I still need to go back and participate in the Holy Grail War. As Artoria spoke, she turned and walked towards the magic circle. Even after a quarter of an hour, the magic circle remained inactive. Do you have a way to send me back? Artoria felt her head throbbing. She almost forgot she was summoned and didn't have the ability to cross dimensions on her own. Maybe not. That would depend on my mood. Natsuki replied with a flippant remark that even the serious King Arthur couldn't help but roll her eyes at. Fine. Master, please give your command. Since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. She couldn't return to that time and space to compete for the Holy Grail, which was also quite important to her, in the short term. So she might as well stay and see what the master in this time and space wanted to do. Perhaps after completing his goals, she could return. Of course, death as a servant could also achieve that, but if she died, she didn't know if she could continue to participate in the Holy Grail War. At least, this master, who could forcefully seize control of a servant, was the strongest master she had ever encountered. And he was just a child. She guessed the task wouldn't be easy. Nothing particularly urgent. First, clean up this courtyard. What a joke. How could I, King Arthur, possibly do such a thing? A while later, the entire courtyard was spotless. Little brats are the worst. Saber propped her right hand on the broom, wiped the dust from her forehead with her left hand, and grumbled discontentedly. The next moment, a loud explosion echoed nearby. Dense golden ripples appeared in the sky, accompanied by numerous battle cries. Did the archer, who disappeared earlier, also came to this time and space? Artoria looked at the familiar scene in the sky in surprise, then dropped a sentence, Master, there are enemies outside. I'll go drive them away. After saying that, she instantly leaped out of the courtyard. Judging from the commotion, there must be quite a few enemies nearby. Although she didn't know the master's strength, he was still a child, and it wouldn't be good if he was attacked. So, she added another sentence, you hide first. The small mongrels here are really quite annoying. Let me see how long you can last with your petty tricks. Gilgamesh stood atop a roof, casually waving his hand as a barrage of attacks forced the pursuing ninjas to keep their heads down. My lord, you can break through and retreat from our side. Fugaku leaped onto the rooftop, feigning an attack. What do you mean by that? Do you think this king cannot handle these small fries? Also, who allowed you to come up here and stand beside this king? Such a disrespectful fool deserves death. Gilgamesh's words made Fugaku's face darken. Just where did this guy even come from? He was far too arrogant. If it were any other Uchiha, they might have started fighting on the spot. But, as everyone knew, Fugaku Uchiha was the Jian of Hidden Leaf Village. Until his death, he never revealed his Mangekyō Sharingan to outsiders. Only that, Jian succeeded, while Fugaku failed. There are many strong individuals in this village, and many haven't even arrived yet. My lord, why not lie low for a while and then let the whole world witness your kingly divine might in one fell swoop? For the sake of his clan, Fugaku didn't want to fight to the death with this guy. He would endure a little longer, offering a few light words to show goodwill. As for whether this guy lived or died in the end, it was beyond his control. At that moment, after dodging a suddenly launched noble phantasm, he used the momentum of another bombardment to crash through the tiles and fall from the rooftop. This was the pinnacle of acting. From an outsider's perspective, the Uchiha clan head fought bravely, risking his own life, but his abilities were insufficient, and he was blasted into a house by a golden weapon shot from above. After Golden Glitter heard that there were many more powerful people in this village, He also felt that the situation was a bit tricky. After all, he had just arrived, and the restrictions brought about by crossing time and space were numerous. Many of his noble phantasms were currently unusable. Most importantly, he had no idea where this place was. Perhaps he really needed to prepare properly. Although Gilgamesh was arrogant and conceited, it didn't mean he was a fool. So, after glancing at and remembering these red-eyed monsters that might be useful in the future, he leaped away. Chapter 41, Saber. I didn't expect to see you here. There are many unique mongrels here. Are you interested in slaughtering them with this king? Gilgamesh said, looking at Artoria, who suddenly stood before him, with a hint of delight. Archer, stop right there. Until I understand your purpose here, I won't let you near this neighborhood. Artoria gripped her sword with both hands, her gaze fixed intently on Gilgamesh. Just beyond was where her master, Natsuki, was located. Foolish woman, don't think that just because this king admires you, you can stop me in my tracks. Get out of my way. I'm afraid I can't do that. Very well, you've angered this king as well. Without any surprise, the mad dogs behind him would be closing in fast. A swift victory was the best course of action. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of attacks materialized as the noble phantasms rained down. Saber dodged left and right, parrying with her swordsmanship. She continuously tried to close the distance with Gilgamesh, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. What's going on? Another strange person has appeared. She seems to be wielding an invisible weapon. So strong. This level of swordsmanship is rarely seen. They appear to be enemies. What should we do? Take them both down together, or wait until they've finished fighting? The ninjas who arrived one after another discussed amongst themselves, unsure of what to do. This is bad. How did so many people notice us? Artoria also noticed that more and more people were appearing around them. As heroic spirits, battles in the Holy Grail War almost always take place at night to avoid unwanted attention from the mundane world. However, if discovered, eliminating witnesses is necessary. Silencing those who see too much is a rule for magi, who usually serve as masters, and this practice has gradually become a code for heroic spirits as well. However, the master in this time and space doesn't seem to be a magus, and these approaching humans don't resemble ordinary mortals. Return, Artoria. Don't harm the villagers recklessly for now, they are not our enemies. Suddenly, the young master's voice echoed in Saber's mind, stunning her. How did he know her true name? And this coercive feeling. Was it a command spell? In the next instant, Saber vanished before everyone's eyes as if swept away by the wind. At the same time, Gilgamesh received a similar command. The little girl who summoned him, Ino, was frightened by the fierce battle along the way. She remained near the academy, praying for no casualties. She hadn't exerted much control over Gilgamesh until now, but for some reason, a powerful constraint akin to a command spell was suddenly activated. Humphrey. You mongrels have been spared this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Golden Glitter stood atop a tall roof, looking down with disdain, thoroughly antagonizing them before making a dramatic exit. His body gradually dissolved into shimmering golden particles, vanishing from the scene. Gilgamesh was the only heroic spirit who could act independently, disobeying his master. Only powerful command spells could force his compliance. In the Holy Grail War, he even manipulated Kairiko Tomine into killing his own master, Tokiomi Tasaka. What's going on? These guys appeared out of nowhere and disappeared just as strangely. Are they hiding somewhere near? No, they've truly vanished. Damn it, that guy in golden armor is so infuriating. Next time, we must capture him and skin him alive. Are you sure you're not just after his armor? The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were filled with indignation. Danzo slowly emerged from the back. As a seasoned old fox, he had retreated from the front lines after the first encounter, realizing the opponent was formidable. Instead, he directed the Root members to relentlessly pursue them. Now, witnessing the troublesome bastard vanish in plain sight filled him with immense unease. Recall all ninjas on missions outside the village within the next 3 months. Thoroughly investigate all of Hidden Leaf Village. Find this Goldie and kill him on sight. If they couldn't find him, then they would take this opportunity to cure a certain clan of their illness. Hidden Leaf Village had become increasingly unstable lately. The Uchiha clan all suffered from hereditary behavioral patterns, where the slightest provocation could trigger insanity and lead them to extreme actions. Throughout the history of the shinobi world, this clan was often at the root of major conflicts. According to his teacher, the second Hokage's research indicated that the probability of developing this illness was 70% for those with pure Uchiha blood. However, if only one parent was an Uchiha, the probability dropped to less than 10%. They were a group of madmen who could snap at any moment. Those severely afflicted would fall completely into darkness, becoming violent criminals. They were a significant security threat to Hidden Leaf Village. They must follow the Second's will and eliminate them. He had also received intel recently that the Uchiha were indeed planning to rebel. It was time to fully implement the plan that could cure the whole clan. Danzo's face remained expressionless, but his mind was filled with calculations for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. If it weren't for the hesitant and indecisive third Hokage, he would have eliminated this threat long ago. Now, the third had finally relented, and the genius Setachi had become their spy, on the condition that his younger brother be spared. Humphrey, they would use him as the executioner. If he showed any signs of betrayal, they would eliminate him as well. Furthermore, without enough people to make a pure-blooded member, the Uchiha's hereditary disease could be effectively controlled. Teacher, your greatest mistake was not appointing me as the third Hokage. Danzo gazed at the Hokage rock, sighing inwardly. Chapter 42, In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. Due to the Academy's destruction, classes were suspended for 3 weeks. During this time, thanks to Hidden Leaf Village's Earth-style ninjas and a large number of construction workers working overtime, the main school building was completed, and other buildings were nearing completion. Classes resumed. In the courtyard of the Yui residence, 2 figures wielding wooden swords moved swiftly, their weapons clashing intermittently. It was Natsuki and Saber. As he grew and his abilities strengthened, Natsuki's control over the mystic eyes of death perception in his left eye improved. Previously, the moment he opened his eye and removed the eye patch, he would be overwhelmed by immense pressure from the world, forcing him to close it immediately. Now, he could maintain it for several minutes. With age and increased strength, the duration would continue to lengthen, eventually surpassing the world's pressure and allowing for unlimited use. However, Natsuki felt that his eyes, which could see the lines of death on all things, lacked a more direct means of severing those lines. That means with which he chose to do that was swordsmanship. And it just so happened that Saber was a master swordswoman. Whoosh! Clatter, clatter. The wooden swords carved trails in the air. Like dancing butterflies, they moved swiftly, attacking and parrying from various angles. Thwack! Finally, the spar concluded with Natsuki's wooden sword being knocked away. You have quite the talent. Artori lowered her wooden sword, offering sincere praise. However, the mainstream skill in this world is ninjutsu, and it is incredibly powerful. Why do you, master, wish to learn swordsmanship? Having spent over 20 days in this world, she gradually learned that the strongest fighting force here were individuals called ninjas. This was a completely different world from her own. With a flick of his right hand, Natsuki summoned the wooden sword that had fallen several meters away. It instantly flew back into his hand, a feat that impressed Saber. The people of this world possess truly peculiar abilities. It never hurts to have more skills. Besides, I'm not aiming to become a master swordsman. I only need to be proficient enough with a weapon to strike the points I intend to hit. Natsuki smiled faintly. Would he tell her that this complemented his hidden trump card? In the analytical and perceptive world of ninjas, the more trump cards one possessed and the more mysterious one's abilities were, the safer one was. The most prominent example was the Akatsuki when they first appeared. Each member possessed unique, mysterious, and powerful abilities. But as their abilities were gradually deciphered, countermeasures and strategies against them were developed, leading to their downfall one by one. Imagine someone painstakingly deciphering one of his abilities, believing they've grasped his full strength and preparing to capture him. Then, he unleashes power from a completely different domain, revealing only 20% of his overall strength, and completely overturns the situation. That scenario would be quite amusing and one that could ensure his survival. Time flew by, and school time arrived before they knew it. I beseech thee. I ask of thee. Answer my call. Beside the school building, taking advantage of the early hour, Naruto stealthily led Sakura to a magic circle. He loudly recited the incantation. Thump. However, before he could finish, Sakura sent him flying with a punch. Cut it out, you idiot. You keep dragging me here to chant this gibberish. And it doesn't even work. I was such a fool to believe you. Sakura was furious, veins bulging on her forehead in a tic-tac-toe pattern. If it weren't for her distinct pupils, one might worry she was about to awaken the Byakugan. Ah, Sakura, believe me, this really can summon powerful beings from another world. Naruto, who had face-planted, thought that since Ino succeeded, he should be able to as well. However, the guy Ino summoned caused such a commotion in Hidden Leaf Village. Except for Natsuki, neither of them dared to share the incident with Gilgamesh with anyone else. Naruto hesitated for a long time before deciding to show off in front of Sakura. He wanted to summon a new otherworldly being to impress her. Maybe if Sakura saw it. He still remembered how shocked he was when he witnessed Ino's success. Get lost. If you spout any more nonsense around me, I'll beat you till your head resembles that of a pig's. Sakura snapped, returning to the classroom. As expected, she couldn't trust Naruto, the prank-loving idiot. She was initially deceived by his sincere expression and, out of sympathy, even chanted those Chayuni lines with him. Fortunately, no one else saw them. If they had, Sakura couldn't bear to imagine the scene. Back in the classroom, she saw Ino skipping in, looking exceptionally cheerful. "What's wrong? Did someone bully our little Sakura?" Ino asked kindly, noticing Sakura's lingering anger. Due to Natsuki's butterfly effect, Ino didn't have any unusual feelings for Sasuke. As a result, their relationship hadn't been strained by jealousy, and they remained good friends. "Humphrey. Who else but your new lackey, that idiot Naruto? He's started acting crazy like you, drawing some magic circle and spouting nonsense." As expected, Chayunabu is contagious. "From today onwards, I'm staying away from you. Ino, if you don't go back to normal, we're done." Sakura pouted, letting out a huff and throwing a tantrum. Just then, Naruto walked in with a large bump on his head. "Naruto Uzumaki." Ino turned around, her eyes gleaming ominously, an aura of demonic rage burning around her. "I know. Did I do something wrong?" Naruto stammered. "You tell me. The magic circle?" The next moment, amidst Naruto's pleas for mercy, several more bumps appeared on his head. Right, they had agreed not to mention the magic circle to anyone. Moments later, Teacher Iruka entered, looking at Naruto's bruised head and shaking his head. "The classes will begin now. In the last lesson, we talked about how the third Hokage took office at the end of the First Great Ninja War. Today, we'll discuss how the third Hokage led Hidden Leaf Village to victory in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, leading us to prosperity." As he spoke, Iruka was thinking about how to prolong the class as much as possible. He had received orders to keep the class in detention until further notice. Chapter 43, What is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of the ninja battles in the Great Ninja Wars? A group of people gather, and a village is born. Then, various kinds of people appear around it. More and more comrades emerge. Shishui. Shishui Uchiha, please protect this village in the Uchiha name. Look closely with your eyes, Itachi. See the shallowness and arrogance of this clan. Third Hokage, from today onwards, you are the Anbu captain. Fugaku Uchiha, with your assistance in the Anbu, we can surely achieve a bloodless revolution. Itachi, you are my son, I beg you. Save our clan. Village, clan, ninja. Faces and words deeply etched themselves into Itachi's mind. He walked slowly towards the Hokage Tower, each step heavy as 1,000 pounds. He had never realized this path could be so difficult to walk through. Danzo Shimura, I hope you make the right choice. Either side with the Uchiha, launch a coup with your family, and be annihilated. Or side with Hidden Leaf Village. Before the coup, leave only your younger brother alive and help us wipe out the Uchiha clan. Anbu and Root ninjas surrounded the Hokage Tower. A heavy, oppressive silence filled the air. Everyone watched the approaching figure, eyes closed, walking slowly. Tonight was the moment the Uchiha clan had chosen to launch their coup. War was imminent, a hair trigger away. Sasuke, big brother, play with me. Big brother, let's practice shuriken throwing. Don't cry, Sasuke. No matter what happens, big brother will always protect you. I understand now, the feeling of not wanting to lose someone precious. Beyond the Byakugan, a giant of light, gold and blue armor, the mysterious Tobi. The Uchiha have no chance of winning. Ninjas are the nameless who uphold peace in the darkness. I am willing to become a crow of the night, guiding the eaglet towards the dawn. He decided to sacrifice his reputation, his identity, even his family to maintain peace. A glimmer of tears seemed to well up in his closed eyes. At the entrance of the Hokage Tower, Itachi opened his eyes. Before him stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitakato, and Koharu Utatane. I choose Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi said slowly, his expression hardening with his words. In the next moment, the masked ninjas surrounding him shot off like lightning alongside Itachi. Uchiha clan compound. In the clan meeting hall, over a dozen Uchiha Jonin were gathered, all influential figures holding team leader level positions. Clan head, the squad led by Kurama Uchiha has been dispatched to the academy to capture the Jinchuriki. Other squads have assembled in the main square. We have 312 members ready to launch the attack as soon as the moon rises. At that time, other clans dissatisfied with the Hokage will also seize the opportunity to rise up. Yadu Uchiha, the hawkish vice-captain of the Hidden Leaf Village police force, reported. Good. Go to the square and take command. Don't keep everyone waiting. Attack the Hokage Tower as soon as the time comes. I will personally lead the charge afterward. Fugaku Uchiha nodded, issuing his commands. Yes, sir. Yadu, along with half of the Proku faction leaders, left the hall. Yamagan Uchiha, you will lead a unit to protect the non-combatant women, children, and elderly. Escort them out of the village through the breach in the wall at the rear of Hidden Leaf Village. Remember, this is of utmost importance. If the revolution fails, they will be the last embers of the Uchiha. Yamagan, a representative of the conservative faction and a few years older than Fugaku, said, clan head, but what about you? I will not leave. If even I abandon the cause, this revolution is doomed to fail. Fugaku said in a deep voice. Besides, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't let him leave. Only by him staying behind would the others have a chance to escape. He still hadn't seen his eldest son, Itachi. Fugaku already knew the choice he had made. He had also lost hope in the revolution's success. He only wished for Itachi and those hot-headed, delusional warmongers to fight to the death, leaving behind a future for the Uchiha. Soon, Fugaku was left alone in the meeting hall. It seems you lack confidence in your own revolution. A voice suddenly echoed. Golden light converged, forming a human figure at the entrance of the hall. It was the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. During his disappearance over the past 20 days, Gilgamesh had gradually come to understand this world. Much of the information came from the Uchiha clan, who had expressed their goodwill from the start. Another reason they dared to launch a revolution at his time was because Gilgamesh had also shown a degree of goodwill. In his words, this is a new world. If they are willing to become his subjects and help him explore it, he might be slightly inclined to assist them. Of course, this is contingent on him shedding his heroic spirit form. And as it happened, Fugaku claimed he could do it. Indeed, Hidden Leaf Village, as the #1 hidden village, possesses unimaginable hidden strength. Moreover, geniuses have emerged in recent times. All we can do is strike at the third Hokage and Danzo's faction, creating an opportunity for other clans to choose sides. King of Heroes, I implore you once more, if we are defeated, please protect my remaining clansmen. Fugaku's expression was calm, as if he had long since disregarded his own life and death. His Sharingan, with 3 tomoe, quietly activated. To this end, I will fulfill my promise and allow you to truly descend into this world. As he finished speaking, Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming into a Mangekyō Sharingan that sent a chill down even Gilgamesh's spine. My left eye represents the destruction of Amaterasu, while my right eye holds the opposing power of rebirth. He initially thought the ability of his right eye, which could materialize conscious souls, was useless. He never expected it to be used in this way. Destruction and then rebirth. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Was this a symbol of the Uchiha's future? Under the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, countless points of light in the surrounding space converged towards Gilgamesh. At this moment, Gilgamesh felt his connection with a certain little girl completely sever. His body was no longer composed entirely of chakra. A surge of nascent power, the overwhelming sensation of a physical body, filled him. What a truly interesting world. Chapter 44, Fire Style, Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenixes. Ganjutsu, Demonic Mirroring. Earth Style, Earth Mausoleum Dumpling. At the academy, the squad led by Kurama Uchiha was intercepted outside the school grounds. The roaring sounds of battle clearly reached inside. Currently, only one classroom in the entire school remained lit, the one occupied by Naruto, Sasuke, and their classmates. Teacher, what's all that noise outside? It sounds like someone's fighting. The students, listening to the rumbling, felt uneasy. It's nothing. That's the older students conducting combat training. They have a nighttime assessment today. Iruka wiped the sweat from his brow, quickly explaining. At the same time, he wondered what the higher-ups were up to, making him keep the students back. But judging from the situation, it seemed someone meant the students harm, making it even more crucial not to let them leave. So it's the seniors' practical training? They're so amazing. The school's really going all out. I saw a building collapse from their fighting. Wow, that's awesome. Are they graduating students? Look, it's on fire. The lab building just got rebuilt, and now it's burning again. Except for a few Shikamaru-level students, most were still innocent and naive children, looking out the window and exclaiming excitedly. A strained, awkward smile stretched across Iruka's face. Well, haha, after all, Hidden Leaf Village is the #1 hidden village. Teaching the younglings has always been our top priority. When you're about to graduate, you'll also have a chance to participate in this kind of practical training. Really? Can I blow up the school too? Young man, your thoughts are dangerous. Besides, as a civilian, you'd be lucky to master the 3 basic jutsu, let alone learning school bombing techniques. Iruka didn't dare let the children continue this line of questioning. He had to divert their attention quickly. That's it. Alright class, let's play a game, a talent show. Which student would like to come up and show off their skills? To ease the students' anxiety, divert their attention, and fulfill the mission assigned by the village, organizing a lively activity was a great idea. Iruka mentally patted himself on the back. He was truly born to be a teacher. Excuse me, teacher. I'm a 6th grade student. We're a little short on wooden kunai for our practical training. Could we borrow some? A clear voice suddenly called out. Everyone looked towards the door to see an older girl with long black hair standing hesitantly outside. Certainly, we have plenty of practice tools here. Please wait a moment, students. Iruka said, stepping out of the classroom. He led the girl towards the equipment room. As they reached a corner, Iruka, who was a step ahead, swiftly drew a kunai and pressed it against the girl's neck. Speak. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Iruka demanded. The older student's training exercise was just an excuse. They've long since gone home. My, you truly are a teacher, so vigilant. But teacher, I mean no harm. I am here to protect Sasuke. The girl with long, straight black hair smiled at Iruka, the two tomoe in her Sharingan slowly spinning. An Uchiha. Iruka paused, then asked, what's going on? Sasuke is under my watch. Teacher, I may not be a match for you, but he is. The girl interrupted, pointing towards the classroom. From the shadows within, a man slowly emerged. A man with a 3 tomoe Sharingan. Captain Kurama Uchiha, the leader of this mission. Thud. Facing an elite Uchiha Jonin, even the cautious Iruka was no match. He instantly fell prey to a Genjutsu and lost consciousness. Izumi, take Sasuke back to the compound. I'll capture the Jinchuriki. I don't know why the defenses here are so weak, but there are a few super geniuses with strange abilities among those students. Our goal is to cripple the Hokage's faction. Try not to stir up trouble and attract the attention of the other powerful clans. Kurama instructed, using the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as Iruka. Yes, sir. Izumi Uchiha nodded. The two returned to the classroom door of the elite class. Kurama, transformed as Iruka, rubbed his cheeks, forcing out Iruka's trademark awkward smile. Indeed, this troublesome class had gradually reshaped Iruka's smile. Even when facing an enemy, moments before losing consciousness, he couldn't help but form that same expression. The observant Uchiha had learned it perfectly. Gently pushing open the classroom door, Kurama stepped inside. Whack! A chalkboard eraser suddenly flew towards his face. Kurama instinctively deflected it. However, the true attack, devoid of killing intent, came from above. Whoosh! Thump! A bucket of powder rained down, covering Kurama's head completely, leaving only his chin and mouth exposed. His lips twitched uncontrollably, making him look even more like Iruka. Ha ha ha. Welcome, Iruka-sensei. This is my talent show, Naruto Uzumaki style. The brats of the academy. Were truly detestable. Uncontrollable killing intent nearly erupted from him. And for the first time, Kurama felt genuine admiration for the academy's teachers. Chapter 45, haha, full of energy, aren't we? Kurama Uchiha removed the small bucket from his head, looking at Naruto, who was now standing on the podium, and offered a less than genuine compliment. Since everyone is so lively, it wouldn't be right for this teacher not to show off a little. He initially wanted to politely find an excuse to take them outside, but instead, he received a blow to his dignity. Since they were so mischievous, he wouldn't hold back. Of course, before that, it was best to get Sasuke out of the way. Sasuke Uchiha, step forward. Someone from your family is here. Go home. Kurama, disguised as Iruka, said to Sasuke. Oh, okay. Is it my brother? Sasuke stood up happily. He felt a sense of familiarity with the older girl who came to borrow tools. He now recalled that she was Itachi's classmate, Izumi Uchiha. He didn't know why she was pretending to be an older student, but she wouldn't harm him. As expected, upon leaving the classroom, he saw Izumi walking towards him. Izumi nay. Sasuke, something happened at the clan. Come with me back to the compound. Ah. What happened? I'm not sure either. I was just summoned back. Let's go back first. Okay, let's hurry. The two quickly ran downstairs. Meanwhile, from the classroom, a faint voice could be heard, Temple of Nirvana Jutsu. Feathers, illusory as phantoms, floated out from the classroom windows, disappearing before they touched the ground. As a member of the noble Uchiha clan, Sasuke recognized this as a Genjutsu that could induce widespread sleep. Why did Iruka-sensei cast a Genjutsu? Sasuke asked in confusion. Maybe he's demonstrating a jutsu to the class, Izumi replied casually, her eyes carefully scanning their surroundings. There were still clan members outside engaging with Hidden Leaf Village as Anbu. She had to be vigilant for any potential attacks. Suddenly, as they passed the anatomy model room, A loud crash of shattering glass echoed. A large group of figures surged out. Izumi's pupils constricted slightly. They were the wooden training dummies used to teach students about acupuncture points, human anatomy, and precision strikes. How? How did these wooden figures come alive? A minute earlier, inside the gifted class, Kurama, who had just taken advantage of Sasuke's departure to cast the Temple of Nirvana Jutsu under the guise of a talent show, putting most of the students to sleep, was stunned. Several students remained awake, defying the Genjutsu. And he knew them all. They were the geniuses of this elite class that warranted attention. Hinata Hyuga, Choji Akimaki, Natsuki Yui, as well as Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka. Strange. The first three were well-documented super geniuses, but how come the latter two would resist his Genjutsu? It was precisely because of these exceptional talents that he hadn't released his transformation yet. Because I already knew you weren't Iruka-sensei. That's why I dodged the falling feathers. I recognize that sleep-inducing Genjutsu. Shikamaru Nara, with his keen observation skills akin to mind reading, stood up and said, kicking Choji Akimaki as he spoke. Oh? When did you realize? Kurama, still disguised as Iruka, frowned, unable to figure out where he had slipped up. His impersonation was quite good. A few short sentences shouldn't have exposed his unfamiliarity with the class so quickly, right? He had deliberately avoided calling names, hadn't stalled for time, and had immediately prioritized Sasuke's departure, followed by the talent show as a cover for his Genjutsu. Just now? I was suspicious before, but now I'm certain. I didn't expect you to admit it yourself after I casually fished for information. Shikamaru's words made Kurama's expression stiffen. Were all the students in this class like this? As a jonin, he had been played by an academy student. Although the Uchiha tonight had him in a heightened state of excitement, and his attention was focused on the Jinchuriki and those super geniuses with abnormal abilities, it didn't excuse the fact that he had been outsmarted by a child. If word of this got out, would his reputation as a renowned Uchiha be tarnished? Sigh. Wouldn't it be nice to just quietly fall asleep? Why must you court death? Kurama released his transformation, his 3 Tomoe Sharingan activating. Do you really think you can stop me with those so-called super geniuses and their unreliable abilities? Hearing this, Shikamaru secretly kicked his deskmate Choji again under the table. Can you stop kicking me? My foot's swollen. I'm not asleep. Choji, are you a fucking pig? I'm telling you to transform and defeat him. Well, I got a new backpack today, and my transformation device is in my old one at home, Choji replied with a mournful face. Shikamaru's expression went blank. He turned to Kurama mechanically and asked, is it too late to fall asleep now? What do you think? Kurama sneered. A brat trying to act tough. He had long been annoyed by his father, Shikaku Nara, and his pretentious hidden leaf village strategist demeanor. He drew his tanto, about to finish off this embarrassing brat when a broom in the corner suddenly stood upright and swept towards Kurama. Whoosh! Several flashes of the blade later, the broom was severed into pieces. Kurama focused his gaze and saw Hinata struggling to control the nearby brooms in the corner. Beside her, Natsuki Yui clapped his hands together and shouted, Super Invincible Thunderbolt. Kurama's pupils constricted, remembering the lightning and fire jutsu that had destroyed the academy. Without hesitation, he grabbed the unconscious Jinchuriki, Naruto, and flashed from the podium to the aisle. Then, he jumped directly out of the 4th floor classroom window. Hey, are you fucking stupid? How could I possibly use such a large-scale jutsu with so many students around? Natsuki's voice drifted down from above, causing Kurama's legs to give way. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. His face was ashen. He had been tricked. Again. At the same time, Izumi and Sasuke, who were descending the stairs, jumped from the 2nd floor. Countless wooden figures flew out from the 2nd floor model room. That was another one of Natsuki's abilities, extracted from Hinata's Tenseigan, far surpassing the puppet master jutsu. Chapter 46, using the enormous Tenseigan synthesized on the moon, Otsutsuki Tonarai could control puppets throughout a distance of over 300,000 kilometers. He controlled the puppets from the moon to capture Hanabe Hyuga. Moreover, these puppets possessed considerable combat capabilities, each capable of emitting energy beams. While Natsuki was still far from achieving the level of the gigantic Tenseigan, controlling the puppets in a range that encompassed the entire Hidden Leaf village and its surroundings was still a piece of cake. Furthermore, the number he could control far surpassed Seisaori's 100-puppet army, and he did so without the need for chakra strings. However, in terms of quality, he couldn't yet make each puppet emit energy beams like Otsutsuki Tonarai. Also, due to using readily available materials, they lacked the intricate weapons and deadly poisons installed in Seisaori's puppets. But to stop this Jonin from taking away the Jinchuriki, this was more than enough. All the wooden puppets, their eyes glowing with a sinister sapphire blue, lunged at the Uchiha in midair. Lord Kurama, the wooden figures have come alive. Izumi Uchiha cried out. She was currently only a geinin, hadn't yet taken the Chunin exams, and usually just helped some noble's wife with chores like caring for cats and weeding. Even as an Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan and had seen more than other ordinary ninja, she was thoroughly frightened by the sudden sight of over 100 wooden figures coming to life around her. Sasuke, what's going on with these training dummies from the academy? Can you make them stop? Izumi Uchiha, while fleeing for her life, didn't forget the mission objective, pulling Sasuke along with her as she ran. I don't know either. Normally, these training dummies are just like dummies, how could they suddenly move? Something's wrong with this day. Sasuke gasped for breath. We can only leave it to Senior Kurama to deal with. Seeing that the wooden figures could even fly in the air, Izumi Uchiha ran even faster, dragging Sasuke along. Quickly, they slipped behind Kurama, who was kneeling on the ground. Lord Kurama, what's wrong? Are you preparing a powerful jutsu to annihilate them in one fell swoop? Izumi Uchiha asked hopefully. No, I accidentally jumped from the 4th floor just now, and I got a leg cramp. Can you help me up? 5 seconds later, Kurama Uchiha finally stood up again. After moving his limbs, the aura of a jonin returned to him. Humphrey, just some mere toys, who are they trying to scare? I'll take care of them right now. Kurama stood tall, his tone filled with disdain. Having been thoroughly embarrassed earlier, it was time to regain some respect by beating these wooden figures black and blue. This scale of the opponents were indeed befitting of his jonin status. Looking at the wooden puppets encircling them, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Kurama Uchiha swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a Shadow Clone. Together with the Shadow Clone, he unleashed a combination jutsu. Wind fueled the fire, and the fire amplified the wind's destructive power. The immense flame surged with the wind, transforming into a gigantic red dragon head. It roared towards the puppet horde. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wooden figures were reduced to ashes, clearing a path directly ahead. Amazing. So powerful. Izumi and Sasuke, eyes shining, exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. As expected of an elite Uchiha jonin. Humphrey. Mere trifle. Kurama finally had a confident smile playing on his lips. Hey. What's going on, smelly Sasuke? Crap, flame demons are flying over. Run. Amidst the commotion, Naruto, who had been knocked unconscious by the Genjutsu, woke up. He opened his eyes to a horrifying scene. Wooden puppets, blown haphazardly by strong winds, were floating in the sky. The ground was a sea of flames, and more than 10 fiery figures, as if emerging from hell, were marching forward with mechanical steps. Senior, it seems the wooden figures have evolved? Sasuke offered a timely reminder. Although 2/3 of the wooden figures had been instantly eliminated, more than 10 remained intact and were even charging towards them while engulfed in flames. Humphrey. Then I'll just obliterate them again. Comrade Kurama clasped his hands together and formed hand seals once more. Unfortunately, this time the wooden figures seemed to have realized their inferior quality. They leaped into the air and converged, and the wooden debris on the ground quickly swept upwards as well. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a colossal wooden puppet. Humphrey. Just a toy made of rotten wood. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Die. Boom. The fire dragon's head, still being empowered by the Wind Style buff, was smashed by a giant fist. The scattered flames coiled upwards, absorbed by the giant. The giant puppet completely transformed into a blazing inferno giant. I am Hellfire. From Azeroth. The flaming giant, wreathed in wind and fire, roared towards the heavens. It charged towards Kurama Uchiha. What the? Kurama, his face ashen as if he had swallowed shit, turned around and said, "You guys run. This thing is too bizarre, I might not be able to defeat it in a short time." "No, Senior, I will fight alongside you. I can also use Fire Style. As long as the flames are strong enough, we can destroy them in one fell swoop." Sasuke, stepping forward, showed no fear of the clearly powerful foe. "Then I'll stay too. I'm proficient in taijutsu and Fire Style." Izumi Uchiha's small face was resolute. "Although I don't know what you're doing, count me in to protect the academy." Naruto, patting his chest, picked up a wooden stick from the ground. The three looked at him speechlessly. "Captain, we're here too. The Anbu outside have been dealt with. If you want to touch our captain, you'll have to step over our dead bodies." 7 figures leaped down, each bearing injuries, but their eyes were firm. They were the surviving members of Kurama's squad, who had came to the academy to carry out the mission. You guys. Kurama felt as if sand had gotten into his eyes. His chest instantly swelled with boundless fighting spirit. With these brothers by his side, life was complete. You. I will defeat. Kurama turned and roared. At this moment, he seemed to be the embodiment of justice. His entire being radiated power, chakra surging within him. Wait, why hasn't that flaming giant attacked yet? The flaming giant's swinging fist was moving as slow as a turtle in the air. A whole minute had unknowingly passed, and it still hadn't landed. Oh, you guys are finally done with your theatric reunion? When he saw that everyone had finally regained their senses and noticed him, Natsuki, controlling the flaming giant, scratched his giant flaming head as sparks flew. Then hurry up, if I wait any longer, I'll burn myself out. The flaming giant grumbled, raising the fist that had stopped mid-swing once more. All the Uchiha had dark lines on their foreheads. Their first thought was that the flaming giant on the other side must be an idiot. A moment later, they dismissed that idea. They realized that they were the idiots. Chapter 47, their mission objective was to capture the Jinchuriki. Why waste time with this flaming giant? Kurama Uchiha was just about to tell everyone to disengage and retreat immediately. Unfortunately, this time the flaming giant was incredibly fast, scattering everyone with a single blow. Boom. The Uchiha were sent flying, steaming and covered in dust and smoke. Meanwhile, Naruto had been seized by a wooden puppet and was being carried towards the academy building like a puppy. Damn it, Izumi, take Sasuke and return to the clan grounds. The rest of you, keep the flaming giant busy. I'll go after that yellow-haired brat. Kurama shouted, his figure the first to dash through the wall of fire and back towards the academy building. Yes, sir. Everyone displayed the qualities of a true ninja, splitting up to carry out their tasks. The others engaged the flaming giant formed by wooden puppets, while Izumi, taking Sasuke with her, shot off like lightning. What's going on? Why are Sasuke's clansmen trying to capture me? Which side are the good guys? Can someone tell me? Naruto, dangling in midair, flailed his limbs like a dog trying to swim, but his arms and legs were too short to break free. At this moment, Kurama, having used consecutive body flicker jutsus, caught up, slicing through the air in a single motion. The wooden puppet was cleaved in two. Naruto once again fell face first into the dirt. Mister, let's talk this over. I didn't remember stealing anything from your house, why are you trying to capture me? Little Naruto scrambled to his feet and ran towards the academy building. Humphrey, blame your bad luck for even being born. Kurama Uchiha didn't bother with explanations. He quickly closed the distance and grabbed him. Just then, a cold glint flashed. Clang. Kurama raised his hand and deflected the incoming projectile. Humphrey. If you want to bully my little brother, you'll have to walk over my dead body first. He looked up and saw a little blonde girl standing with her hands on her hips in front of Naruto, the super prodigies standing behind her. She was full of swagger and was very imposing. This was Ino's moment to shine. The future big shots of the ninja world were all standing behind her, backing her up. Be big sis. And you guys. Thank goodness. Sob. Thank goodness. Naruto was still sprawled on the ground. Heaven knew how terrified he had been the entire time. Frightening wooden puppets, a terrifying flaming giant, and some murderous Uchiha in the mix. He had forced himself not to break down, desperately trying to escape. Now, looking up and seeing the big sis standing behind him, Natsuki beside her, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Choji surrounding him. He vaguely remembered some memories from a few years ago. No one liked him, and no children wanted to play with him. It was Natsuki, along with big sis Ino, who first accepted him, using the excuse of having him shout slogans as a vendor to give him his favorite Ultraman model. Now, at his most dangerous moment, it was still Natsuki and Ino risking their lives to shield him. Wah! A warm sense of security enveloped his heart. Naruto couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down his face. He slammed his head onto the ground. Natsuki, big sis, and everyone. Naruto will never forget this. For a moment, everyone was stunned by Naruto's unexpected emotional outburst. Perhaps only Natsuki, as a transmigrator familiar with the original plot and aware of the suffering Naruto endured in his childhood, could understand Naruto's feelings at this moment. Humphrey. Crybaby, get up. Don't embarrass this second mage. Watch big sis avenge you. Little Ino took a few steps forward, stepping out from the group. She raised her right hand high. I didn't want to reveal this, since explaining it would be troublesome, but I can't worry about that anymore. Come forth. My servant, the oldest of the kings, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Her clear, childish voice rang out loud and clear in the empty nighttime training grounds. What? Could this one also be a super genius with strange abilities? Kurama quickly held his sword defensively in front of him, warily staring at the imposing girl. The other prodigies were actually standing a step behind her. It seemed she had real skills. He had to be careful. Half a quarter of an hour later. Aside from the distant roars of his teammates battling the flaming giant, there was no movement at all. Is this the big secret you were talking about? Can you stop being so chuny for once? Read the room. I'll count to 3, and we'll run away together. Shikamaru, with dark lines on his forehead, stepped forward and tugged lightly on Ino's clothes. Today, neither of his friends were being reliable. Ahem, no, that's not right. He came out the last 2 times. Maybe my voice wasn't loud enough. Let's try again. Ino scratched her head. It was her first time formally showcasing her abilities in front of her friends. But she was completely embarrassed, making it difficult to back down now. Damn it, King of Heroes, come out already. If you come out, I'll take you to eat takoyaki ramen tomorrow. Ino pleaded silently, but received no response. What's going on? Just as Ino was lost in thought, Natsuki pulled her back behind him. Ninjutsu, Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Rumble. It turned out that Uchiha, seeing no reaction after a long while, realized he had been toyed with again. This was the 4th time. He had been freaking played 4 times. Did they know what he had been through these 4 times? He no longer hesitated, immediately launching a fire-style jutsu to completely obliterate these brats. However, it was fiercely blocked by Natsuki, who had been secretly controlling the flaming giant in the distance while paying attention to this side. The powerful lightning and fire dual attribute fireball instantly pushed back the dragon fire. The tremendous roar of the explosion destroyed half the training grounds. Kurama Uchiha died, just like that. In his final moments, Kurama's eyes glimmered with tears, at least. They didn't toy with me again. No wonder there were so many guards outside the academy and none inside. It turns out these little brats were the biggest freaks of all. At the same time, Artoria's voice echoed in Natsuki's mind, Master. The heroic spirit Gilgamesh has appeared in the Uchiha clan grounds. Do you need me to stop him? Chapter 48, Lord Clanhead, it's bad. Anbu and Root Ninja have broken through our lines first. In the Grand Plaza of the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku, who had just stepped outside, glanced at the horizon. The moon had just begun to rise. Yet, the sounds of battle were already echoing from the clan grounds entrance. An Uchiha ninja rushed in to report. The current situation was vastly different from the original story. With Gilgamesh's support, Fugaku no longer felt utter despair about the clan's annihilation. Even if hope remained slim, carving out a bloody path was no longer an impossibility. Therefore, this time, Fugaku didn't stay home and wait for death to arrive. Instead, he directly went out to lead the battle. Attack! With a single command, over 300 Uchiha, mostly Genin and Chunin, surged from the plaza, flying towards the entrance of the clan grounds. From the rear, Elder Yamagan led a troop, escorting a large group of the elderly, women, and children. They weren't heading to the Nakashrine's underground shelter to wait for death, but retreating towards the back, preparing to escape Hidden Leaf Village through a breach in the village wall. If the clan head and the others succeeded in the coup, they could return. If the clan head and the others failed, they would be the Uchiha's last hope for the future. Do not hold back and show no mercy, flatten all the buildings in front. First squad, use fire style. Second squad, use wind style. Third squad, use Ganjutsu to disrupt the enemy. Looking at the densely packed enemies rushing towards them, Fugaku shouted loudly. When the number of ninja was large, and individual combat transformed into a battlefield of group assaults, the difference between having a commander and not having one was immense in these situations. One after another, fire-style jutsu, fueled by wind style, surged towards the masked ninja like a raging sea of flames. Everyone in the first row, use water style. Second row, all use earth style, hold the first wave. Danzo's voice came from the front. A dense, continuous wall of water suddenly blocked the first wave of attacks. A large area of high-temperature no-man's land was created by the massive amount of water vapor in the middle. It clearly divided the Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village ninja into 2 sides. Fugaku, I didn't expect you to actually betray us. I'm truly disappointed. Hiruzen, leading a group of Anbu, jumped over and said with a face full of grief. Humphrey, stop pretending, Hiruzen. Even if we didn't attack, wouldn't you have ambushed us tonight? Striking first has always been your usual tactic. Fugaku snorted coldly. We only needed a place to live, but you repeatedly squeezed our living space. Fellow Anbu, many of you were born into other Hidden Leaf Village clans. You know Hidden Leaf Village's situation well. Since the third Hokage took office, things have been going downhill. We have no ill will towards you. We only want to overthrow the dark rule of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and the others. Suddenly, Udoku, a battle-crazed Uchiha, interrupted Fugaku's words and shouted loudly, "Clan head, there's no need to waste words with them. None of these people are innocent. Hidden Leaf Village's ninja all deserve to die. Kill them all, leave no survivors. As one of the founding clans of Hidden Leaf Village, how have they treated us? Today, we will not endure it any longer. Yes. That's right. Kill them all. Leave no one alive." In an instant, the crowd was agitated, and the naturally arrogant Uchiha's eyes turned red with bloodlust. The coup launched tonight was meant to paint the town red with blood. Cough. Fugaku pressed his hand hard against his chest. It was too difficult. A bunch of short-sighted fools. The Uchiha's current predicament was due to too many people like this. His ploy was simple: if he could successfully alienate some of the Anbu members, it would greatly reduce the pressure on the Uchiha. After all, many Anbu members came from various Hidden Leaf Village clans, including the Hyuga clan, who were only superficially allied with the Hokage. He didn't expect them to suddenly turn against the Hokage and kill him, but at the very least, they could hold back during the fight out of concern. Such a small change on the battlefield could affect the outcome of the entire war. Unfortunately, these fools erased all his efforts with just a few words. What Fugaku didn't see was the sinister smile that gradually appeared on Udoku's face after he finished speaking. Haha, see? This is the Uchiha. As the Hidden Leaf Village police force, have they ever held back from bullying the weak? Danzo sneered. Although Hiruzen has made some mistakes in his policies, he has been loyal to Hidden Leaf Village all his life, at least leading Hidden Leaf Village to victory in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. He didn't appoint based on favoritism and recommended a civilian ninja with no background to be the fourth Hokage, leading to the rise of a large number of outstanding talents in Hidden Leaf Village. Although Danzo was usually unhappy that Hiruzen had stolen his Hokage position, they were now grasshoppers on the same rope and he had to speak up for him. At this time, the large area of high-temperature water vapor in the middle was gradually disappearing. Soon, the temporary no-man's land, the barrier that separated the two sides, would vanish. The third Hokage also stepped forward at the opportune moment. "We are all members of Hidden Leaf Village. I truly don't want to fight with you all. If you are willing to lay down your weapons, stop releasing jutsu, and end this rebellion, I am willing to let bygones be bygones, and even step down." Bullshit. After we lay down our weapons, we will be lambs to the slaughter. Don't listen to him, everyone. Udoka once again stepped out of the crowd and answered first. You launched this coup rashly and refused to accept peace. You just want the entire Hidden Leaf Village to be buried with you. How many innocent civilians will this hurt? How many of them would be your former comrades and compatriots? Such heartless and ungrateful people also want to stand on a high ground and condemn the Hokage? Do you even deserve to do that? Danzo also seized the opportunity to speak again, rebuking loudly. His words were passionate and vigorous. As an experienced politician, how could the Uchiha barbarians be his match in rhetoric? We'll let you see what a truly rational Uchiha who loves Hidden Leaf Village is like. Where is Adachi Uchiha? At this moment, the high-temperature water vapor had completely disappeared. A figure fiercely plunged into the Uchiha's rear formation. Like a tiger jumping among sheep. In his blood-red eyes, the three tomes spun rapidly. The Mangekyō Sharingan was activated. Under everyone's horrified gazes, a gigantic, orange-red Susanoo instantly crushed the surrounding clansmen into splatters of blood. Forgive me, the Uchiha's path is truly wrong. Chapter 49, Blood filled the air. Itachi, transformed into the sharpest blade of the Anbu assault, led a force several times larger than the Uchihas and crushed them. Under the powerful offensive of the Mangekyō Sharingan, the powerful three-tomui Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was no match. One clansman after another fell beneath his blade. From the moment he struck, he had completely frozen his heart, becoming a death god devoid of sorrow or joy. Suddenly, an extremely familiar figure came into view. His icy demeanor thawed for a moment. His right hand, gripping the sword,